Good morning and welcome to this joint hearing of the Senate Committee on Social Services, chaired by my colleague, Senator Roxanne Prasad, whom you'll hear from in a moment, and the Committee on Housing, Construction, and Community Development, which I have the honor of chairing. We're also joined by Senators Wyke, Senator Bridgeport. I should mention Senator Wyke is the ranker on the Social Service Committee, Senator Bridgeport, Senator Salazar, I believe Senator Jackson, whom I've just stepped out for a moment, Senator Felder, and Senator Mayer and Senator Rivera. We may have other senators joining us during the course of the day. Thank you all for being here today. We'd also like to thank St. Francis College here in Brooklyn for hosting us and all the witnesses whom we'll hear from during what I expect will be a long day. And thank you to everyone present, as well as everyone watching the live stream remotely, and everyone who will be catching the reruns on the Senate website, which I know no doubt will be very highly rated. It's been 536 days since the first coronavirus case was confirmed here in New York. Since then, across these 18 months, the Senate and our partners in government have sought to protect each and every New Yorker from the dangers posed by COVID-19 and also the ensuing economic crisis. As part of that effort, many of us have committed from the very beginning to ensuring that no one would be displaced from their homes as a result of this crisis. That was essential both to protect individual residents and also a broader public health measure, as threats to housing security, displacement, and homelessness were all likely to contribute to the spread of COVID-19, endangering us all. We instituted a residential eviction and foreclosure moratorium, first through executive orders and an administrative order of the courts, and later through legislation passed in December, renewed in early May. We also passed the Tenant Safe Harbor Act, which provides additional eviction protections and one of the nation's strongest mortgage forbearance laws to protect homeowners. These initiatives are not the subject of today's hearing. I mention them only as essential context for the legislation and the programs we are here to discuss, the COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which I will call CRAP, although you may hear people refer to it as ERAP as well today. We've known throughout this crisis that the moratorium and the other emergency measures that I mentioned before would not be sufficient. They would not stop the mounting burden of unpaid rent owed by tenants, and they would not ensure that property owners would have the resources necessary to maintain their buildings, pay their mortgages, and their taxes. We knew, in short, that the long-term solution to stave off a housing crisis was simple. We needed to cover the costs of rent for tenants that they were unable to pay themselves. That's why, beginning in March 2020, my colleagues and I called loudly and repeatedly on the federal government to provide rent relief as part of the enormous allocations of funds to combat the COVID-19 and its effects. Unfortunately, it took the last administration, the White House, and the previous Congress until December to provide large-scale funding relief. And in March of this year, the Biden administration Congress allocated additional funding such that we now have access to $2.6 billion in federal funds, to which the state added an additional $100 million for a total of $2.7 billion in rental assistance funding. After receiving that money, we worked through the budget process to enact the COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the program that we're here to discuss today. CRAP was designed to comprehensively address the needs of tenants, covering up to 12 months of back rent, 3 months of future rents, as well as the cost of utilities. CRAP was written to solve the problem, but since this enactment, we've heard persistent concerns from tenants and landlords and many advocates from around the state that the program's implementation has been far too slow, that the money has not gone out at a speed that the urgency of the crisis requires, and that numerous technical and administrative problems have made it difficult for tenants and landlords to submit applications, get questions answered, and otherwise feel like the program is working for them. We will hear a lot today about the data on applications received, payments made, and payments in process. We'll also hear both about the problems today and some technical and administrative improvements that have been made in recent weeks, as well as what can be done going forward to improve the program and avoid further compounding the crisis New Yorkers face. We'll hear from a number of voices, including those in government responsible for administrating the program, the community organizations they've contracted and partnered with. We'll hear from perspectives from additional partners in government, including leaders of our judiciary, whom we hope will shed some light on the readiness to apply CRAP's eviction protections. And we'll hear from legal service providers, researchers, data scientists, tenant organizers, landlord organizations, and as I mentioned before, 2 localities, Monroe County and Yonkers, which are administering their own program. What's perhaps somewhat unusual about the subject of this hearing today is that despite these different perspectives, I expect you'll hear a unanimity of purpose. I think virtually all New Yorkers, including government officials, landlords and tenants who don't often see eye to eye in the work we do, are united around the same goal: to get this program to work, to ensure that our neighbors who have struggled during this unprecedented crisis get the relief they so desperately need and deserve. Again, I thank everyone in attendance and those watching remotely, and I hope today's hearing will help us understand what we need to reach that goal. And before we have our first witnesses, I turn it over to my wonderful colleague and partner, Senator Roxanne Prasad, the chair of the Social Services Committee.
Good morning, everyone. It is great to see all of you here in person. I am Senator Roxanne Prasad. I represent the 19th Senate District, and this used to be my house, this building actually, because I was the registrar of this college. So welcome to St. Francis College. I would like to thank St. Francis College's president and their staff for allowing us to use their facility today. I serve as the chair of the Social Services Committee, and in the capacity I've worked closely with my Senate colleague, Senator Kavanaugh, on legislation and on fiscal policies to address homelessness and housing instability, and specifically on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, as I'll say, ERAP, which is the subject of today's hearing. A timely and successful implementation of ERAP has become exponentially more important given this recent Supreme Court's decision overturning much of New York State's eviction moratorium, which is due to expire on August 31st. While August 31st is an important date to keep in mind, and many are understandably paying a very close attention to it, the sole scope of today's hearing is the ERAP program. ERAP is not only significant for tenants experiencing financial hardship, but also their landlords. Take a district like mine, where there are many 2- and 3-family homes with the owner living on one floor and they're leasing the remaining units. By and large, these homeowners are not rich, and they are trying to stay afloat with bills and taxes also. Not being able to collect rent is creating hardships on all sides. Homeowners not much, it's not only the tenant who's unable to pay the rent, but the homeowner who is unable to pay their bills because of that. Foreclosure rates have long been disproportionately higher in the 19th Senate District, and it has increased during this time. And we are hoping that as homeowners are receiving the back rent, that they are able to come out of the pre-foreclosure issue, and the intent is to ensure that everyone remains in their homes. There's little time remaining to get it right, and I know we're going to hear from many sources today, including our commissioner, who we've been in contact with throughout this process, and who's always pledged to work with us and has done so. Him and his staff have always been available to us and to my staff whenever we are calling with questions that we are hearing, and to make sure we're getting the right answers. So today I'm eager to hear the testimony and look forward to making sure that those tenants who are in need of rental assistance receive it. Thank you all very much.
I will just invite, if there are brief opening comments or remarks, I maybe start with our ranker, if you have anything. Or
thank you so much for having us here today, and I'm eager to hear what we have to contribute and to make sure that we get questions answered from my constituents. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other senators? No. I see Senator Jackson.
1 minute. Well, first, let me thank the Senate leaders and yourself for putting this hearing together, even though the Assembly had theirs a week ago. I am very concerned on behalf of all New Yorkers that are impacted by this situation. And in fact, I've said Gustavo Rivera has the second highest rent-regulated units in the entire state of New York, and in my district, the 31st Senatorial District, the most out of any district. And this is a problem everywhere. And I have a lot of questions and concerns about this, and obviously, as the agency that's implementing this, I say to you that it leaves a lot to be deserved and desired, rather, knowing that that Texas and other states have given out so much more than us. It's not acceptable to me as a senator, I guess to the people of New York State, that we are not on top of this, especially when we consider ourselves the Empire State. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Any other senators? Okay, so without further ado, then we will have our first witness, Senator Michael Hein, who's the commissioner. Sorry, I just demoted him. That is Commissioner Michael Hein of OTDA. And if you want to maybe introduce the other folks that are with you as well.
Of course. With me today is Executive Deputy for OTDA, Barbara Gwynn. She'll be joining me. And with also is Ken Cornell from our office. Again, good. And Senator Felder. Good morning, Chairperson Prasad, Chairperson Kavanaugh, and other esteemed members of the New York State Senate. On behalf of the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, I'm pleased to join you today to discuss the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and our progress in providing economic relief to eligible households unable to pay rent and utilities due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As an agency whose core mission it is to help vulnerable New Yorkers, OTDA successfully administers billions of dollars annually to help those struggling to make ends meet. We embrace this responsibility because vulnerable New Yorkers are not statistics or even cases to us. They're our neighbors. They are parents who fear being evicted with their children. They are people with language barriers and complex living arrangements, and they are often low and moderate income individuals that were so disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. New York's Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or ERAP, is designed to help tenants in need as well as landlords who've gone months without rent. This program is funded by $2.6 billion in federal resources and $100 million in state funds. It is structured in such a way to allow collaboration between the state and local governments, thereby harnessing the power of both to maximize effectiveness and efficiency. Now, to fully understand ERAP and the progress it's making, it's valuable to first understand how we got here. So I'd like to do a quick recap. Initial federal funding for ERAP was provided to all states in January. Unlike many other states that launched programs more quickly by adopting federal guidelines, New York instead chose to create critical program details within the state budget. These crucial details weren't officially agreed upon until the budget was passed on April 7th, thereby making it impossible for OTDA to contract with a vendor before that point. By the time the state budget did pass, nearly every state in the nation had already opened their program. Simply put, OTDA was playing catch-up from day one. On June 1st, New York began accepting applications less than 1 month after contracting with its vendor. More than 100,000 applications were submitted during that 1-month priority period. Within 19 days of the end of the statutorily mandated priority period, the first ERAP payments went out. That was July 19th. While New York's program started later, it has been closing the time gap ever since. This is evidenced by the recent reporting by the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, which is tracking state-by-state implementation of ERAP on a weekly basis. New York's $638.8 million in distributed and obligated funds now ranks second nationally. And when focusing on actual payments made, New York now ranks 6th in the nation in terms of total amount of money distributed. To put that into context, New York went from 50th to 6th in just 3 weeks. And among the 8 other states having distributed at least $100 million like us, 2 began accepting applications in mid-February, 5 opened in March, and the other opened in mid-May. As you can see, the timing of New York's program is not out of step with other states, especially when considering when each program was launched. The primary program challenge facing all states resides in the federal requirement that states must make a significant effort to get both tenants and landlords to participate in the application, something that has proven cumbersome all across the nation. That brings us to today. And I am pleased to report that as of this morning, ERAP is providing initial eviction protections for more than 169,000 New York households and has now paid out more than $156 million to landlords on behalf of almost 12,000 households. And today, I could also report to you that New York has surpassed the U.S. Treasury's 65% obligation threshold to avoid a potential clawback of federal funding. While this is all very positive news, this information isn't likely to resonate with a tenant waiting for an application to be approved or a landlord waiting to get paid. That's why we continue to make extraordinary efforts to ensure New York's program provides more timely assistance. These actions include adding 350 state employees to assist vendor processing staff, plus reducing required documentation for landlords and tenants alike. To ease concern and bring peace of mind to tenants, we have begun sending notifications to all 169,000 tenants who have applied, detailing the specific eviction protections available to them. We are hopeful tenants will find great comfort in knowing they cannot be evicted while we determine the eligibility for this program. In addition, starting next week, we will be sending more than 41,000 tenants a very welcome notice that we have provisionally approved their application and that they are now protected from eviction under the law for up to 1 year. This notice should significantly reduce the concerns in these households. That said, New York's program is different by design than other programs in the nation. Among other things, New York's program includes these significant tenant protections that go well beyond other states. It prioritizes some of New York's most vulnerable residents and ensures that the majority of New York's population centers are under one centralized program. And it enables local governments to contract with 125 community-based organizations and social service districts to provide unprecedented outreach and application assistance. ERAP does provide some of the strongest tenant protections in the nation. That will ultimately help tens of thousands of New Yorkers, especially as the end of the state eviction moratorium approaches. As previously noted, once a tenant applies for ERAP, they are instantly shielded from eviction for the entire time their application moves through the eligibility determination phase for all rent arrears incurred from March 13 forward. As an additional tenant protection, landlords that accept ERAP payments also agree not to increase the rent or evict for 1 year. This does not, however, cover non-payment of future rent or rent obligations incurred prior to March 13th. And it is particularly important to note that if a tenant has done everything right and is determined eligible, they will receive the benefits from ERAP's eviction protections even if their landlord chooses not to participate. In these cases, the state holds the obligated funds for 6 months as we make diligent efforts to identify and pay the landlord. Tenants in this circumstance will receive a clear notification that they can use as an affirmative defense to avoid eviction for up to 1 year. This provision is a significant reason why New York's program is unique by design. New York's program also differs because it creates a coordinated effort between the state and 17 large municipalities, including New York City. From the inception, OTDA has partnered with local governments that receive federal funding to leverage resources, gain efficiencies, and prevent fraud. This bold collaborative effort eliminated the potential confusion from a patchwork of 25 separate programs and created a single statewide application portal for clear access and one set of rules. It also allows local governments, including New York City, to focus on using their sizable administrative allocation, $64 million, to provide an unprecedented level of outreach and application assistance to help marginalized and vulnerable populations. And it ensures the significant tenant protections passed by the legislature apply to at-risk tenants all across the state. OTDA recognized early on that community-based organizations, or CBOs, and social service districts would play a critical role in providing outreach and application assistance. That is why we allocated more than $100 million to support these trusted community partners. These existing networks are vital to successfully reaching those in need, and I want to thank the many CBOs and their staffs for their hard work, perseverance, and the valuable program feedback we've received from them. In addition to the more than $100 million provided to support local efforts, there's also been 2 state marketing campaigns to further promote this program. OTDA partnered with the Empire State Development Corporation on a combined media campaign that includes TV ads, digital, and search engine optimization, as well as print ads in community-based newspapers. In addition, OTDA has a statewide digital media campaign that focuses on communities disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. The first phase ran across multiple social media platforms and resulted in almost 63 million impressions. OTDA is also working directly with the Office of Court Administration to identify tenants with a pending eviction proceeding to make sure they're informed about ERAP and proactively avoid eviction. Senators, there's no question that the start of New York's rental assistance program was delayed. And there's also no question that technical issues have occurred. But we're successfully addressing these issues and recently introduced 2 significant enhancements. The save and resume function was restored last week, allowing applicants to pause and restart if needed, greatly improving the user experience. And this week, an enhanced status feature now provides applicants with a much clearer picture of where their application stands within the process. Additionally, I'm pleased to inform you that we now have an enhanced data reporting program that's available, which will allow everyone to see where ERAP applications originate, as well as important demographic information. And we will be adding specific payment reporting data by the end of next week, as well as a more robust dashboard. While this complex program is now turning a major corner, improvements must continue to take place as we remain deeply focused on helping our fellow New Yorkers who are economically hard hit by this terrible pandemic. And I want to express our appreciation for all your hard work in this process. I thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and I welcome any questions or comments you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you tell me, please, of the 350 state employees that you've referenced, are they solely dedicated to this program?
Barbara, want to touch base on this?
Sure. They are not all full-time dedicated to the program, but there is a significant effort from the 350 employees.
Okay. The contractor who's overseeing the call center, are there any state employees working with them in that role?
We work with the vendor every day. We're in significant amount of communication with the vendor. So there are definitely OTDA staff who are communicating with the vendor, reviewing information, trying to make sure things are moving on track. We do not have employees that are embedded within the vendor in terms of the eligibility determination piece, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Could you tell me, the call center, based on the increase in applications, has the call center hours been extended? Have they expanded the hours?
The call center already has significant hours. But in addition to that, I think that what we're seeing is call volumes will dictate whether we expand or contract hours and personnel. Right now, we're answering calls in less than 1 minute. So this is not something where you've seen extended delays in people being able to get to an operator. And we're also very focused on training and retraining and training again those operators to make sure that there's consistent answers as the program continues to evolve.
Thank you. For someone calling the call center, we've had issues with the call has dropped. Are there cases where the call center rep calls that tenant back, or does the tenant have to start all over again with someone new?
I am not positive of the answer to that, so we'll definitely get that answer for you, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Why I'm asking that, because it's important that if someone has started the process and the calls have dropped, and we know there were issues with technology, and not just on your side, but if someone is using a cell phone and there are multiple issues, that we don't want them to have to start all over again. And so it will go a long way. I know you said that there's now, if someone is applying online, they can save their application and then continue. That's a great thing, because before we knew that if you started your application, anything happened, you had to start all over again. Have you seen, I know it's new that you've just started that, have you seen, or do you have a number of applicants who have saved their application intending to come back? Can you tell us how that's working?
Sure. It's continuing to take place all the time, where people have the capacity to be able to utilize this feature. Again, it's a huge convenience feature, and we recognize the value of it, and that's why we've worked so hard to be able to reinstate it. It doesn't exist in every state, but we understand the importance of it. For someone to fill out an application that has a significant amount of data required in it and get halfway through and then need to be able to go get additional data, we want to be able to make sure that they have the capacity for that. In addition to that, we have on our website extensive checklists so that people can go into the application process with a very clear understanding of precisely what's going to be asked of them as well.
Okay, another question. If you have a number of people applying from the same location, same address, they're covered by the same landlord. If the first tenant who applies and inputs that address and all of the landlord's information, is that stored, and so there becomes a Dropbox, a repository that someone else can just select from that? No?
No.
So it's each person has to put in
Each
the
person has
information
to put in their the data,
themselves.
correct.
In the case of someone who is unsure of who the actual landlord is there a way of you assisting them?
Of course. There's two separate issues in that kind of scenario. One would be the efforts of the CBOs, who could absolutely assist in that process, help identify who the landlord is, and bring that match together. The second part of it is the state has a team of people very much focused now on trying to be able to match tenants and landlords. We think it's a critical component. We think there's real value in that piece of it. And you know what? You remind me of something with that question that I think I'd like to clarify. And that is, I think there's been some confusion with respect to the 41,000 tenants who've been provisionally approved, that this is solely a landlord's not participating scenario. That simply isn't true. That's a component of it. But it's also tenants who may, innocently put down the wrong data. Again, in New York law, it's not so simple to figure out who the building owner is versus who the building manager is. So in some of these scenarios, we have to go back and work with the tenant to identify who the landlord actually is, do a significant amount of research, and we have a team of people focused specifically on that because the federal government requires us to match tenants and landlords. So it's a pivotal part of that. So this isn't a landlord alone situation. I wanted to make sure that we clarified that.
Okay, thank you. My time is up, and I'll come back. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh.
Senator, I do have an answer to your earlier question. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got a message that says that, yes, if a call is dropped through the call center, that the call center does have the ability to call that individual back, and that is what they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here and for all of your work and, taking many phone calls from senators and others about the status of this program over the past few months. Just to begin, I want to get a sense, you mentioned that 65% obligation threshold has been surpassed. That means that is the percentage of the first round of money that is supposed to be obligated by September. Can you just talk a little bit more about what it means for the money to have been obligated?
So when we look at this, we take a look at a whole host of things. First off, we start with money out the door. That's the actual money, the $156 million that's been allocated. In addition to that, there are these 41,000 preliminarily approved people. They've done everything right. They've done the application, they're eligible, they qualify, and the reality is, for those individuals, we have to set aside money because of a really thoughtful state law, to be quite frank with you. That law actually allows us to be able to set money aside for those individuals. So combining those two pieces, plus the administrative costs associated with the program, we exceed the $780 million that ultimately is needed to be able to cross that 65% threshold. Again, it's 65% of $1.2 billion, the first tranche in the ERA-1.
Right. And so you have $156 million has been paid to the 12,000 households?
Correct.
What is the total amount that the 41 provisional approvals would pay, presuming that the money I mean, I guess how much, I guess you're setting aside that amount of money at this point.
Correct.
What is that number?
I think it's $680 million. I'll get you the exact number, though.
Okay. So it's roughly 680 million there, and then another 100, the 156 would be on top of that. So
Correct.
that's about $835 million or so. Okay. Of the state employees that you mentioned, those are all, those folks are all already been trained and
Correct.
they've been integrated into the program. I know that was just announced a
Correct.
few weeks ago. And you mentioned that they're not full-time on the program. How many, I mean, what's the sort of rough full-time equivalent of 350 state employees spending some time? I mean,
I think at that point, when you take a look at 350, you're probably looking net total full-time equivalency. You're talking about a little over a couple hundred.
couple hundred.
Yeah.
You have the equivalent of a couple hundred additional full-time employees in the last
Correct.
few weeks working on the state. Okay. The 169,000 applications that you said you're going to be getting notice beginning next week
Yep.
of eviction protections. Will that, I mean, that's, I mean, very good news, obviously especially critical given the Supreme Court's ruling last week.
Sure.
Those notices are all, I mean, you said they'll start next week. I mean, those will,
They'll
you
go
know,
out en masse. They're
you'll
actually-
basically
they're-
get 169,000 notices
They're
out.
going out en masse as we speak.
Okay, that's good to hear. And that will specify that they're protected
Correct.
pending.
It is a detailed breakdown of it's a detailed breakdown of the tenant protections that are available to them as part of the ERAP program.
Okay. And what are you telling people at this point, given improvements to the program, about how long? I think initially the program was saying people could expect their application to be approved in about 4 to 6 weeks. Is there an update on that? What is the current expectation?
I think,
About-
again, the question comes down to when do you start the clock? So if someone applies, and a complete application has kind of both sides to the equation, has the landlord involvement and the tenant involvement, and then that becomes a complete application. From that point, there's no question they're being done in 4 to 6 weeks. The challenge is being able to get to that point. So sometimes there's, the lag that you're seeing is the delay in being able to identify and match those situations.
Is a provisional approval provisional approval is slower, and I'm going to ask a little more about what those circumstances are, but it's slower because of some circumstance involving the landlord. Does it take you longer to get to the point where you're saying, okay, we're not waiting on the landlord anymore, we're just going to provisionally approve this, as opposed to, you know, everything works smoothly and the check's going out the door?
It's a specific number of contact attempts that we're making in that situation. So we're identifying who the landlord is in that situation, which is not always the simplest situation if you have limited or inaccurate information. But identifying who that landlord is and being able to move through that process at speed. So I wish I could give you a simple answer that it was just this way, but it really depends on a particular case-by-case
Yeah, but it
situation.
sounds like, on the whole, somewhat slower to get to a provisional approval as opposed to an approved
It impacts
application
speed,
if
there's
it's
no
complete.
question about it.
You mentioned also the provisional approval notices are also going out starting next week. Will that,
Yep.
again, those will all go out en masse, 41,000 households will
That's
get?
41,000 households that will be notified in a relatively short order. I don't want to give
Right.
you an exact time frame, but it's starting next week, and those folks will know, absolutely, they are approved.
Yeah, I'm not looking for a day, but like roughly speaking, by the end of next week, you expect 41, I mean, you've identified these households. What needs to happen is basically
Because
something needs to be
right,
melted.
there's a window of time, it's a week, 10 days, that kind of time
Okay,
frame. But I
but
think
within that time frame, you expect. Okay, great. My time is up. I will be coming back for additional one, but I think we'll go to our rankers, Senator White.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your testimony, sir. It clears up quite a bit. I do have a few questions for you, and I know that as we're in housing courts, I'm just curious if ODTA is planning on having qualified personnel provide on-site determinations for tenants' eligibility.
What happens in those scenarios, we worked with the Office of Court Administration. The Office of Court Administration is very engaged in this process. In fact, there has been a recent order passed down by their administrative court judge to make sure that any landlord that comes forward in an application, in a eviction proceeding, must disclose whether or not they've either received ERAP money or whether their tenant has applied for ERAP money. So that's a component of it. In addition to that, we are working with them to make sure that they are informing every single individual who has a case before them in advance, that ERAP exists, and it's possible for them to be able to find significant relief through that process. So we're working through that. And then lastly, the CBOs in the particular locations around the state, again, there's $100 million dedicated all across the state, $64 million in New York, but that's a significant amount of money throughout the state to be able to provide that level of outreach that they deem appropriate in their particular community. And so it's not a one-size-fits-all.
Okay, thank you. I also, the program is supposed to help with rent and utilities.
Yes.
And I know that, how many applications have been received for utility assistance? And has any funding for utility arrears been dispersed? Just curious on the rate of getting money out the door.
Right, I'm sorry, I don't have the number, I'll look and see if I have it, but of the number that have asked for utility assistance. Clearly, most households are not seeking both rent and utilities, but definitely a portion are. And the process for utilities is once the ERAP applicant is approved for arrears, at that point, we're working right now so we'll notify them of the fact that they will also, they're also eligible to have their utility arrears covered. And we're working with each of the utility vendors now, and so it will be a match with the utility vendor so that we can get the correct arrears information from the vendor, and we will make the payment directly to them.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, good morning again. So I just attended a big rally right about a half a mile from here, in which there were hundreds of tenants, organizations, and coalitions so concerned about eviction. And so can you give them a piece of your mind and from your experience as a commissioner that the commitment that none of them will be evicted under this program one way or the other by the deadline?
First and foremost, Senator, I hear and share the passion when it comes to protecting people who are vulnerable in New York, people who are concerned about evictions, and OTDA is focused specifically on helping people who have been disproportionately disenfranchised. So we're very engaged in this process. I want to make sure that I'm also very clear about this. If the tenant protection, so if you enter this program, the tenant protections are crystal clear now, and those 169,000 applicants and anybody else will be clearly informed about precisely those eviction protections. And yes, the second you sign up, you are protected through the entire eligibility determination phase of this process. And if you're deemed eligible, which is happening at a relatively large percentage, that means at that point then, you're in a scenario where you're protected for at least a year. So I hear you loud and clear.
And I hear you loud and clear. But one of the things is, I hear you, one thing is I hear you, another thing is what happens in reality. Let me just say that. Because I look at the 2019 rent laws, and only 40 million out of 100 million was distributed. And obviously, you know, you say, trust me, when you say trust me, and not you, but the system says that, there's a lot of skepticism as far as trusting. And number two, my question is, there's a deadline of September 30th, if the first round of 1.19 billion is not distributed, that the federal government may claw it back. Do we have a commitment that all of this money is going to be given out and not given back to the federal government? And can you adhere to that deadline?
The answer to the second question is yes. Absolutely, I can guarantee you, in fact, we are confident that we have already surpassed that number. So there will not be a clawback of funds of the $1.2 billion set forth under ERA 1. That number was $780 million. We've exceeded that number already. So we're in good shape on that. No money's getting clawed back in that scenario.
And what about the second round, which is obviously down the road, the 1.616 billion for March to 22?
There isn't the same clawback provision, and there's a significant time frame added to that process, but we absolutely believe we are, again, it is my intention to have that money gone long before that process plays out.
Okay, my time is up, but thank you, and I'll come back for
Thank you.
the second round if you don't mind.
Yeah, I was going to remind senators, it's 3 minutes. If you do have additional round of question, we'll do follow-up as well. But next up, Senator Salazar.
Thank you. Good Good morning, Commissioner. As Senator Kavanaugh mentioned, the first round of federal funding, and as Senator Jackson mentioned, came with essentially a spending deadline. What will the agency do? How will OTDA handle it if the agency fails to obligate enough funds to applicants by the Treasury deadline and meet that $780 million threshold?
Again, I think this is an important question, and I want to make sure that I'm bringing clarity to the table on this one. That threshold has already been reached, okay? When we combine the dollars that we have already allocated, the $157 million that's already been allocated and paid to landlords on behalf of 12,000 tenants, and we combine that with the people who have been provisionally approved and the dollars set aside under our state law to be able to shield those people, we now have achieved that threshold. So we're safe. There will not be a clawback situation in New York. By the way, we might be the first state in the nation in that position.
What is the appeals process for the program if an applicant
Sure.
is denied?
Barbara can go into more details about it, but again, there was concern that there wasn't easy access to understanding what the appeals process was. We have gone kind of above and beyond on this one to make sure that everybody is fully aware. It's on websites, it's handed on notices, so everybody gets a clear understanding of precisely what the appeals process is. Barbara.
Right, and I would just add, individuals will have 30 days from the date of the determination to make a request for an appeal. Right now, the process is that they would call the call center to make that request, and we're going to also expand that to provide a provision for an email request for appeal as well.
So if a tenant receives a notice that is partially in their favor, that, a portion of what they applied for was not approved, how are they informed, and are there instructions provided to them to appeal in those cases as well?
In those cases where the decisions have been made, they absolutely are informed, provided an access to understand how to be able to appeal, and then they can revisit the case. And if they believe that they received a number, that their case got a number lower than it should have gotten, they can present information to be able to push back against that and ultimately get it changed.
And the program is designed so that community organizations, for example, could help applicants who need extra assistance. Why doesn't the agency contact those individuals with information about the applications that they assist with completing?
So at this point, we are unable to do that. We are soon going to be getting very specific information out to all the local jurisdictions with whom we will have the authority to share very specific information about each case, and that should be going out within the next week. We are kind of doing due diligence and making sure that we have appropriate data sharing documents signed with each entity.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next up, Senator Mayer.
Thank you very much, and as you know, I think I'm the only one here besides Senator White who's not from the city of New York. And saving Yonkers, we're going to have specific testimony with respect to Yonkers, but outside the city of New York and those communities that are doing their own program, how many of these, one, group that you already paid out, and two, group that are in the provisional approval are from New York City, and how many are not from New York City?
I think the data at this point is looking like a 25% break in-state, in New York City, rest of state scenario.
75-25.
Correct.
And
And that's preliminary and fluctuating on a daily basis.
obviously.
Sure.
Secondly, when you said you met the 65% threshold, you mentioned 3 buckets of money. That which you've paid out,
Yep.
that which you are now sending these provisional approvals, which you say is $680 million.
Correct.
And then you mentioned administrative expenses of the agency. What are those?
It's not just the agency, it's the administrative expenses across the board. Again, we
How
should-
much are those?
In this scenario, let's get you an exact number.
Our admin obligation amount is $119 million. And that's an obligation figure, not expended.
So in this meeting of the threshold, you are allocating 119 million for administrative expenses.
Yes.
Was that number in your original application, or has that been sort of backfilled by how much you're now spending?
No, that's exactly what was allocated from the very start in this process, roughly speaking, and continues to be a scenario by which the federal government outlaid the parameters on what they believed administration could and should cost in this kind of a program.
And who's the contractor for the call center?
The call center is a company called Deloitte.
Excuse me?
Deloitte,
Oh, Deloitte?
yes.
And is that, the cost for that included in this administrative expenses, or is that outside?
It would be included.
And how much are you paying Deloitte? Or
Um,
we paying Deloitte?
Their contract value is 25 million.
But how much is the state paying?
I'd have to see what our current vouchers are to date.
Okay,
We can get that to you.
thank you. With respect to the 41,000 tenants who are going to get this new notice, when do we expect the money will flow for those 41,000 tenants and the landlords who are extremely dependent on this money?
Your point is very well taken. I think that there's a group of people trying to do those critical matches that are required by the federal government of landlords and tenants. So those 41,000, again, like we spoke of earlier, come in many different forms, meaning that there are individuals who their landlord is not currently participating. And that's going to require CBOs and other efforts to be able to bring those landlords into the fold and participating in this process. That's one bucket. That's not the totality of it all by any stretch of the imagination. There are others that simply there is erroneous information on the application that needs to be cleaned up to be able to match landlord and tenant in that process. So it's impossible for me to tell you, because since they come in so many different forms, precisely what the time frame. What I can tell you is it won't take more than 6 months, because the 6-month window at that moment is the time frame that we have set aside under the law to allocate those dollars for those individuals. Obviously, we want to be able to get it done as soon as possible, and that's what the efforts are doing. But it's designed to do one thing. That is a critical part of the tenant protections associated with this law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mayor. Next up, Senator Brisport.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to start with NYCHA, just first up.
Sure.
What is your estimate of the amount of rental arrears for NYCHA residents?
I think they gave us an estimate of about $125 million.
And do you anticipate being able to cover those rental arrears in full?
It's our great hope that that's what will take place. Again, the way the law is crafted, it provides for a priority of spending. And NYCHA falls under a particular category that I believe is category 5 in this scenario. So assuming that there are dollars available at that point, then the answer would be yes. We've been working closely with NYCHA because we understand the importance of it. And when I talk about working with NYCHA, I would say it comes in 2 separate categories. One is identifying how to do this on such a large scale with a single landlord like that. We're very actively engaged in that process with NYCHA. In addition to that, it's the when to pay, to your point. That's a to be determined at this point.
Okay, thank you. And you, at the last hearing with the Assembly, you mentioned a batch of processing applications. And could you just speak more to that, what you're doing with batch processing of applications?
Again, it comes in twofold. One, NYCHA applications that are with us currently.
Mm-hmm.
We are going through that process to be able to identify who those are, work through the process so that NYCHA can do a large-scale processing of that. So that it'll be simpler in this process, to be able to move more quickly. I think we have a data sharing agreement with them. We have a whole host of different steps that we have recently taken that will provide them the opportunity to be able to be ready to go as soon as the decision is made to move to that priority base.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to talk more about the outreach work you're doing with the CBOs, just because
Sure.
the number of people has applied clearly does not match the number of people who need the assistance.
Agreed.
So, in terms of responsibility, how much do you think you've delegated to localities and CBOs versus how much is OTDA still covering?
Well, it's critically important that we highlight the fact that this is a partnership between local governments, the City of New York, and many other large governments that are designed to be able to handle this particular management of the CBO portion of what we do. Okay? They hand in plans in this process. They're very detailed. They cover exactly what they're going to do in this process, and they're very engaged in this process. They're doing, again, the CBOs are actively engaged. And if in anybody's district, they're not seeing activity with their CBOs. And I need to know about that, so at that point, then we can engage with the local districts in this situation. But it is a partnership ultimately. The state has said in this process, we're going to do the administrative side, all the heavy lifting, the technology, the applications, all of the heavy stuff, we're going to do. The eligibility determination, we'll do it all. And then at the local level, all the money that would have gone and required, say, New York City, to be able to do all of it, they would have been required to be able to do all the administrative work, all the application, all the technology, and do the CBO. You can take that block of money then, and in turn, just do extraordinary outreach and outreach and application assistance. That's what that's all about, so that we could reach individuals and communities that were difficult and had special challenges, like technology, like language, and a whole host of other things. So we very much engaged with the city and with others in this process, and we work with them very regularly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Senator Rivera.
Of course.
Hello,
Senator.
folks. I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to kind of run through it.
Okay.
I have 3 categories of things I want to ask about. The first one is just, I'm not going to go deep into it because it is technical troubleshooting type stuff as far as the website.
Sure.
So, I'm not going to go and ask you all the different things. You talked about some of the things that have been resolved. Thank you for that. I want to know who is the person that's ultimately responsible, and you don't have to give the number out publicly, but you will give it to us so that we have somebody to connect with directly when there are troubleshooting things that are keeping our constituents from getting the stuff. So tell me, is that going to be one of y'all folks or somebody on your staff? I want a person.
We will make sure you have a person and a point of contact. By the way, we've provided that to every elected, so if that's not a situation for you, I'll make sure that happens.
Beautiful. Jay, don't let him
Done.
leave before you got it. All right.
Done.
Second, Bronx-specific questions.
Okay.
A couple of things. So far, there are, as far as the report that you put out in July, there were like 35,000 applications over from the Bronx. Can you tell me how many of them have been approved so far in the Bronx?
I can't, but I can find that out.
Yes, that's important.
Absolutely, of course.
Some of the zip codes in my district were actually already incredibly high. Eviction rates in my district are incredibly high already, even before the pandemic. So I'm very, very interested in making sure the case.
Can I answer very quickly? One of the other issues that I think will be very helpful
Yes,
is
sir.
when we transition over to a much more robust reporting. That's happening as we speak. Some of it's happened already. Additional pieces of it will happen next week.
That was also going to be part of it. So the third
Sure.
category, really, and I'm just going to throw a couple of out there. I only have a minute and a half, but just so you know, so these are broad implementation questions, right? Some of which you've answered already, so I've kind of crossed them off, but there's
Sure.
a couple of them that have not. The one outreach is an important one. We want to have more information about what is your plan to make sure that you do outreach to places that are, because we can agree that the most in need are the ones that are harder to get to, which, means we have to put more effort into it.
Absolutely.
Certainly, I'm sure that I speak for every one of my colleagues that we will, in our offices, be absolutely willing to work with you very closely to make sure that we get to those places. So outreach is incredibly important. Related language access as well as reasonable accommodations. There's things that are limiting in the way that the website has been implemented and how the program has been implemented, which are problematic, because it means in places like my district that have such a high rate of people who are not English language speakers as their first language, it's a problem, as well as the reasonable accommodations issue. We don't have clarity on the EREP documents for court, because as you've stated earlier, right, if somebody applies for the program, is approved for the program, then they have basically, they can avoid eviction. But if they don't have something, I don't know what they would have to show in court to be able to demonstrate that or evidence that, and that's something that needs to be clear, as well as I'm already out of time. It's just but the appeals process also needs to be clarified. I'm out of time, but those are the 3 things I'm not gonna let you leave without that person, just so you know.
Consider it done.
All right.
So the appeals process, I think we have done got significant clarification in that process. I think that should not be an issue any longer. If you find that it's an issue, please let me know.
Yep.
We heard you loud and clear when it came to the language component of it. We've made significant changes. Not only have we translated into 8 separate languages, in addition to that, we have gone through and gone to another level when it comes to the translation within FAQs and other critical, that's been done. So we're not reliant on things like Google Translate or things like that. This is a detailed translation that's now already in place. So we've heard loud and clear these issues from advocacy groups, from elected officials, from participants, and in that process, we've tried to make those kind of refinements to the program every step of the way, because that's the only way the program can continue to grow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to our second round of questions. First, the chairs and the ranker, and then other senators as well. So, Senator Prasad.
Thank you again. Commissioner, if you could just give me some follow-up, some context on the CBOs and how they've spent that money. Have you gotten reports as to the outreach? How many people, particularly in New York City, how many people have they served? Are they obligated to give a report?
Those reports, since the city contracts directly with them, the reporting responsibility is back to the city in this process. That said, I will absolutely find the answers out for you.
Okay. It would be helpful to know, how many people they're serving, because we are still finding that despite the $64 million that was allocated to New York City for outreach, that people are still saying they haven't been able to receive assistance, and most times they're not sure of who's a contact and what kinds of questions they can ask. So if we can get information on that. Another thing that's been asked, could you talk about the way the contract was done with the Deloitte and Guidehouse?
Of course.
Could you give us some background on how that was done?
Deloitte process, by the way, Deloitte was running a call center already for the state and was starting to scale down. On the good news front on that process, two things happened. One, they were a lowest cost in the process of the applicants. The other piece of it was since they were already there and had staff on place, we could scale up very quickly to be able to have a call center operational and not create a problem for the state. So it was less costly, and it provided us the ability to be able to act quickly. So that's a Deloitte piece. When it comes to the Guidehouse contract, I think it's important that we talk about this. The Guidehouse contract isn't the Guidehouse contract, it's Guidehouse and Nan McKay.
Right.
It's the reason why the selection was made, and for all of it, we kind of have to look at it in context. In February, that rough time frame, it wasn't clear whether or not the state was going to move forward unilaterally without legislation, with program details associated with it. So we began working in this process to try to identify how to do this, okay, and to work at speed. Now, we could have moved forward under EO 202, I think it is, and simply chosen a single company and moved. But we have an extraordinary team in the procurement operation of OTDA, very focused on getting it right, high integrity people that were very engaged. And so what we did was we used an opportunity to be able to have, there were 7 viable applicants that came forward in this process. It allowed us to do a full vetting of all of those individuals, all in preparation of being able to potentially act unilaterally, or it also looked like there could be legislation that might pass prior to the budget. So every step of the way, we're trying to prepare to be able to go exactly when the program actually kicks off. Ultimately, it went in the budget, and from the time the budget hit, we negotiated and had that contract up and operational in 30 days. So that's, in state terms, that's a very quick turnaround time, and had the program open at that point in under 30 days from that point. So that's a component of how the process played out. And when we were going through the selection was done in conjunction with our ITS operation, the technology people as well. And what we were looking for was ideally companies that brought significant financial strengths to the table so that they could fund the 1,000 individuals who are going to do the eligibility determination quickly and stand that piece of it up, and had strong program management. That's where Guidehouse came into play. I think that they are a breakoff of Price Waterhouse at one point. Mm-hmm. The Nan McKay portion of this is the technology. They are the technology and the housing experts that have extensive experience all around the country and receive glowing reviews in New Jersey and other places as well. So it was the combination of Guidehouse and Nan McKay that ultimately came together and was again, to be quite frank with you, the clear winner.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass it back to Senator Kavanaugh. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just note that we did invite Guidehouse directly to participate, and we did not hear back from them. Just one I guess I'll actually move on from that. I want to talk a little bit about, just to follow up on your provisional approvals numbers.
Sure.
Of those 41,000, can you give us a breakdown? I mean, presumably in some cases, there's been no contact with the landlord. In some cases, you're still trying to get additional information, and moving forward. Can you give us a breakdown of what's going on with the various buckets of that?
Yeah, we don't have the exact figures, but in all instances, unless there wasn't clear information from the tenant, the landlord should have been contacted. And our goal would be to have each landlord contacted no less than 3 times, and many have been. And again, as the commissioner said, that isn't, our ability to make sure that we're linking that appropriate owner with the tenant is a work that's ongoing. So it isn't simply just that landlords have been non-responsive. But it is a mix in terms of those.
Yeah, just in the interest of, can you just a sense of, I'd like you to provide precise numbers, but for this purpose today, I mean, there are 41,000. Are half of them landlords you haven't had any contact with?
I would expect that the vast majority have had contact with the landlords. And with the tenant side of the application, has been determined that tenant is in fact eligible based on the tenant eligibility requirements for ERAP.
So there are 41,000 applications where you have found the tenant eligible, and you have made affirmative kind of bilateral contact with the landlord, but for whatever reason, the landlord's portion of the application is not complete, and so you're proceeding with a provisional approval.
Correct. And again, our effort right now, because our goal is to get payments out the door, so we are working diligently to find those that where we can finalize that piece with the landlord and get those payments out. Obviously, that's our priority, but we do want to make sure that individuals where we have determined that tenant household is eligible, that they are notified of that.
Okay, so I would ask if you could give us specific numbers. How many of those 41,000 has there been no contact with the landlord? What are the issues that are preventing completion from the landlord side? And we will be hearing from landlord organizations.
We'll try to get you a snapshot on that, because it really will be a point in time.
Right, but 41,000 is a good, solid point in time.
Yep.
On the, we're going to hear later from the Office of Court Administration, from the head of the New York City Housing Court, but what information is being provided to OCA for purposes of ensuring that they're doing their part on the eviction protections?
There's 2 sides of one of them is working with New York City Housing Court. We're providing significant data to them. I think we finalized the data sharing agreements and now have that in place. I want to say it took place either yesterday or the day before.
So the New York City Housing Court will get access in real time to applications pending, the processing, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely will have information about who has applied for the program.
Okay, and how far into the application process, what triggers I guess this is a question for your information to OCA and also your information to the tenants. At what point in the process does one's application become sufficiently complete that you're deeming them protected from eviction?
So that would include a review with respect to the household's identity. There is definitely a need to review their income and the associated documentation with income. If there's no documentation, then we would provide additional information we have access to. So there's the identity information, the income, which is obviously one of the more important and complicated portions of that tenant review, as well as occupancy and any information that they've provided to us with respect to their rental obligation, so the lease or other information that they've provided to us.
Does the landlord have to do anything at all before the tenant eviction protections are triggered? No, okay. We've had reports, and there are some judges that are applying the eviction protections, and they are currently briefing the question of whether tenants are only protected if the eviction was filed when the law was signed, effectively. That it sounds like that's inconsistent with your interpretation of this law?
Our interpretation of this law is pretty straightforward when it comes to this. If someone has rent arrears and they apply, and those rent arrears fall in the covered time period, March 13th and beyond, they are shielded under the law.
Okay, thank you. I will go to other senators. I may have a few additional questions depending on what they cover. And we're going to go the same order, and obviously if people want to pass, they're certainly welcome to do that. But Senator White.
Thank you so much. I do have a few questions to follow up. It's several questions. So the U.S. Department of Treasury best practices allows a receipt of public benefits to serve as proof of income eligibility, and also permits zip code median income to be used in lieu of individual income certification. Have we considered using these options?
With respect to the receipt of other benefits, so that is something that we considered, and we were very hopeful to be able to use that provision, recognizing that that would streamline things both for applicants as well as for us in terms of determining eligibility. The reason we were unable to use that provision is that the Treasury also requires that that household have been recertified, so a complete review of their eligibility for that program. I believe it was, I don't have the date with me, but there was a specific date. And the reason we were unable to provide that assurance in New York is that we have also taken advantage of several waivers that have been afforded the state with respect to extending individual certification periods for various programs, including public assistance and SNAP. And those were COVID-specific waivers that we were afforded that enabled us to allow those households to keep those benefits and not have to come in for a recertification.
Okay.
So that was why we were unable to use that provision. And then with respect to the zip code and the overall community eligibility with respect to the income, that is not a provision we have yet used.
And I know in my district, we have situations where tenants have left the property and landlords are left. What assistance is available for those landlords?
It's a great question. I mean, again, like when we talk about ERAP, ERAP covers specific things and it covers them very well, but there are components that it does not cover. And at this point, ERAP does not cover that scenario where a landlord has been left in a situation where they haven't been paid back rent and there's no longer a tenant in the facility. ERAP is primarily a tenant-specific, tenant-centric program where the tenant needs to sign off.
So where are landlords to turn for that then? I mean, there seems like there's no alternative for them.
Well, again, I think that there's conversations taking place with central staff about whether or not the additional $100,000 could play a portion of that, the extra $100 million of state dollars, because it wouldn't be part of the federal dollars, but potentially some of those state dollars can go towards that.
Okay. And I know you're talking about Guidehouse, and I know that they have made recommendations. What recommendations have been made, and have they been implemented?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So Guidehouse has been making recommendations to streamline the process. And so what recommendations have they made, and have they been implemented? I'm just curious.
We continue to be able to work with all of our vendors on this program literally every single day to make sure that we're streamlining it. So again, there's recommendations that take place on both sides, all about trying to be able to learn from best practices across the entire country and move on those. So again, to a specific recommendation, Barbara, you want to touch base?
I mean, I think that our conversations with Guidehouse, based on their experience with other states, but also based on information that we were observing as a result of the applications coming in the house, in the door, some of those were implemented several weeks ago, and that probably the most important in terms of eligibility for the program was to change the identification requirement for households. So initially, we were requiring households to provide identification for each member of the household, and that has been changed. So we are now only requiring identification for the primary applicant. And as a result of that, again, we were looking like, why are these cases not moving forward? And that was definitely one of the key factors. And so we are going back and have done probably most at this point. We are going back to each of those to make sure that if they provided that for just the primary applicant, that we are moving that application forward and making sure that it is not held up as a result of that. So that would be one primary example. We obviously also have, through this process, taken another look at Treasury guidance to make sure that we are not imposing requirements that go above and beyond the Treasury guidance. And I believe New York really is in line with the flexibilities afforded us under the Treasury guidance.
I know, because different parts of the state are experiencing this lag, and the concern is that the money is not going out the door. The money needs to go out the door in order for the tenant to be able to pay the rent. It benefits the tenant and the landlord. And we're hearing quite a few complaints from the landlord that the tenant's just not paying, and the tenant's response is simply that they haven't received the funds. So this streamlining recommendation, just curious what the recommendations were, so thank you.
I would just add to clarify that the funds, when the payments go out, those payments are going directly to the landlords and not to the tenants.
Thank you, Senator. Next up, Senator Jackson.
Thank you. So, you may have heard this before in last week's hearing with the Assembly, that the application requests too much information, and that there's state agencies like DOL, the tax department, and other agencies that have the information that hopefully connect without having the tenant put all of the detailed information that is required. I know that was raised last week. Is that resolved or not resolved?
We do have data matches that we do in a whole host of different areas to be able to streamline it for the tenant. What I would say about the application, though, is the application is specifically designed to be able to meet the federal requirements.
So now, with respect to the zip codes, I think you responded to the senator that you don't have the breakdown by zip codes as of yet. You're working on that, or what?
No, we do. We actually provide
You
zip
do.
code-specific data, which is very helpful in identifying what's happening in very specific areas. Obviously, how the CBO is doing in that particular area, how the operation is going across the entire state. It's
Sure.
very clear about that. So the zip code data is absolutely applied,
And is that
available.
uploaded as per the approvals?
Yeah.
As far as the approvals of tenant applications, and then that uploaded so we know, and looking at the zip codes, how many in our districts have been qualified to be approved?
On the OTDA website, all of that zip code data is available.
Now, overall, there's a lot of questions that may have come up before. So, for example, do you have, or is it uploaded where we can see the percentage of overall numbers of applications, applicants below the 30% AMI, between the 30 to 50? Is that available right now on the website or somewhere else, or we have to ask for that?
It is not. You don't have to ask for it. It's coming.
It's
So,
coming.
Absolutely. We
All
expect
right,
it to come
now,
very
the only
quickly.
question when you say it's coming is when.
It's a good question. We expect it in the next 5 days.
Okay, thank you. So overall, with respect to the commitment, obviously, the concerns that have been expressed by many of our tenants and our staff that are working on it, along with Housing Justice for All. Are you communicating directly with Housing Justice for All, which is the advocacy group that's out there to ensure that no one is evicted? Is there a relationship that you have with them, even though they're advocates and they're not senators?
We don't limit our conversations to just senators, though we enjoy them. The reality is this: we are engaged with advocacy groups on a very regular basis. We also have regular conversations with all CBOs. We work with local districts. We work with advocacy groups for landlords and for tenants in this process. And we're very engaged in this process, as well as individuals who simply want to be able to have input provided to the agency on how to improve the program. All of that is part of this process. So, and again, I was just speaking to an individual representing legal aid earlier. Input from legal aid and others have been very influential in helping shape the program. So as we see things that are helpful, that can make a better program, we make the changes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Senator Salazar.
Thank you. First, I wanted to ask if OTDA will provide to us, to the committee, any rules that OTDA has proposed or adopted in order to carry out the program, including any that were adopted on an emergency basis.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question, or may not have heard it exactly.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So if there are any rules that OTDA has proposed or adopted in order to administer the program, could you provide, not immediately necessarily, but to the committee, a copy of that?
Okay.
to us as well.
So we are working through the statute. There were not regulations enacted associated with the program, but we do have a series of information on our website with respect to the eligibility requirements and then also the benefits that are available to individuals. But we certainly would be more than willing to provide you any other information that you would like.
Excellent. And would you also be able to provide for us the contracts in addition to the Guidehouse contract, but any contracts in connection with ERAP between OTDA and any of the vendors? Great, thank you. And last, I wanted to ask if you could provide for us the percentage and number of applicants who have requested communications in a language other than English?
Yes, we will be able to provide that. Actually we have a report that we received recently, and we certainly can provide that. Definitely, obviously, number one is English, followed by Spanish, and then I believe Chinese, but we can certainly provide a breakdown of that information.
Excellent, thank you. And lastly, I understand that applicants can request reasonable accommodations. Would you be able to provide for us now or later the number of reasonable accommodation requests that have been made and also the number
Of course.
of requests that have been granted?
Yes,
Thank
definitely.
you. Yeah, thanks.
Good. Thank you, Senator. Next up, I think Senator Bridgeport.
Sure, thank you. I have some when questions to follow up. First up, the contracts that you just told Senator Salazar you could get to us and to the public when?
Which one? Immediately.
Sorry, a week?
No, immediately.
Immediately.
I'm sorry, immediately.
Got you. Okay, cool. And also for NYCHA, the public funding being released after other eligible populations, do you have an estimate of when you'll make that decision, when it's enough to release for NYCHA?
I do. Again, first and foremost, it's about moving through the priority population of individuals who applied in that first 30 days and making sure that we fully satisfied that population. And once that takes place, then we can transition over to program priorities like NYCHA and others.
So do you have an estimate in terms of weeks, months, days, or?
I think the decision will probably come in weeks.
In weeks, thank you. Also, more time things. Processing time, I know you've been working to get the processing time down for applications. What's the current, how long does it currently take to complete to process an
Again,
application?
The challenge in that, Senator, is it's processing time from the time you get a complete application, not just the tenant side or not just the landlord side, but the complete application.
Mhm.
From that point, it's really a 4 to 6 week scenario from that point, okay? So we're working to be able to streamline that process, so it's less than 4 to 6 weeks, and we're also working to be able to find solutions that don't hold the time up, so we can actually start.
Okay. And my last question is just following up on something that came up in the assembly hearing. There were concerns over why the tenant needs to provide their date of birth as information to their landlord. And my question is, why can't the landlord use the unique application identifier that the tenant provides in their application as opposed to getting their date of birth?
The reason the date of birth was asked was really just another level of security to make sure that when that landlord is connecting to the account, that it is in fact an appropriate account and that the payment should be made to that landlord. We definitely, we have not heard this raised, I would say largely from landlords, but certainly one important point to keep in mind is that because tenants will be provisionally approved, certainly if we find that this is something that is keeping that payment from going to a landlord, I think we definitely would take another look at it.
But, sorry, so tenants do get a unique application identifier, though, then we
Yes,
apply.
they
So
do.
why can't that be used in lieu of their date of birth as security, prove it's them, or?
Right. Again, it was just an extra level of security, so that it was a combination of that application number and having that, as well as an individual's date of birth, and that the two combined were considered to be the most appropriate way to make sure that we were making the payment to the appropriate owner.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to go with a third round of questions, hopefully succinct both in the questions and the answers, because we have about 28 more witnesses to hear from today. But first up, we're going to have Senator Prasad again.
So I just need for clarification, the amount of money needed for NYCHA. I think there's a discrepancy in what was said and what is in the in the testament, the written testimony? Could you just clarify? Sure.
NYCHA itself, NYCHA is, again, I think we have a report from them. It was either 100, again, I apologize, it was off the top of my head, it was 125 or 130 million dollars that NYCHA has reported that they have in eligible, ERAP eligible arrears.
Yeah, I think the written testimony says 146
46.
million, so we're
Okay.
just,
It's possible.
we should go with that, or? Okay.
Okay, because NYCHA needs a lot of money, so. Another thing, is there
Understood.
a group of people dedicated to NYCHA's tenants only, or are they just in the general pool?
I'm sorry?
Is there some, in your agency, is there staff just dedicated to NYCHA, or is the NYCHA residents part of the general pool of applicants?
The answer is both. There are NYCHA applicants who have applied through the program as it is currently, okay? Then there are a significant number of NYCHA tenants who are eligible but have not applied yet. And we're in discussion with NYCHA management on this issue.
Okay, so NYCHA will get all the information and contact those residents.
That would be the goal.
And have them start the process. And then they will do their part. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You're good. So I have a few more questions.
Sure.
First of all, we've talked a lot about the eviction protections that come from people having a pending application. We haven't talked much about the prospective eviction protections once payments are made. Does the notice of approval come with a notice of the year of protection, of eviction protections that come with the landlord accepting the money?
Yes, I believe it does. We'll make sure it does, but I believe it does.
Okay. We're asking a lot of particular questions of notice. Can you just make sure we have, the committees have
course.
copies of all of the notices that you're sending out?
Yes.
Absolutely, and the ones that are currently being used are on our website, and as we add additional notices or make any changes, we would also be updating our website, but we will certainly send them directly to you.
Yeah, and I think we'd like particular samples. I mean, presumably the website has generic
Yes.
information, but particular samples, like if you're sending somebody a notice about application
Sure.
documents that were missing, obviously you could
Okay.
anonymize it, but we'd like to see an actual copy of notices as they actually go out in the field. On outreach, the law required that any locality that was opting into the program provide a plan, an outreach plan that you
Correct.
would approve and then they would implement.
Correct.
Are the outreach plans for localities available to the public?
My assessment is it would be a public document, so I have no reason why we wouldn't.
Okay, but I mean, there's a lot of interest in what's supposed to be happening and what is happening. We would certainly like to see copies of them, but I would suggest that it might be useful to just proactively disclose those rather
And
than,
again, we'll continue to engage in this process. I want to make sure that if, in your particular district, you don't believe the outreach is happening at an appropriate way, we want to know.
Yeah, no, I'm going to follow up. I mean, in terms of the plans being out there, like for example, I've read the New York City plan, which seems to be robust on paper. Let me ask you first: do you have a sense of whether that the New York City plan is being implemented as written?
We do, and we believe that is taking place at this point. Again, with 11 separate CBOs actively engaged in this process.
Okay, but like, for example, the plan says that they will do targeted advertising campaigns in neighborhoods with where the small buildings are prevalent. I happen to live on the corner of Avenue C and 2nd Street. I don't know whether those advertising campaigns are happening in a way that one can't see them in the neighborhood, but I haven't seen it. Are you like doing kind of specific oversight as to whether the localities are doing their part?
We have a team of people who are engaging with everyone in this process, all around the state, including New York City, on whether or not they are meeting their obligations under the plan and whether their CBOs are meeting their obligations under the
Okay,
plan.
because I think it might be useful if what's supposed to be happening were more public. I think we could all judge for ourselves whether we're seeing those things happening.
Sure.
You did testify, I think, before the assembly that you at present you believe you might actually run out of applications before you run out of money. That the current pool of applications is unlikely to use up all the money, and at the current rate you may not have applications to cover it. Given the enormous need and your sense that the outreach is working, what is your What is your assessment of why we don't have a higher volume of applications?
Again, I think that's a very difficult and complex question, though I think it's appropriate. I think the challenges are varied. I think that the challenges with technology in the beginning may have impacted it, but to be quite frank with you, at a time when the largest technology challenges existed in June was the time of the largest amount of applications. So it actually works counter to what one might presume in that situation. 100,000 plus applications came in just in that June 30-day priority period. So again, I think the efforts that are happening at the local level are pushing forward applications. We have not seen a significant drop-off. We have just seen a steady level of applications at this point.
Okay, we're going to have some researchers and others to talk about
Correct.
what the potential need might be. But does the agency have a sense currently of what you think the overall number of households that might be in need and what the overall volume of money necessary to meet that need might be?
I think we've seen estimates all over the place on this, and that's the real hard part about this. I think that there have been significant studies done trying to identify where the need is, what the totals are, who would potentially be eligible for an ERAP-like program around the country. So there's a lot of those studies that are out there. So no, that there isn't a definitive answer though on that.
Okay, so, all right. Well, like I say, we may hear from a few experts
Sure.
on that topic as well later. Just a quick follow-up on Senator Salazar's question. She asked if there are rules. You said you'd be happy to provide her whatever she would like to know. And I think we would just, on behalf of both of the committees, we would like to see any formal rules, whether they were formally adopted through the emergency process or like basically the rules that that are being used to govern this program, whether they're not, whether their website, just basically the full, like any printed materials you have that define how this program is supposed to work.
Of course.
I guess my second round of time is up. Do we have other?
Senator Jackson just has one question.
Senator Jackson.
Thank you. So, I spoke to the Lieutenant Governor the other day. She was calling around, and she expressed to me before we concluded our conversation, she's fully aware how important the ERAP, the Emergency Rent Assistance Program, is. And so have you had a briefing with the Lieutenant Governor, or is that expected ASAP, considering the impact this is having statewide as far as the nervousness of people possibly facing eviction?
First and foremost, the answer is yes. I've had a briefing with her. We have had extensive conversations. And in this situation, she has expressed significant support across the board for the entire program, and she's very engaged in making sure that we have all the resources necessary to make it work.
Well, let me just thank you and your staff for trying to do everything that you can on behalf of all of the constituents in New York State that are eligible to receive the rental assistance program.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Senator.
you, both chairs.
Any other questions from senators? Senator Salazar is up.
Yeah, just one quickly. What notice or documents can tenants show to a judge in housing court that proves that they have applied, even if there hasn't been a determination from OTDA yet, that they've applied for the ERAP program and therefore are entitled to the eviction protections?
So there are two things. One was the initial notification that went out. Once someone applied, they should receive or did receive an immediate notification that they had in fact applied, that provided their application number. And then, as the commissioner mentioned earlier, we, starting yesterday, are emailing every single applicant a much more detailed letter that has their name, application number, address, and then reminds them of the tenant protections, and includes that this is something you should show this letter to the court or to your landlord as needed.
And it's your understanding that the court would honor that?
Yes.
Right? Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I know Senator Rivera has a question.
I'll be very quick. Have there been landlords that have not accepted the money? And since it's in the law, as I believe that if there are landlords that do not accept the money, that there's moving costs that would potentially be covered for the people who have to move out of those apartments. Have you been prepared to do that? Have you seen that already?
We have not. We have seen scenarios where landlords have not participated. We have not seen a scenario where the landlord would not accept the money.
Okay. And as far as the When do you expect, because you were talking about the amount of applications that you have does not meet the actual amount of money. So
Currently.
there will be more money left. So there's still applications to be,
That's making a couple of assumptions. Here's, assuming a certain approval rating, assuming a certain amount per case, and assuming, so when you do that, you can ultimately get to a number of, this many applications would be required, 170, 180,000 applications to be approved at a certain number would get you to the $2 billion ultimately.
we already got through the clawback question. Is
Yep.
there another, is there a time frame that the money has to be spent in?
The ultimate spend through is long in the future, and we
Okay.
fully expect to be through the dollars at that point.
Okay, so you obviously will let New Yorkers know when,
Of course.
when that date is coming up. All right, thank you.
You're more than welcome. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Mayer.
Just briefly, because you referenced a number of challenges with landlords, is there a designated call number for landlords to ensure that they can answer questions that you may have?
There is, and we work directly with landlord associations extensively in this process because we understand that through their associations, it's a great way to be able to get, if there's a question that one landlord may have, it may apply across the board to many landlords, so we work extensively with them.
But outside of the associations, which are less powerful outside of New York City, I would add, is there, I don't believe on your website there's a designated special number for landlords. Is that something you could consider?
I would say the call center is specifically trained to be able to answer questions that whether that be from a landlord or from a tenant.
But I'm just suggesting on your website, it does not suggest if you are a landlord with a question, in order to expedite this
Sure.
pending group, it seems to me it might make sense to have a designation on your website. I'm just suggesting that. Not everyone uses the associations.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Senator. We'll check.
Okay.
So I think Senator Prasad again.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Commissioner, can you just clarify for us? Because I'm still getting questions about when a tenant applies for and is granted the payment, that the homeowner or the landlord, if there was an eviction process or if the landlord wanted to evict that tenant, that under no circumstances can they do so for a year. Can you clarify that?
I can. It's not true that they can not evict for a year no matter what, okay? Especially if there is future rent not paid, that could trigger it, and there are a series of other pieces that could trigger it. But again, it is very rare circumstances, but there's one of the primary ones would be a failure to make rent payments going forward.
Okay. Can you give me some specific instances where, so just for here to get it clear?
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's assume that a person is approved for ERAP. Covered period from March 13th forward is covered in a payment to a particular landlord. That person then still, even if there is some prospective rent available through ERAP, so it could actually, you could pay in advance for 3 months for that individual as well, so 12 months and 3 months in total. So say beyond that 3 months, if no payments continue to be made, okay, from the individual tenant, then absolutely, that could start a different process. That person wouldn't be shielded from eviction beyond the point of ERAP if they are not making payments themselves going forward.
Okay, thank you. There was a question being asked, are you willing to do a data sharing agreement with the legislature? I just had to put it out there. And to what extent?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think we will actually be following up with maybe some additional specific data requests.
Of course.
You've
Of
been
course.
accommodating so far, so we hope to see further information. One specific question on that, there is, I think as of today, a lot of demographic data available on the website, which is very welcome.
Yep.
There is not yet information on income levels of the applicants and of the payments. Is that, the program requires different treatment below 50% of AMI? Is data on the income levels of applicants and money paid out forthcoming? Soon?
Absolutely. We fully expect the AMI data. We answered, I think there's part of a previous question. The AMI data will get out in 5 days. And next week, we expect payment data across the board to be available and a more robust dashboard.
Okay, and you'll provide it, that'll be provided in real time along with
To
your.
everyone.
Okay, great. When you send out a notice of, that somebody is approved or that additional information, do the CBOs that are contracted to provide assistance with applications also get a notice if clients that they've been working with are getting notices or getting approval or denial or request for additional information?
No, the notifications are going to the applicant, the tenant as well as the landlord.
Okay, so if I'm a contracted CBO and I've got this high volume of clients, I have no way of knowing the status of the clients I'm working with?
Depending on the situation, if it's someone who's legally representing, they could call the call center for an update. Other than that, they would have to work with their client to determine their status.
Does OTDA have a record in the application if a particular CBO has participated in the application process, assisted them? Is that sort of appended to the application in some way?
There is a place on the application where the application assister information is provided. I'm not positive that we have the legal authority to share information back with that entity, but we will double check that.
Okay, I think it would be presumably a legal question whether you could do it, and then also you could probably adopt the content of what the applicant is filling out to indicate if they're willing to have their information shared, which I imagine if you're sitting in somebody's office and they're helping you apply, probably
Yep.
they would approve that. So I would strongly, we have heard from CBOs that they're struggling with lots of applications, but they don't know how to prioritize their own applications without knowing how things are going. Just a couple questions on landlords. We've talked a lot about tenant side of this. First of all, am I correct? I think we're going to hear testimony in this later, but you need an email as an identifier of a landlord in this program? Is that correct?
To establish an account, yes, I do believe an email is required for the landlord to put that in there.
And if I am a landlord and I own 43 buildings, I need a separate account for each of those buildings with a separate email?
It's one email per company. So if you own those 40 buildings plus under a single LLC and a single tax ID, one.
Okay, but if I, as
If you have
is
40
common in the business, if I am a single company managing 43 buildings and I've set them up as separate LLCs for various
If you have
tax and liability reasons, I then need 43 separate email addresses, which means I may well be creating numerous email addresses for the sole purpose of applying to this program?
It's a tax ID issue. It's fundamentally a tax ID issue. So it's driven by that. If you have a separate tax ID situation, then an email is required as part of the program to go to that particular tax ID.
Okay, just given that emails are both a kind of an identifier in your system, but also a principal way that tenants and others are, I think we're going to hear more testimony of this from the landlords, but they are asserting that having to create effectively a fictitious email as the landlord for that LLC makes it harder is one of the obstacles to matching tenants and landlords together, because like I actually have the email address of my landlord. I would be surprised if, the landlords are effectively getting the new email address they're creating for each building for this program. I would suggest you look at that. Are you requiring that the funds be sent to landlords by direct deposit? And if so, is that an OTDA requirement or a federal requirement?
No, it's a preferred option. We send checks as well.
You are sending checks?
Yes.
Okay. And you've modified the building ownership documentation requirement, I understand? Is that?
Right. Initially, the program was asking for the landlord to upload proof of ownership, and that's no longer required.
Okay. We, as you know, there's an additional $100 million that was in the state budget. There was a subsequent law that was passed, carried by Senator Skoufis and I believe Assemblymember Paulin, about how that money should be spent for situations where the tenant may not be eligible for various reasons or not contacted. Is that a process that I assume that process is not up and running yet?
It is not, and again, because the decision has not been made on how those dollars will be allocated, and I know there's there is conversation going on with central staff through the administration as well as through the Assembly and Senate.
Okay, and when, just for, when would you expect that option be available for landlords?
I think the question really comes down to ultimately, is that the decision that we're going to move forward with? If it is the time, we can implement it at any point.
Okay, so it's not, from your perspective, it's not a technical question, it's more a process question. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the bill has not been signed, hasn't been signed by the governor yet, either. Okay, well, we'll follow up on that. You had a lot of conversations about improvements to the tech and the website. The website, there were numerous reports of it crashing, it being unavailable for significant periods of time. Is that entirely a thing of the past at this point? Do you have reports on times the website is temporarily down or not working?
I think it's really important to highlight here a distinct difference here, and that is that the website has not crashed. What happens is there is definite challenges when it comes to older operating systems as well as web browsers that have created significant problems early on in the program. Those have been cleaned up in the process and should not be a significant issue. We do not see significant technical challenges happening at this point.
Okay, so you currently do not believe that people are having difficulty
Applying?
getting onto the site, getting an application in, and technical difficulty, there may be other difficulties.
Correct.
Okay.
We do hear periodically from individuals, usually represented by a CBO, for example, that may contact us saying that they received a block message. Typically, that is resolved. We relay that information to our vendor. It doesn't seem to be an issue with the site itself. So we do believe that the systemic issues have all been resolved. But we also have individuals at OTDA that are constantly going onto the site and making sure that it's operational and there is no blocking.
Okay, well, we're going to hear from lots of other folks, users of the site, during the course of today. Question about eligibility of co-ops. Commissioner, you and I have had an opportunity to discuss this in the past. We, many of us in the legislature believe the law we passed, when we say tenants in New York law generally includes people who are residents of co-ops who have a proprietary lease or a tenancy, as well as shareholders in their building. There are many low-income co-ops. The agency, I believe, is still taking the position that those are ineligible for this program. Is that correct? And if so, what is the analysis of why those are ineligible?
In talking with the Assembly, we said that we would do a deeper dive in that situation because we fully understand there are low-income co-ops and a whole host of other situations. But the reality is, after that deeper dive, State Legal Counsel has been very clear with us that they do not believe co-ops apply, and that if we want co-ops to apply, it would require additional legislation.
Okay, I appreciate if we could you provide the committee with that legal analysis?
I'll be more than happy to
And
link
then we've had
link it.
numerous circumstances where, tenant means tenants, and in numerous areas of law across the state, tenant protections included protections of cooperatives. And we actually amended the law today, just this past June, to sort of alter some protections where where laws had been passed that protected tenants and didn't specify co-ops, but cooperatives were protected.
We'll link your office with counsel, absolutely.
Okay, I think, do we have any other questions from senators? Okay, Senator Wyke?
I'm sorry, I just have a few technical questions. What are you doing to link the tenant applications with the landlord applications? And if the tenant submits an application without the landlord's email, what happens to that application?
There are a lot of different things that folks are doing, looking at leases, et cetera, to make sure that they're able to connect with the landlord. If a tenant has provided a phone only and not an email, then notification the landlord would have outreach via phone or text if it has texting capacity.
And again, because I can't quite hear over the fan, how are you linking the tenant and landlord applications?
We absolutely are linking the tenant and landlord applications, and again, that's part of the concerted push right now because, again, They're not always neatly linked, depending on, sometimes it's based on information the tenant provided, sometimes that the landlord may have not linked all of their tenants to their account, or other times there are just other complicating factors in terms of, a management company versus a landlord. The tenant may have identified one or the other, but we are definitely having folks go through in a very detailed way to make those linkages, and we are seeing improvement and expect additional payments to be expedited as a result of getting through a lot of that complication.
Okay, and so do you have a method? Because that's kind of my question, is how are you doing that? So if a landlord submits it but doesn't link the tenant, and the tenant does it but does not link the landlord, how are you linking them? You just have people going through the paperwork?
I would have to get back to you with that level of detail, but there is no question that that is a lot of the work that is going on right now to make sure that we're making those linkages. Technically, at each step, how that's happening, I would have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Any further final words or comments from senators? Questions? Okay. With that, thank you very much for your testimony, for all your work. We will, we'll follow up about documents and other information that's been requested here. But thank you for being here today and for all your testimony and your answers. And we'll continue working with you.
Thank you very much, Senators.
you
We
very
genuinely appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have representatives from Yonkers and Monroe County. Can you get me a paper copy of this list?
There's a cafeteria. I'm running to go get some coffee. Do you want one?
No, I'm going to leave after this, thank you.
Okay, gotcha.
I think, is it cafeteria or do you have to go outside?
Yeah, they told me that the college has cafeteria, so I'm gonna go get some coffee.
Okay. I'll cover you for perhaps.
Okay, if you're ready. I don't know if we'll flip a coin for speaking order from this panel. Okay, so you'll have 10 minutes each, and if you could just begin by stating your name and title and organization, and then proceed.
Good afternoon now. My name is Louis Albano. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Development for the City of Yonkers. I would like to thank Senator Kavanaugh, Senator Prasad, and the members of the committee for having me here today. If I can break protocol for 1 second, I'd like to acknowledge Senator Meyer, who is representing Yonkers and is my state senator, and to also acknowledge that we're also represented by the majority leader, so between the two of them, I barely have time to breathe on this program half the time. So if I can just get started. The City of Yonkers is grateful. We received $14.5 million in total emergency rental assistance program funding that has been awarded by the U.S. Treasury Department. We welcome the opportunity to discuss with you the challenges we've encountered as we've begun spending that first $5.9 million allocation. One of the things that we'd like to stress is, it's very important for people to understand that, millions of dollars can be awarded, and, it's very nice that $5.9 million or $14 million can get dropped on our desk, and sometimes it's not as easy to get that money out the door as quickly as it's conceived to be. So, we look at the overwhelming need, and the Census Bureau's most recent household pulse survey found that, 20.3% of all renters in New York believed that they were very likely or somewhat likely that they would have to leave their homes within the next 2 months due to eviction. So the huge need means we've been swamped with urgent requests for assistance. And it is being addressed with existing staff. The urgent need to act swiftly in some cases didn't allow us, the months to ramp up and hire and train new staff to meet this need. That means our community partners, needed to wade through these applications and quickly spend these millions, mainly using their existing staffs. The problem that is our current eviction crisis is an acute pandemic-related eviction crisis layered on top of a chronic poverty-related eviction crisis. You know, even before the pandemic, Westchester's housing courts handled over 10,000 eviction cases a year. With the eviction moratorium in place now for over a year, most of that backlog of pre-pandemic eviction cases are still looming. One major driving force behind the chronic poverty-related eviction crisis is that the New York legislature has set public assistance standard rents, at less than 25% of Westchester's fair marketing rents. There is an equation in my statement. ERAP funds are limited to people who are financially impacted, lost income, or had increased expenses directly or indirectly related to COVID. All these thousands of residents facing poverty-related evictions are not eligible and need to be screened out. This requires a massive effort just to find the ones who are eligible. And that takes us back to the two-pronged problem that I had just mentioned. Yonkers addressed this by developing a brief pre-screening form so that thousands of people wouldn't waste time preparing applications that might ultimately be rejected. Doing this also enables our limited staff to focus more energy on processing complete applications and cutting the checks. Yonkers is fortunate to have an effective network of community partners focused on prevention preventions. The mask is horrible to speak with, so. The network includes CBOs with strong community ties who are experienced in budget counseling and coordinated rental arrears, legal services attorneys experienced in housing law, and city staff who have managed local government-funded services for decades. Our local partners lead a county-wide eviction prevention network that brings together all our Westchester leading eviction prevention agencies in collaboration with our homeless continuum of care. The Eviction Prevention Network has worked together for many years. It recently developed a standard shared application form that allows applicants to complete a single application that enables them to access rental arrears from multiple funding sources managed by multiple community agencies. Our well-established local partnerships have enabled us to bring a close and responsive relationship with our community partners who are implementing the ERAP program. We consistently ask for our partners' input before we established our ERAP operating procedures. Typically, the people participating in these discussions have a combined total of 100 years' experience in eviction prevention. Our well-established local partnerships have also allowed us to be slightly nimble. Recently, one of our partners pointed out that an unintended consequence of one of our procedures was that it was interfering with efficient service delivery. Yonkers program managers conferred with the other partners and each other and agreed that a change was needed. We revised our official ERAP policy and procedures and posted the new policies on our website literally overnight. Our ERAP process requires the applicants submit more documents than New York State requires, but that's because we realized that our challenge was not to spend just one pot of money. Our real challenge was to weave together multiple funding sources, whether it be ERAP, ESG, ESGCV, emergency food and shelter programs, the Department of Social Services, and private funding from multiple partners to make effective packages that meet people's entire rental arrears needs. An example that I can give is ESG can pay only 6 months of rental arrears, ERAP can pay 12, and EFSP can only pay 1 month per funding round. ERAP cannot pay arrears accrued before the pandemic, but DSS can. Because the need is so large, we understand that we need to weave all these resources together into a single process. The Eviction Prevention Network amended its shared application form to accommodate ERAP, and our community partners agreed not just to process ERAP applications, but to work across agencies and funding streams to assemble complete funding packages. So if someone may not qualify completely for the ERAP program, we've made other funding sources available through our community partners that may be able to help and just not turn someone away altogether. And the ERAP has two major advantages for us. First, it allows us to pay up to 12 months of arrears. With the eviction moratorium now in its 18-month, the other sources were too tightly time-limited to be able to cover all the arrears people needed. By branding all the sources together, we can serve people with larger amounts owed. ERAP also gives us the flexibility to pay rents going forward in 3-month increments. Programs that can offer rental arrears generally don't provide them if households can't demonstrate the ability to pay the rents going forward. Since many of the jobs that disappeared during the pandemic have not yet returned, our network is committed to making effective use of the ERAP flexibility for households when a return to normalcy is in sight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Well, now it's good afternoon. Huh? My name is Thalia Wright, and I'm the commissioner at the Monroe County Department.
Can I ask you to
of-
move the microphone closer?
Sure. Can you hear better now?
Yeah,
Is
the
that better?
closer the
Thank-
better, honestly.
Okay. It's the mask, I think.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thalia Wright. I'm the commissioner at Monroe County Department of Human Services. First, I want to thank Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Prasad for inviting me here today, along with the Senate body. Also want to thank Mr. Robert Bergen from our Intergovernmental Affairs here from Monroe County joining me. I was hoping not to belabor you guys with a long testimony. I thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to submit a letter that is a complete breakdown of our program. We hear a lot here, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, so not for confusion, you'll hear me refer to our program as the Eviction Prevention Pilot Initiative 2.0. The acronym for that is EPI. As we get into questions, I can explain a little bit further how we came up with that. I would just echo my partner here in Yonkers around the funding streams and a lot of the things that we thought about. Our Monroe County Executive Adam Bello recognized early on in our corona virus initiatives that housing security concerns kind of predated our pandemic, right? That early in the pandemic, we also recognized that COVID-19's collateral damage to the economy would aggravate and adversely impact community needs, particularly related to those in housing. So around in the summer of 2020, just to give a little background, Monroe County collaborated with community-based organizations and our local government partners to address the housing concerns. Out of this work, the county and its partners developed what we call the Eviction Prevention Initiative, EPI 1.0. That was funded through CARES Act funding to upwards of $6 million. Given the success of the Monroe County and the city of Rochester, who we went into partnership with the intermunicipal agreement, we elected to continue our local distribution of these funds to support individuals who need rental assistance in our community now. In doing so, Monroe County and the city of Rochester opted not to turn over our federal funds we received through New York State for emergency and rental assistance. Our program, which has been operating now for months, provides more individualized care by using our community-based organizations that our constituents already know and trust to help disseminate these funds. We are still hopeful that the state will allocate a share of its funds to our successful local program. In addition to helping tenants and landlords, both EPI 1.0 and 2.0 provide a valuable learning and training expertise. When Congress passed the 2021 Consolidated Appropriations Act in December 2020, Monroe County and the city of Rochester immediately engaged in community partnerships and began to expand and update our successful initial program. And then we designed and designated our EPI 2.0. We also recognize that New York State will also receive significant funding from the same federal resources. Monroe County submitted its EPI 2.0 plan to the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance in March of 2021. We hope that the state will recognize that EPI 2.0, a partnership between Monroe County and the city of Rochester, will provide a strong experience-based platform to continue this critical work, and the state would allocate a share of its funds to our local efforts. In doing so, we also did a little background, right? So we looked at the Division of Home and Community Renewals, DHCR 2020, Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That program did not perform the way we expected for our constituents in Monroe County and provided only a nominal benefit to our tenants and landlords. Looking at the last set of data, unfortunately, Monroe County only received 1% of that funding. The 2021 state program, which was approved by the legislator for ERAP, was administered by OTDA instead of the DHCR, which is great. But based on our experience in building a program, we knew that the CRAP, the state's large program rental assistance program, would require new and sophisticated infrastructures and systems to efficiently and fairly distribute the available funds in every corner of the state. Just because we had some some experience with our first program, we were a little concerned about the state's ability to take on such a program. For about 16 years, I worked for state government as a regional director for the Office of Children and Family Services, so I'm very familiar with state systems. I'm very familiar with the Office of Temporary Disability, although such great partners. The volume, as a native of Brooklyn, New York, that grew up with NYCHA, in a housing project in East New York, I was very concerned about how much funding would be coming from the 5 boroughs, as well as the Hudson and Mid-Hudson area. So now living upstate New York, thinking about our community members, which is about 700,000 plus, which may sound small per capita compared to our New York City partners, we were very concerned of what that could look like for our Monroe County community. So as a result, we went into that partnership with the City of Rochester. We combined our funding to upwards of plus $40 million. And as to date, we have been able to distribute 15 million plus to our community residents and landlords. So during question and answer, I can definitely go through all the details on how we were able to do that and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and we do have your very extensive
Thank you.
written testimony, and I also do want to thank you as the longest traveling witness today. We really do appreciate, there's been less attention to the localities than there has been to the statewide program, so it's very important that you're both here today. And I should note that we did receive written testimony from all but one of the localities that opted out of the state, so we'll be reviewing that as well. So I think we're going to go the same order and begin with Senator Prasad.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Both of you, thank you. Can you tell us, when the decision was made to opt out, what was the conversation like between your executive and, because we wanted to make sure as many people as possible across the state would benefit from the funding. And so when a municipality decides to opt out, you're limited in the number of people that you can service. So can you address that, both of you?
Sure. Basically, I did put together a timeline of every conversation that we had from January leading up to June when we implemented the program ourselves. And we entered into extensive discussions not only with the state but at the federal government to make sure that we were following the proper procedures. We were listening to how some of the procedures and situations would be handled, and to just long story short, we determined within conversations within the administration that we were better suited to handle the needs of the citizens of Yonkers on our own. As we're familiar with the community-based organizations that we would have been partnering with. We're familiar with the needs of the Yonkers, the census tracts that are mostly affected within the city of Yonkers, and we felt, without making it sound like an insult in any way, that we did not want the citizens of Yonkers to get lost within the state system. We felt that we would have an easier time handling the people that we already know with the organizations that we were already working with, and we were able to respond quicker and in a more timely fashion to their needs.
Okay. Yes. Hi. Yes, definitely. Well, like I stated, probably March of 2020, on the onset of the pandemic, and we started to look at, and I just want to preface it to say that it was prior to the pandemic, I want to say about 1.5 years or 2 years, that we were looking at a platform and an infrastructure, right? We are looking at community integration as a whole. So the eviction prevention pilot was just another avenue that we utilized to pilot what this could look like by enhancing the use of our community-based organizations, kind of meeting our community members where they are. So we had started to pilot through a contract that we had with SimplyGov and an organization called Coordinated Care Services Incorporated around data tracking, right? Around conversations we've had with OTDA, looking about turning the OTDA, the temporary assistance application, into an online type of portal. Think about like TurboTax, right? That that community members would be able to do that. So it was a nice fit when we started to think about eviction prevention. So when the CARES Act funding came in the $6 million, that's when we really started to think about how we could get funding out. When the federal funds came, it was a smooth transition. We had some hiccups, right, that we needed to kind of work out, and lessons learned from the first distribution of the funding. I will also say that with the help of Bob Bergen that's here, and a lot of conversations to get our county executive on board, right, because we knew that it would probably be some pushback from community members and from our legislators around why didn't we opt in with the state system. So we did a lot of conversations. We did a lot of listening sessions with our community. We did a community virtual update with the city of Rochester to put the information out. And then once the decision was made that we would stay with our own system, I would say more so as we started to monitor the timelines. It just seemed like OTDA kept pushing it back. And then finally, I am blessed to be part of the New York Public Welfare Association, which is the commissioners from the 62 counties. So we would get on weekly calls to talk about the rental assistance program, some of the barriers, some of the concerns, and the more and more that I would hear, especially from New York City HCR, around their concerns around the system, we started to talk again internally on how we could probably make this successful for our community.
Okay, so for both of you, are you confident that because you decided to opt out of the state's program, that you can accommodate all of the tenants in your counties who require assistance?
Yeah, we based our numbers on the amount of the amount of funding that we were receiving, with the average of the need, and we feel that, you know, right now we're at 1,997 pre-screening applications that we've received. And unlike the state, and I'd like to take some of their money later on, but, you know, unlike the state, the amount of applications that we've received now will cover ERAP 1 and ERAP 2. So I can pretty much say that, you know, we will spend the money.
Absolutely, I totally agree. We also did some forecasting in partnership with Onondaga County, who also went on their own. We replicated a survey that they put out. So we sent the survey out to the landlords that we knew through the city of Rochester, through the county of Monroe, our towns and villages, to just kind of get some insight on how much money was pretty much out there that was owed to landlords. And then we heard from the tenants directly. So between September of 2020 and April of 2021, combined with the county of Monroe and the city of Rochester, we have put out $18,572 in rental assistance, with an upward of over 2,000 tenants and landlords. So yeah, we're very confident that we got a system for us that is working and is working well. And I must say, I'm very proud of the staff, not just at Department of Human Services, but our partnership that we've gained with the city of Rochester, to see that, you know, government coming together in such a way to be able to support our community members.
Thank you. Senator White?
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I do have one of those townships who did opt out, and that's Islip. And so I'm just curious, what are some of the best practices that you've had that you could recommend to the state level that seem to be working really well?
Well, the best practice we had was the reason why we decided to administer the program ourselves in Yonkers was we know our own people. We know the citizens of Yonkers. We know what their concerns are. You know, we deal with our citizens day in and day out in the community-based organizations. Now, we looked at it where in a lot of the instances too, the community-based organizations were better, you know, situated to do the outreach to the individuals affected, because some of them might have already had the relationships with those community-based organizations that we might not have had knowledge of at the city. They might not come to the city for any assistance, but they would be more inclined to go to an organization like Cluster or Catholic Charities. So they were already in, you know, a database within those organizations, and it was an easier time for them to do the outreach than the city might have on its own.
So, just to clarify, what would you recommend to the state? So from your findings, from your experience for what you've been doing, what recommendations could you make to the state so that they could better use what they're doing?
Well, it's me?
Yeah,
Okay, sure.
Sure, I just kind of listening in on Commissioner Hines' testimony. So a few things that we did in Monroe County is that we wanted access to be accessible as easily as possible. We contracted with 211, right, to provide 24/7. So through the front door, landlords and tenants can call 211. They can give a pre-screening, quick pre-screening questionnaire. And for example, if you live in a specific zip code like 14621, we had a community-based organization there that you could possibly walk to and that knows the community and can handhold you through the process. That was one plus that we had. The second was that after we conducted the survey with the landlords and saw the abundance of landlords that needed assistance, we contracted with an organization called Providence that specifically handles applications for landlords. They've got it down pat where they do an application process. Everything is usually through emails or virtual, and they're able to assist those landlords. Some of them who come are small, we're upstate New York, so they may own a private home with 2 or 3 units, or they can own a whole apartment building. So that landlord can come in and work with Providence, specialize there. The other thing is that we are very blessed. We're a refugee community, so we have a lot of refugees from Somalia, from now Afghanistan. We have a lot of Spanish speaking, so we specifically looked at organizations that could assist with that. So we have like Refugees Helping Refugees, Ibero for one. We have our Veterans Outreach for our vulnerable populations. We enlisted community-based organizations that deal specifically with domestic violence. Survivors, so we have those organizations as well. And then we just kind of started to look at some of the different processes that we can put in place. How could we make this more low barrier, more accessible? And the last thing I can say is that we bring all the community-based organizations together. We have a total of 17 we're working with right now, and we do learning exchanges with them. And we look at their data, and we report back, and we find out what some of their challenges are. They kind of learn from each other, and it's a beautiful thing to see because it's all of these agencies kind of wrapping their arms around the County of Monroe to help our tenants and our landlords.
Yeah,
Great work, thank you.
There would, and to expound on that, and it helps we've got redundancies in place too. So by working with community-based organizations, if there's a problem or someone's made a mistake or there's an error or they've missed something, they know they can call someone in the city, whether it's the Office of Constituent Services or the Mayor's Helpline. That would be relayed immediately to the Department of Planning. Planning Department staff would then contact the applicant themselves, not refer them back to a CBO, find out what the issue is that they were having with the CBO, and then contact immediately with the CBO. So there has to be that total line of communication that's open, that most of these things at our level can get responded to within 1 business day.
Very well done, thank you.
Senator Kavanaugh?
Thank you. So first of all, again, thank you both for being here and for all your work over the past months to get these programs up and running. A few questions, and some of this was covered or alluded to in your testimony, but just for clarity, the total number of applications each of you have received?
We've broken it down to, and forgive me if I'm giving you, extemporaneous information, but, I've even broken it down to emails and phone calls. So, our limited staff is, in the 2 months, and I'm only talking about June and July numbers here because we're still working on August numbers right now. There were over 5,371 emails and inquiries and questions about the program. The total pre-screening of forms we received were 1,997. To date, we have processed 639 of them.
So just for clarity, a pre-screening form is effectively an initial application?
It is the initial application, and it allows the caseworker to determine eligibility immediately. So that way, if it's a situation where if the person is eligible, then the full forms are sent out, and all the intake is then conducted at that point. If there is a situation where they might not be eligible for the ERAP program, but might be eligible for another program that they run, that can get handled immediately. And unfortunately, in the few situations, if they're not eligible for any of the programs, we're not stringing them along with any false hope, and we try to get that out of the way as quickly as
Okay,
possible.
and I think rather than going back and forth,
Mm.
maybe I'll just stick with Yonkers for a moment and then come back.
Mhm.
So one of the downsides
Mhm.
of doing your own program is
Mhm.
that there's less money net available
Mhm.
for Yonkers than about 40, you got about 45% of your proportional share of this federal, the entire federal allocation to the
Mhm.
state. How do you assess the overall need relative to that 1,900 some odd applications?
Well, and right now, we've broken it down by, what the average of what we're seeing with these 1,900 applications. We were looking at it based on information we were having at conversations with the CBOs on what they think they can handle, what they see, what's out there based on the amount of money that we're getting. So we were able to just, base our projections on the amount of money available. Now, I understand your question is, if we had gone with the state.
I'm not, so I don't want to dwell on the kind
Mhm.
of, the alternative
Mhm.
world where you went with the state. I want to understand, you said before you have enough applications to spend the money that
Correct,
you've
at this
received.
time.
My question is, do you have enough money to meet the entire need in Yonkers?
We have enough money to meet the entire need as we see it today.
Are you still accepting applications?
We have shut down the pre-screening process temporarily as of July 30th, and that's only so we can finish the pre-screening process to make sure that everybody that we have in the queue right now is qualified. Once that is determined, we will open it up again for everybody that's coming along. But that also doesn't include the second round of ERAP money that we will open up as we get closer to the end of the month.
So your 1,900 applications you believe will be covered by the December allocation of money and not the second?
And there should be money left over for the second allocation of money, yes.
Okay. Is there any assessment, do you have any assessment of the overall, like, roughly speaking, how many households you think in Yonkers need to be served?
Well, right now, in our initial estimate, we were looking at, with the first round of money, that we would be able to service approximately 972 households. 972 households with the first round of money,
Okay, so about half of the applications you've received?
yes.
Okay. And so there are 1,900 applications, are you expecting about 1,000 of them will be ineligible?
No, no, Senator, not at all. We're not expecting that 1,000 would be eligible. We're just saying that we're still waiting through that initial 1,997 applications. And then we have the ERAP 2 money that will be able to start, moving on, also giving the priority to the higher risk individuals.
So maybe I'm missing this.
Mhm.
You're saying you have 1,900 applications now.
We've got 1,900 pre-screened applications right now.
You're saying you could cover an additional 900 or so, is that right?
Correct.
I see. So you think you could cover a total of 2,800 or so applications from the first round of funding?
With the first round of funding, no. With the first round of funding, we're looking at about 1,000 applications, 972 to 1,000 applications with the first round of funding, and then we can take it for the second round of funding with the applications that we have after that.
Okay. If you got a large number of additional applications when you reopen the process, how would those be funded?
Well, then that's where we come and we look at some of what we were doing, as I mentioned in my earlier testimony, with the partners that we have. We're able to work with additional funding partners that would be able to handle situations like if there's March of Dimes money, if there's private money, there's foundational money that these organizations receive elsewhere. we're able to provide the housing assistance relief with that money. We can also look back at our ESG funding and our CDBG funding in the future to see how we can accommodate these issues going forward.
Okay, I will just say, I mean, I have a piece of legislation that would loosen up the restrictions on the remaining of the state money being available for Yonkers residents and Monroe County residents, other residents. I am concerned in a situation where we have $2.7 billion of public money that you would have to resort to, United Way and other third parties as a primary means of covering this critical need. So,
Well, no, and then Senator, you're right, and that's, I think, where we would rely on the state legislature to loosen up some of that extra money that the state might not be able to spend, as Commissioner Hein
okay,
testified
I will just say
earlier,
that's an
yeah.
if here, not a,
Yeah.
as you know, the existing law was quite restrictive on programs if they opt out. So that, and I think that was designed by the executive as an incentive to get people to opt in. But the upshot is that residents of Yonkers and residents of Monroe County and the other 5 localities are not eligible at all for any of the state money. So I have concern there. I'm well over my time, so do we have other senators with questions, or?
Senator Jackson?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming all the way from Yonkers and Monroe County. But I was listening to both of your presentation, commissioners. I do have the Monroe County, but I don't have Yonkers. But my staff, not staff, our co-chairs basically said they've received all of the information, so I'll get it later because it's good to look at that and analyze it. But it appears, based on what you've said, both of you, that you have put forward a program that is much easier than the statewide program. Will you agree with that assessment, yes or no?
Yes, Senator Jackson, I would say that I do agree with it from the matter of that it's a smaller program that we have to administer than the state, and we know our people better than, the state and going through the big portal.
Yes, I would agree. I would say more collaborative, right?
I'm sorry, can you pull your mic a little closer? Because I'm a little
Absolutely.
hard of hearing, and I think I want to make sure everyone hears it.
Absolutely. I would say maybe a little easier, but more in a mind frame of collaboration. This is truly a collaboration between Monroe County, the City of Rochester, our community-based organizations, and looking at it more of that. I would echo my peer from Yonkers and just say, it's really about the community and meeting them where they are, and they knew better than us in government on what they needed, and they truly needed those boots to the ground, community-based organizations.
Sure. Commissioner Wright, I believe you said that there were a total of 17 CBOs in Monroe County. Is that correct? And Commissioner Albano, did you have CBOs dealing with yours also?
Yes, sir. We've contracted with 5 CBOs to help us administer the program.
And my question to both of you, and I only have a minute left, how did you determine the 17 versus, let's say, 25, or did you incorporate all of the CBOs in your jurisdiction?
We actually put out an RFP back in the spring.
And Commissioner, you?
We did the same with invites to specific.
Okay, so then they submitted, and then the county and/or city of Yonkers selected.
Correct.
And how much money did you have to qualified individuals? How many millions of dollars, or how many hundreds of millions of dollars?
In the first round, we had $5,943,266.20 that we then split between.
That you gave out, is that correct?
That we split between the 5 CBOs, and to date, we have distributed 1.5 million of that money to the CBOs.
Okay, but is that the maximum that you were allowed to have from the state?
That was the maximum that we were allocated in the first round by the Treasury Department.
Okay, and Commissioner Wright, how much money?
It depended on the CBO, so depending on their capacity, we allocated 10% of the administrative costs to each community-based organization across the board.
And how much was allocated for possible give out to all of your constituents that met the qualifications?
In total, if
Yeah.
I can give that, so through our first round of EPI through September to December 30th, we served 1,944 households with a total of $5,072.
But how much money did you have in the bucket? Now,
Oh.
you already gave out 5-something million, but did you have 10 million, 50 million, or what?
In total, with the city of Rochester, we had upwards of 45 million.
45 million. Okay, thank you. My time is up. I yield.
Thank you. Senator Mayer?
Thank you both, and a special thank you, Commissioner Albano. I just want to get the numbers straight for Yonkers, so forgive me. You mentioned, I thought, 1,197 applications received. Is that correct?
Pre-screening forms received, Senator.
Pre-screening, okay. And of those, how many were approved?
Right now, the number of unique households that completed and submitted an application for assistance is 196. We're totaling dollar amount that has already been sent out to landlords is $315,794.91, with another $936,301.09 that has been approved, and those checks should be cut within the next few weeks.
Now, I know you didn't submit your testimony here, but do you have a document that has the numbers? Okay.
I've got my testimony here.
Okay.
And then I've got
A
Excel
chart.
sheets, which I will share with the committee.
Thank you. So, okay, when you say, you use the word applications completed, what percentage of applications were approved and which percent denied?
Right now, the denied for ERAP assistance, but assisted through other programs with 24, and denied for ERAP assistance, but not assisted through other programs is 31.
Is what?
31.
31%?
31 applications.
31 out of the 1,197?
Correct.
Okay. And how much money did you say has gone out the door to date? 315,000?
315,000 has been already sent out. Checks have already been cut for $315,794.91, with $936,301.09 waiting to go out the door in the next couple of weeks.
And the 1.5 million that, has the city already paid the CBOs that are
That
your
is the
partners?
advance money that we've paid the CBOs. That was in yesterday's press release. That was the money that we've paid the CBOs to be able to continue to cut these checks, because the checks will be going through the CBOs based on the information that they've returned to us, that we've approved the payment for, and then we advance the money to the CBOs for the purpose of getting the checks out the door.
So just to clarify, the 1.5 million going to the CBOs is the money that is going to go to the landlords?
Correct.
So I don't want to confuse the numbers here. Out of the 5.9 million in your first allocation, approximately 1.5 million will be going to landlords based on what you've seen so far?
Yes.
Okay.
The total admin costs, and I hope I'm not getting ahead of you on this one, if you were looking for the admin costs, the total admin costs for all 5 CBOs will total $570,000. The city of Yonkers did not take an admin fee, even though we were entitled to under the Treasury Department guidelines. We waived the admin fee to continue to put that money back into the community.
Okay. I know I don't have much time. I just want to ask this question, if I may. I know on your website it says the pre-screening forms will no longer be accepted. You said that after the current batch is reviewed, it will be reopened. It does not indicate that on the website.
We can make that change.
Okay. And must you go through a community-based organizations to be eligible for the money in Yonkers?
The community-based organizations are doing the intake for the process, and it's being administered by the staff in the planning department. So yes, the first place you go is to one of the community-based organizations.
And if you don't and you contact the city, you refer them to one?
We refer them back to the community-based organization.
Okay.
A problem that we did have, and I'm sorry if I'm intruding on
No.
your time, a problem that we were having, and this is not an indictment, of the state in any way, is that some of the problems that we were encountering is some of our citizens were mistakenly applying to the state portal.
Yes.
And there was a lag in the amount of time that their application was accepted into the state portal, where the state was able to get back to them to say, oh, no, you have to apply to Yonkers.
Understood.
Now, if we're receiving those after that July 31st deadline, we are accepting those applications as long as they can show us that they did have an application number from the state, and we are putting them into the queue where they would have been if they had applied to the city and to the CBOs originally. So if they applied to the state in June, and we're notified back in, we're notified now, we're working with the CBOs to put them in line where they would have been back in June or July.
And finally, and I know I'm over my time, it's the Yonkers prerogative, sorry. Do you have a conversation going with the Yonkers City Court with respect to eviction proceedings?
Yes, it is, if you can just tell me here that I do have the note here.
If you could just let me know, Commissioner.
Yeah, the short answer is yes.
Thank you. I'd be interested in the details of how we make sure that matters that are pending, the judges know the status of these applications, particularly if there's an eviction bar. But thank you very much both for your testimony. I look forward to particularly getting that chart, Commissioner.
Sure. Actually, I'll send it to everybody, but
Thank you.
since you belong to me, I'm going to give you mine before I leave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would hope you would send it directly to the chairs
Yes,
also,
yes.
so we can
Absolutely.
disseminate it across to all the members. Thank you. Senator White?
Oh, so would you say that your efforts have been a success? And if so, could you just share with us how you're integrating landlords and tenants working together?
Well, I would say it's a success that the program is up and running. Any program is a success that's up and running. As far as integrating the landlords and the tenants together, we have been accepting the pre-screening applications from the landlords on behalf of the tenants. If the tenants, didn't do it on their own, we then have the caseworkers and the case managers from the organizations reach out to the tenant based on the information from the landlord to make sure that everybody is on the same page, and the tenant understands the landlord did the pre-screening form, and then tell the landlord that, okay, we've got what you've given us, now we need to work with the tenant for a little while, and then we'll get back to you.
Yeah, same, pretty much the same as well. As you can imagine, sometimes that's a little difficult, right? Landlords that haven't gotten payment in 6 to 12 months, those relationships at times could be strained. I think us having the community-based organization that works specifically with landlords has helped. If they run into barriers, again, the community-based organizations being able to reach out to tenants, some of them are apprehensive about giving out personal information, what the landlord is going to do. So having that confidence that is really to keep them in their homes. And then lastly, we are also collated with our eviction court in Monroe County. So we have Department of Human Services staff that's staffed there in partnership with the Tenants Defense Project. So anytime a landlord and a tenant is coming there with an eviction proceeding, we tend to mediate, and if we can pay that funds right then and there, or promise, and the judge will do an agreement with the landlord and the tenant, and we've seen upwards of several hundred cases dismissed from eviction court due to that partnership.
That's great. And so would you say that in most cases, landlords and tenants are both happy with the way the process has been working?
Yes, so far great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Jackson?
Thank you. So I just have one or two more questions. With respect to the ERAP program, in which you don't call it ERAP, you have the, what is it, the tenant, the FE, and I don't know what you call
it.
it.
YERAP.
My question is, after your CBOs process the application, do you have to submit it to OTDA? And if so, have any been rejected after it had went through the approval process? And how long did it take for you to get the green light of approval so that you can give that to the tenant?
We haven't been submitting to OTDA as not being part of the program. We've been submitting and putting the information into the systems ourselves as we go forward.
Into what system, though?
Into the HIMS system.
That's your system?
Yes.
Is it, so in essence, you have full, in essence,
Mhm.
authority over your program
Correct.
to approve or disapprove or needs further information?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? Okay, so you don't go to TDA?
No.
Same,
Commissioner?
Same.
Same
Senator.
thing?
Yes. And we
Okay.
just ensured that through every step of the way, that we were looking at the Treasury guidelines, the Treasury FAQs, to ensure that we were doing a parallel process around reporting, data collection, those type of things.
Right.
And I know that, Commissioner Abano, I know that you have Shelley Mayer, who is a senator that represents Yonkers, along with Andrew Stewart Cousins, our leader. And have you had any problems in communicating with the assembly members or senators that represent your area? And that's the same question I have for you, because Yonkers is a big city, and the rest of Monroe County is not like Yonkers. And you have several legislators in Rochester, in which, did you communicate with them beforehand and moving forward? That's a question to both of you.
Staff in all the offices at the state level have been communicating with my office.
And no problems whatsoever?
No,
Any
we-
adjustments and suggestions have been made, I guess, that you, and meaning the leadership of overseeing this, felt it was necessary to make based on suggestions from legislators they were made?
No, it's based on, the information that's being asked is just updates on the success of the program. And the other things that we may get is that tenants who, for whatever reason, haven't found the city website or haven't found one of the community-based organizations, they naturally go to one of their state representatives, who are more than willing to refer that person to my office, and then we take it from there.
Sure. And Commissioner Wright, you had said in your opening statement that there were several hiccups, but they were all resolved. What were some of those hiccups and the resolution of those?
Yes, absolutely. So prior to the implementation of ERAP EPI 2.0, some of the things that we saw were long waits, for example, at 211, right? So we had to figure that out, like why are people waiting so long to get through 211? So then we offered a callback option. Then we looked at the pre-screen. It was too much.
The what thing?
The pre-screen application.
Pre-screening.
Mhm.
Okay, go
It
ahead.
was heavy for 211, and when we were looking upwards of maybe 10, 15 minutes for 211 to get through a pre-screen with each applicant, we figured out how could we kind of streamline that, and then maybe if there's any gaps there, the CBOs can do that during their application process. We got that down to about 5 minutes. We also extended our contract out to provide 24/7 at the 211 level. And then
24/7?
24/7. And then additionally, 211 committed, I want to say, don't quote me, but I believe it was 7 staff specifically to deal with our eviction prevention. So they became trained, specialized on the pre-screening process, and pretty much that's their role over at 211. So we were very blessed to have that contracted and as part of one of our hiccups.
When you
that
say
was,
24/7, you mean some people were calling at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning
Yes,
and
sir.
seeking information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, based on what I've heard, and I'm almost finished, that Yonkers and Monroe County, you said, let's put our own program together. So in essence, New York City could have done the same thing, based on what I'm hearing from you, because the door was open for New York City to do that. Would you agree that the door was open for any other municipality to do that also?
The door was open for every municipality to do it.
From my understanding, Evie, yes. We had to submit a plan to OTDA early on, as I would assume Yonkers did as well, just kind of outlining what our plan was going to be. I remember getting on a few phone calls to kind of discuss tentatively how we was going to roll out the plan. Got kind of an informal approval and then a formal approval in writing. So there was a lot of conversations with the state prior to implementation.
Thank you both.
So Commissioner Wright, if I may ask you a question, what is the number of evictions that are done in Monroe County per year? Do you
I
know?
would have to get that number from our evictions court, but we can provide
Because I'm trying to
that.
just to correlate between the number of applicants that you have, the number of people assisted, and, what is your eviction number like, to see if, how many people will possibly not be assisted. And Commissioner Albano, you said, you have 10,000 evictions per year, and say you have roughly 3,000 applicants, that means you still have 7,000 tenants who are potentially.
I'm sorry, Senator, I have 10,000 evictions.
Mhm.
It's in my,
You said there are 10,000 eviction cases per year.
was that a state number? or-
Yeah. Even before the pandemic, you were having at least 10,000. Yeah. Across,
Oh, Westchester, it's all of Westchester.
right.
Yonkers number, I couldn't
don't
break
have-
down. I don't have the information with me right now, but I would get that to you.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that the numbers, because I'm looking, if you have 10,000 wide and Yonkers has
yeah.
a certain population
No,
of that,
10,000 is a Yonkers number. We got a bigger problem than,
you have a bigger
yeah.
problem, yes. But I just wanted to get the Yonkers number in relation to the 10,000, to make sure that, as many people as possible are being assisted. And the same in Monroe County, if you could just let us know so that we can, see really, it's great with all the work that you're doing, and I applaud both of you for what you're doing and getting the programs running as smoothly as they have been. But I just still want to see, what is your eviction number like on an annual basis? Thank you. So Senator Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on the conversation with Senator Jackson on the question of New York City. Had New York City, it is true that any locality that got federal money had the option of opting out of the state program, but New York City, by participating in the state program, about 2/3 of the need is estimated to be in New York City, and about 2/3 of the money from the state program is expected to go to New York City. Had New York City opt out, the amount of money available to residents of New York City would have been cut more than in half, or to less than half of that. It would have been less than 1/3 of the statewide pot of money would have been available to New York City residents. So it would have been a very big challenge to cover the needs in New York had New York City opted out. And that's I'm not
That's
sure if that dynamic applies in Monroe and Yonkers, but I am very concerned about that, as I mentioned earlier. Couple of questions. We've had testimony earlier about the effect of provisions in our state law that protect tenants from evictions. First of all, during the application process, our analysis suggests that those protections do not apply, at least not by virtue of the state law, to your local programs, but that localities might be able to adopt provisions, especially at the county level, that would add those protections to your program. To your knowledge, is there anything in the law of your jurisdictions that protects somebody from eviction while their application is pending?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was distracted by some of my staff sending me things.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Senator, can you repeat the question, please?
So the state program says once an application is pending, the person can't be evicted unless that tenant is found ineligible. Does your program have that provision?
Yeah, there is a case number that they can take to the housing court to show that they've applied for the program and they're waiting for a determination.
And the law requires that case to be stayed immediately?
That'll be stayed. And we also
can I ask, is that a law that's been passed by Yonkers, or it's an understanding with the courts?
It's a policy that we've put in place as part of the program that we've had conversations with the courts about.
We heard the state commissioner say that they are notifying all people with pending applications that they are protected from eviction. Has every household that's applied in Yonkers been notified of that protection?
I would have to get that information for you, Senator.
Okay, and just obviously, given that the Supreme Court 7 days ago overturned our eviction moratorium, I think it's especially critical now. So if you could get back to us very specifically about if we can see a copy of the notice, whether it's gone out to all applicants. I guess same questions from Monroe County?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So I think, when we talked about some of the challenges that we had, the former State Supreme Administrative Judge for the 7th Judicial District had informed the county and the city that the enforcement provisions of the state's program were not going to be available to us locally, and we could not enforce it in the local courts. But in response to that, the Senate passed the Senator Barack's bill, right, that would provide Monroe County local program and other programs the authority to incorporate those enforcement provisions. So with that, that's been able to assist us. I was really interested to hear Commissioner Hines talk about the letter that OTDA is sending out. I would love to be able to receive a copy of that as we continue to try to, in parallel process, right, not to confuse our New York State residents, to be able to share that. So if there's additional provisions that OTDA is utilizing and that we can replicate, we would be happy to do that and not recreate the will.
Yeah, so again, and it just putting the two of you on the spot, because here we are interested in this, well, all 7 of the localities, I guess the 5 other localities as well. But it's true that there's been an effort to make it clear that localities are authorized to do this, but our understanding of the law at this point is that you have to affirmatively indicate that the sort of locality has to affirmatively adopt a rule or a law that requires that that cases be stayed. Otherwise, judges may view it as otherwise and proceed with eviction cases. So we're very concerned about that. And if you could just get us very specifically, what is the procedure in place in your jurisdictions? And again, we'll be following up with the other ones as well. Similar questions with respect to the state law says that if the landlord receives the money or the tenant is found eligible, in exchange for accepting that money, the landlord cannot evict the tenant even for a holdover or an expired lease for the year after the money is received. Are there any provisions in your law or in your program that prevent evictions going forward in the year after the money is received?
In the year after the money received, once we get the tenant to zero, the clock ticks again. I would have to consult the legal people on my end to give me an answer on that one. My understanding is that the obligation is to get the tenant to zero, which stays the eviction process and ends the eviction process at that point. But
could I guess the question is, could a landlord then proceed? So when we crafted the state law, we had an assumption that tenants that had not paid the rent for a year probably also have not had their lease renewed. There are many places where tenants are month to month in any case. So we had a concern that if the state legislature if we're gonna allocate all this money, we're gonna give a landlord $10,000 to cover the rent, that they don't turn around the next day and say, well, your lease is expired, you're out. So the state law says that from the date they get the money, the tenant has a prospective obligation to continue paying the rent and abide by their lease. But we have banned holdover evictions because a lease is expired during the year after the payment is made. And I guess I'm wondering if those protections exist in either of your jurisdictions.
No, I can look into that for you. Speaking personally, it doesn't sound like it's the right thing to do, other than for health and safety. If the rent is paid up at that point and we've zeroed out the tenant, other than for health and safety issues, at that point, I think the protection should be in place to keep the tenant in their apartment. Now, 6 months from now, who knows? But
okay.
No, I
Again,
agree with what you're saying, but I don't have the information.
So the state law adopts a principle that for 1 year prospectively,
Yes, Senator, we have that in the landlord agreement, and I would again agree, right? I think if I could speak transparently, it's like a year from now, what would that look like? And we've talked a lot about it internally, even with our CBOs, around how can we maybe scan and put letters and things like that in some type of electronic file, because I am concerned that a year from now, a tenant will have to produce some type of letter or documentation to eviction court that they may not be able to get their hands on. That's probably going to be their only proof, right, that we paid that back rent and that the landlord has agreed not to evict, only for the failure of non-payment of rent. What we do see is some additional evictions coming for maybe illegal activity in the home, for destruction of the home, which you can understand that's a little different than just
Right.
rental arrears.
And even the eviction moratorium does not prevent evictions
Absolutely.
where somebody's causing danger to others. One of the reasons, I mean, we're concerned, we're trying to understand the implications of what the Supreme Court said last week and the impending expiration of the eviction moratorium statewide. But one of the things that, one of the positive sides from our perspective that want to protect tenants is that if a case, under state law, if somebody brings an eviction case, that case is immediately stayed when somebody applies for the program. I want to ask this particularly about Yonkers, but I want to hear from Monroe as well. Given that the application process is currently closed, what protection does a tenant have if a landlord brings an eviction case today?
And they don't have a, they don't have a.
They don't have an application pending.
They don't have an application pending. We would have to put together a policy for that. I know that through our CDBG funding, we do provide legal assistance through legal services of the Hudson Valley and Tenant Landlord Court, and then we can see if we can expand upon that and see if they apply for or are eligible for any of the other funding that we may have.
Okay, I would strongly urge you to look into this question of whether you can simply stay the case. Maybe that's a reason to reopen the application process before August 20, I guess a week, roughly speaking, it takes about 2 weeks for an eviction case from start to sometimes,
No, and I understand that, Senator. I'm just a little nervous about reopening the application process, just so we can make sure that we have enough money to handle what we have right at the moment.
Okay, so again, you're concerned that there may be some people with arrears that would apply if they could, but there may not be enough money to cover.
At the moment, yeah.
Okay, and that's a concern. But I would just say there's a separate, as I mentioned before, I have legislation that would permit residents of Yonkers and Monroe and Hempstead and other localities to access the state money. That is not the case now, but I would just note, we don't know if the state program is going to have enough money to cover the full range of applications. But we do know that once somebody applies for the program, if their application is pending, an eviction case is stayed. So this has evolved quickly because of the Supreme Court. I would have said we have a couple more weeks to determine that, but I would really just urge you to look into that. And just what the situation in Monroe is, you're still accepting applications?
Yes, we're still accepting applications. I'm concerned a little bit about the volume. So what we've been able to do is I've approved overtime. What we've seen is that they come through all doors. We've had tenants and landlords even come through our Department of Social Services front door. So we're at the upward of maybe about 40 staff that are Department of Human Services staff trained on the application process. We're even cutting checks, doing vouchers in-house as well to help sustain that. And again, just to echo, we have a great partnership with our eviction court, so we're co-located with them. We've worked with an upward of over 1,000 tenants through the Tenant Defense Project, through Eviction Court. We also utilize the Housing Council Hotline, who they've helped over 500. So if they come through, they can refer to the program. And then lastly, if we see that there may be some issues with rent going forward, we also recommend that the tenant goes through consumer counseling through the City of Rochester, just to do some budget, some preventive measures, making sure that they can pay their rent going forward. So we've built in some other programming outside of just the eviction prevention to ensure that tenants are aware so they don't get maybe to the same situation. And just lastly, if I can just say, one of the things that we learned really early on, and I don't know if this is something that we can think about, the terminology sometimes that we use, and especially when we're talking about disenfranchised community, communities living in poverty, Black and brown community members that may not truly understand what a moratorium is. What we found in our community engagement is that many individuals believe that a moratorium meant I just don't have to pay my rent. Not that it was a pause on it. So it's a lot of education and communication around what that means, how that affects you, not just as today, but in the long term. So doing that education piece outside of just getting the funding out, I think is just extremely important.
I agree with you, and for a long time, I was saying to people, an eviction moratorium is not a rent holiday, so you have continuing obligation. I think it is important that people know that. So just, I'm well over my time, and I think Senator Mayer has additional questions, but just to say, we're gonna want very specifically, what is the restriction on eviction during the pendency of an application, if any? What is the restriction on eviction after the money is paid, and how long does it last? It sounds like something to that effect is in Monroe. We'd like to know the duration of it, and we would like copies of the notices that are going to landlords and tenants on these issues in particular. And again, the urgency has increased in the last week because the moratorium expired it was overruled rather suddenly.
If I can just add something, Senator Kavanaugh, to agree with my colleague, one of the problems that we were having is, there were people that thought there was a rent holiday. And, they just said, well, the governor told me I didn't have to pay my rent. One of the, we were encountering the same problem.
Yep, and we've heard that from other sources, and I have a feeling we'll hear it from some of our people testifying later today. But as I said, I'm well over time. Thank you both for answering all those questions. And Senator Mayer?
Briefly follow up on the issue Senator Kavanaugh raised, and I just want to get clear for Yonkers. If a person, a slightly different scenario, today goes to court in an eviction proceeding in the Yonkers City Court, they have not yet applied, but you on paper have money left.
If we have money left,
No,
Senator, yes.
no,
Yeah.
I'm giving a different scenario.
Okay.
The person doesn't know anything about your program. They're subject to an eviction proceeding. They appear in Yonkers City Court. Do you have a conversation or arrangement that a judge or someone in the court says, you should be applying for this money because if you get it, it may forestall your eviction?
The judges are aware of the program. We have talked about putting someone over in the tenant landlord court under your scenario, that we can have someone over at the tenant landlord court, the way that we place someone from legal services of the Hudson Valley to be able to say to the tenant that might be facing eviction, have you applied for this program? Go get yourself applied.
But you
for the
don't have
program.
someone now there from the program. I'm just asking.
From the program, no. We've got program representatives in the DSS offices in White Plains that are able to direct them back to Yonkers. But other than legal services of the Hudson Valley, no one in the courts at the
Okay.
moment.
I'm just trying to clarify, because of this change in the eviction, and frankly, because Yonkers City Court allowed evictions to proceed during much of COVID, I know our office has handled complaints of people who are subject to eviction. Secondly, did Yonkers adopt, to Senator Kavanaugh's point, any specific rules? For example, you mentioned, Commissioner, that in Rochester, you have a landlord agreement when the money is distributed. Does Yonkers have a similar document?
I would have to look where the document that the CBOs are handling. To my knowledge, not at this time, but I can look that up. for
Okay,
you.
well, as Senator Kavanaugh asked, it'd be good to get the document so we know exactly what we're dealing with. Thank you both very much. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that ends our questions. Again, thank you so much for your testimony and your patience with all our questions. We will follow up about the information, but again, and especially thank you for coming from all the way from
Thank
Monroe.
you.
Thank you so much, and
Thank
we
you.
pray that we get the pass, that we'll be able to utilize some of that additional funding. A little apprehensive of what's going to be left over, but the hopes are, because the other piece, if I could just add really quickly, is that what we heard is that we have landlords that tenants have moved out on them, 6-9 months owing rent, and there's no protections for them at all.
Okay, so there is, I will just note, I mentioned a bill that has been passed, but I believe not signed, that was sponsored by Senator Skoufis and Assemblyman Paulin, that provides an additional $100 million that is available when the landlords have made best efforts to contact the tenant and they don't apply, either because they're unwilling to or because the landlord can't get in touch with them. We heard the commissioner say that's not up and running, partly, I think, because it hasn't been signed, but we'll continue that conversation. But in the meantime, the additional the regular pot of state money is not currently available for residents of either of your jurisdictions. So we will have a continuing concern about that.
Senator Kavanaugh, Senator Prasad, I'm sorry, to Senator Mayers, my staff is watching on the live feed, so they're sending me information here right now. And they were saying, yes, there is an agreement in place, cannot evict for a year.
After receiving the money, you can't evict for a year?
Right, if funds are received, that there is an agreement in place and cannot evict for a year.
Okay, again, so we want to see copies of
Sure.
notices and all that, but I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And with that, I think we are, although we have a long day and we appreciate we have other witnesses waiting, we are going to take a 10-minute break with apologies, but it's going to be a long day. So 10 minutes, we'll be back and reconvene. Welcome back to this joint hearing of the Senate Housing and Social Services Committee. I'm Senator Brian Kavanaugh, Chair of the Housing Committee. I am joined, co-chairing this hearing by Senator Roxanne Prasad, the Chair of the Social Service Committee. For those just tuning in, we are off our break and get ready to continue with a long afternoon of testimony. First up, if Judge Jean Schneider is available, come on up.
Somebody make sure she gets.
Welcome, Judge Schneider, and so you'll have 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
A little.
A little
Good.
closer, maybe. Sorry, the tech person is going to come check it out.
All right.
Is it good?
Good. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon. I am Jean Schneider. I am the citywide supervising judge for the New York City Housing Court. I apologize, I'm not going to be able to share with you this afternoon any details about what's happening with eviction cases in courts anywhere outside my jurisdiction, which is New York City. I can speak to the 5 boroughs, but I really don't know much at all about what's going on outside my own personal jurisdiction. Before I speak specifically about ERAP and our interactions with it, I wanted to say just a couple of things about how the Housing Court is operating and what's going on there at this point. Between December 28th, when the Emergency Eviction and Foreclosure Prevention Act went into effect, and last week we received about 40,000 hardship declarations from tenants who had, mostly from tenants who had cases pending, a handful from people who were seeking to avoid being sued to begin with. We had a plan in place for starting, we took those cases off the calendars when we received the hardship declarations. We had a plan for putting them back on after August 31st when the Supreme Court took action last week. We moved that up, so we're starting to put them back on the calendar. I think you all know that New York City has a right to counsel for tenants facing eviction in housing court. In those cases with hardship declarations where the tenant already has a lawyer, we're putting those cases on in our resolution parts so that they can move forward with 2 lawyers on them. Where we got a hardship declaration from a tenant who did not yet have a lawyer, we are going to be putting those cases on in what I will call one of our gateway parts. We've been operating for some months now with court parts where we are moving cases that were filed pre-pandemic and some of the nuisance cases and others that we were able to hear during the moratorium. We put them on in these parts. A legal services provider appears virtually. The landlord appears usually virtually. The tenant, we encourage the tenant to appear either by phone or by video, but they are free to come in person, and some do. We connect the tenant with counsel. Counsel and the tenant arrange to speak right after the court appearance. And then once the case has 2 attorneys on it, we move it into a resolution part. So we'll be adding the hardship declaration cases where the tenant doesn't yet have a lawyer to that process. Those gateway parts, we have between 3 and 4 of them in each borough except Staten Island. Staten Island has only 1 judge, so we don't need special parts for different things. I wanted to say, so that you can sort of understand what we've been doing all this time, that using that process and using the luxury that we have of having lawyers on both sides, we have been able to resolve during the pandemic about 30,000 cases in 2020 and another just a little over 30,000 cases so far in 2021. And that's resolved without the eviction remedy coming into play. The lifting of, the Supreme Court's lifting of the SIFPA rules puts us in a position where ERAP obviously becomes much, much more important. And we are very, very focused at this point on that. I heard for the first time this morning, because I was here for part of Commissioner Hymes's testimony, that OTDA has now apparently agreed to share some data with the Housing Court in New York. This is so, so important. We really, really, really need to be able to tell when there is an ERAP application pending and we should not be moving forward with the case. In a case where the tenant has a lawyer and the tenant is appearing with a lawyer, we're pretty sure that we're going to hear about an ERAP application if there is one. But for example, with EEFPA lifted, it is now possible for a landlord to apply for a default judgment without making a motion. And that means that we will be reviewing paper applications for default judgments. And if a tenant hasn't come to, the tenant could have made an ERAP application, but thought they didn't have to come to court because they made the ERAP application. We need to be able to check and make sure. Now, the Chief Administrative Judge issued an order last Friday which requires petitioners in our courts to notify the court if they're aware of an ERAP application and if they receive ERAP funds. That's important, and it was our effort to sort of fill the gap at a time when OTDA was saying that they couldn't share data with us. I'm not sure what the arrangement is that was arrived at yesterday or today that the commissioner was speaking about, but I assure you when I get back to my courthouse, that'll be the first thing I want to know about. The other area that I want to call your attention to in terms of our practice and our cases is that since last August, we have had, again, an internal court rule for New York City that requires a landlord who has an eviction warrant that was obtained before the pandemic to return to court with a motion to ask for permission to do an eviction with that warrant. We adopted that rule last year in August because we were concerned that judges should have an opportunity to look at the case fresh, taking into account facts that were pandemic related and taking into account new laws and rules that might apply to the case. That rule still continues, so that those pre-existing warrants that may have been granted, that might not have been granted last week or last month, but were still out there, have to be reviewed by a judge before anything can go forward. Some of those, there have been lots of those motions made. Some of them have been granted. Before CFPA, there were some granted that were then not executed because CFPA came into effect. After CFPA, there have been a number of those motions that were granted with an August 31st deadline for execution. So those are out there, and again, that's another category of case that I'm concerned about in terms of ERAP. I want us and the city marshals that execute on warrants to be able to know if there's been a later ERAP application that we ought to be looking at in terms of how the case is handled. It is certainly not the case that every eviction case can be resolved with money, but there are certainly many of them that can be, I would say perhaps most, and we're really, really concerned that the parties that are in our court have access to full information and that the court have access to full information. So we're really hopeful that with the Commissioner's announcement this morning, we'll be able to work as partners with OTDA to make sure that we don't make any errors and that we take special care with ERAP cases. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Judge Schneider. Can you tell me of the 40,000 hardship, bless you, the applications that you have? How much staff is required to go through those, and what is the process notifying the applicant that, you know, you're working on it and that they're okay, and then notifying the landlord? What's the process?
There are two separate processes. For the cases where both sides already have a lawyer, it's a relatively simple process because we have electronic means of reaching every lawyer because they've been appearing before us electronically for months now. And so on those, the particular court part that's going to be hearing the case sends a notification by email to both lawyers and an invitation to appear at a particular date and time by Microsoft Teams to begin discussing the case again. In cases where the tenant does not have a lawyer, and we're going to be putting them in one of the gateway parts, we notify the tenant who doesn't have a lawyer by regular mail. Some of those tenants have been in touch with us, and our clerks have been instructed for many months now to collect email addresses and cell phone numbers where that information is available. If we have that information, we will use that also. But the official notification of those appearances in the gateway parts is done by mail to the apartment address. We like to have the additional information because sometimes the tenant is somewhere else or the mail is not regularly getting through. In the gateway parts, if that tenant does not appear the first time, there will be a second appearance, and often the legal services provider will assist us by doing some of the outreach to try to reach the tenant, and we've been very successful. I'm not going to tell you we've never had a default because we do have them, but they are much less frequent than I would have expected, and we really do make a tremendous effort to get the folks in, to get them connected with counsel, and then to have the case move forward after that.
One other question. Last week, when the Supreme Court made the decision, there was a concern that every hardship declaration will be challenged, and the courts will never be able to handle that. What is your opinion?
We can handle whatever we need to handle. The question is, how much time does it take to hear those cases one by one? there is some difference of opinion about what's going to happen down the line with the Supreme Court order. The current order just says the entire Part A of the statute, which is the entire law as it applies to evictions, is enjoined until the Second Circuit decides the bigger case. So at the moment, what we are looking at is handling the case without even looking at the hardship declaration, but looking at the case as a whole, as we would have last year or the year before. And we know how to do that, although there are challenges I'm sure that some of your later witnesses will talk with you about frustrations about how many cases we're able to hear safely in a day and so on. We're hoping to start doing some more in-person, in the courthouse cases in mid-September if health and safety conditions permit, so that we can then mix in-person appearances with virtual appearances in a way that will expand we'll use our capacities as best we can. But there are limits. I mean, we're not going to put more people in a courtroom than can be accommodated with social distancing. So any of you who happen to have seen a housing courtroom sometime in the past will remember that you saw a crowded courtroom and an even more crowded hallway. We can't do that anymore, and we won't. So we're hoping that by using virtual appearances when we're dealing just with lawyers and more in-person appearances when we're not, that we'll be able to do more. But we remind ourselves every day that we can only do what we can do, and we're not going to do more than we can do in a safe and responsible way.
Oh, thank you. My final question. Do you think that the courts are adequately preparing for more in-person appearances? Because the concern is that there's not the push to ensure the safety of anyone coming into the courts. You think that's an unfair?
I can tell you that I believe that that in my court, at least, we are not going to do more in-person work than we can do safely. The instructions that I've been given by the people I report to are we have reinstated the full mask mandate, whether you're vaccinated or not, and we will be maintaining social distancing. If circumstances outside the courthouses change, if it is not safe to have more in person, we will adjust. We've done that before. We've gone back and forth. We've always been sensitive to what's going on outside. Anytime you talk about changing to do something in person, like this hearing, for example, if it's something you haven't done in a long time, people are really nervous and they want details. And we are going to make our best efforts to share those details. And hopefully we can demonstrate by people watching us that we're serious, that we will not allow congregating in the hallways, that there will not be people in the court. The coming back to court in housing court, for people who used to practice in housing court, they're thinking we're going to have this big crowded thing and people chat in the hallways. We can't do it that way. There's not going to be chatting in the hallways because you can't chat in the hallways and socially distance. So it means that people are going to come into court, they're going to sit down in front of the judge, then they're going to leave. There is enough waiting space for a certain number of people. We're measuring the benches now in each courtroom, and we're really serious about not doing more than we can do safely.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, the news that there is now a deal to provide the court's information was new to you during the course of this hearing.
New to me this morning.
It's always good to make news during a hearing, so thank you for that. So prior to that, up to this point, the courts basically have not had access to information about who's applied from OTDA or from...
We have not.
Okay.
We've had several meetings with OTDA. They have been reluctant. They've had concerns about privacy, concerns about who's entitled under the law to have access. They very much want to make sure that we are advertising the program, which we are as hard as we can. But this is a real breakthrough, and I'm excited about it because I want to be able to put procedures in place in the court that require that we look for an ERAP application before you do this, look for an ERAP application before you do that, and so on.
Great. And so, you haven't seen the agreement. You're going to
Nope.
review it when you get a chance.
Yep.
Will you share with these committees your perspective on whether the data you're expecting is adequate for?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd be happy to do that.
We would, obviously, we're very, especially given last week's ruling, we're very concerned about this.
I had less of a presentation to do this afternoon because a lot of my presentation was saying we really, really, really need more access and
Good.
trying to be persuasive about that.
So given that that agreement is out there and we don't
Right.
have access to it, I'm not going to ask
Right.
you which information specifically you need, but we would appreciate a very prompt,
Right.
response.
Absolutely.
And again, we appreciate your testifying here today on these matters. There are reports that some judges are applying the eviction protections for pending applications only for tenants with evictions filed after the CRAP law was signed in April. And we understand that that's being briefed in a few courts in New York by litigants. What direction are judges getting about the scope of the CRAP protections?
Our administrative orders and advisories have all just said ERAP applications stay. I had heard before today that there were some judges who believed that the ERAP, everybody seemed to agree, I thought, that the ERAP stay applied to all non-payment proceedings. There were some disagreements among individual judges about what categories of holdover proceedings the ERAP stay applied to. I don't know if you're aware, but an administrative or supervising judge in the court system gets to tell judges what part they're assigned to and when they can take a vacation, but not how to decide a case. So if a particular judge disagrees with me about the scope of the stay, I don't get to tell them how to do it. But you will see if you look at our directives and our website, it's pretty clear what I think, I guess. I had not heard, again, before today, that there was an argument that when the when the case started or when the application was filed in terms of when the case started, this is the first time hearing of that. So that's also news to me, and I will see if I can track it down.
Apparently, some of these cases, and to avoid maybe a bad illusion from another time, but it depends on what the meaning of is
Yeah.
apparently, because the statute said if there is a case
Got it.
pending, and so I think it's fair to say that those of us who drafted the law believed that we were passing a law that permitted that required stays of cases for any pending application.
I'm sure
broadly.
you have all had the experience of passing a law that seemed absolutely clear to you and then having some judge somewhere say, well, it's not that clear to me. I don't know what it means. So I apologize for us for that.
Or 6 judges to outnumber 3 judges to say that you didn't have the constitutional authority to do that law. But
For example.
Right, for example. When a tenant applies for CRAP, for a case that's pending and it is stayed until there's a determination, is the case adjourned to a certain date after that, or does the landlord have to move to restore the case to the calendar?
We have created separate administrative calendars to put those cases on, so we've just parked them. They're not on a calendar, they're not adjourned, they're just parked. And what we have told the parties is this, that if the landlord believes that the stay is over, the application was denied, or for some or the application was granted and it didn't completely resolve the case, or whatever it is, the landlord can make a motion to restore the case to the calendar that it came off of. If there is a payment which resolves the case, we have asked the parties please to send us, I'm assuming now a two-attorney case, to send us a stipulation which settles the case, discontinues the case, resolves it. And we have told them that at whatever point the ERAP process closes, we will create a cleanup calendar in which if there's stuff left in that place where we park them, we'll put them all back on the calendar. We'll give people notice and we'll say, so what's up with this one? And we'll go through them one by one.
Okay. But the parking status is indefinite unless
The
there's-
parking
unless
status
there's
is
mo-
indefinite until somebody does something.
Okay. What happens if a landlord files an eviction case knowing that a tenant has an CRAP application pending?
I don't know yet, since we have yet to be in a position to know that. That's interesting. I haven't, does the statute say you can't sue somebody who made an application? Because the previous statute had rules that required us to reject a filing unless the hardship application had been served with it. I don't remember now whether ERAP addresses that or not.
Yeah, I guess
I'm
we'll
sorry.
have to, I do have the statute in my big stack of
Yeah.
papers here, so maybe on my redirect, my second round of questions, I'll follow up. I think I realize my time is out, so I want to see if other senators, it's significantly out in my colleague notes. I think Senator Salazar is up.
Thank you. I wanted to ask sort of a clarifying question similar to what Senator Kavanaugh asked, but not in cases where ERAP applies, but for cases in which there previously was already a disposition or where a stay of eviction was provided.
Right.
But it was on the basis of a hardship declaration form,
Right.
not the CDC hardship declaration,
Right.
but the one, previously in
Yes.
the state. Are those cases immediately impacted by the Supreme Court decision?
If a judge issued an order, and I issued some of them, saying execution is stayed through August 31st, that doesn't go away automatically. It's a court order and it says it's stayed till August 31st. An inpatient landlord could conceivably say, I'm going to make a new motion and say, I want to execute on that before August 31st because the Supreme Court said so. And I would entertain that, but that order isn't going to go away by itself. The ones that are of greater concern actually are the motions that were decided before December 28th. So at a time when that statute had not yet happened, a judge might well have issued an order saying, okay, you're allowed to execute, but the stay is till January 4th. And then from January 4th onward, the statute took over. For a time, there was a certain amount of control because you needed a new kind of warrant that had to recite certain facts. There were processes that had to be gone through. With the statute essentially erased by the Supreme Court, I believe that some of those cases may be in a posture where the marshal is legally permitted to execute without that case coming back before us again. We've talked a little bit with the Department of Investigation about that, about some of the things that the marshals should be cautioned about, to look and see whether there is in fact court permission, and we will look at, assuming that we actually have access to ERAP data now, we'll look at whether we can use that ERAP data as well to check those cases.
Thank you, Judge.
Senator Rivera.
Well, Your Honor, thank you for being here.
Happy to be
Hello
here.
again. There you go. All right. Hello, Your Honor. Thank you for
Hi.
being here. Couple of things. First of all, as you made very clear, you can speak about what is happening in the court system here in the city
Right.
and not in other parts of the state. And I'll take a second to plug Right to Counsel, which is a lifesaver here in the city. Hopefully we can get it done statewide, but we will work on that when we can. Now,
If
regarding,
there's anybody considering that statewide thing that wants to talk about what the impact is on the court, I'm probably a good person to talk to about that.
you're the best person to talk to. But since I only have 3 minutes, we will
Yep.
continue on the ERAP.
Later.
Yes, but thank you so much for offering yourself in that way. Considering the decision that happened, that SCOTUS decision that happened,
Yeah.
What are some of the things that is the court doing? For example, since as we talked earlier, if somebody applies for this program and is approved for this program, then they have an eviction stay, and that's something that is still is valid. The SCOTUS did not throw that out.
Yep.
So are people, maybe judges, telling tenants that is an option that's available to them?
We have been selling ERAP as hard as we can sell it since before the portal opened in June. Because, not to be too self-interested about it, but a case in which the tenant gets ERAP is a case in which I don't have to do a trial, and that case is resolved and I can move on to the next one. So that's the self-interested part for the court. But also, we want landlords and tenants to have access to that money. And we're a pretty good place, people come through who are in trouble. We want to make sure that we do as much information provision as we can. We're not perfect, but we're really pushing it, and we really encourage our staff and our judges to be doing that all the time.
Gotcha. And the other question I wanted to ask you, you answered earlier related to the news that you got while you were sitting here. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, great. Something that I was going to talk about now has been resolved, which is a good thing. And lastly, I'll just say I know that you've worked with some organizations, particularly in the Bronx, like CASA. There's an organization in my backyard that does a lot of advocacy, and I know that you've worked really closely with them to kind of make things better in courts. So I know that you have a very, very long-term commitment to making it more accessible. And I'm glad that you're pushing ERAP so that we can keep people in their homes, and we'll work on the other part to make sure that the next one is constitutional. We're working on that already.
Great.
But thank you for being here, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think I'm up if other senators don't have questions. First of all, I would just note that 3 Supreme Court justices thought the last version was constitutional, at least should survive the challenge that was presented, but I'll leave that there for now. Just to follow up on our conversation before, the CRAP statute says that eviction proceedings for a holdover or expired lease or non-payment of rent or utilities that would be eligible for coverage under this program shall not be commenced against a household who has applied for the program.
There we go. Thank you.
So presumably if somebody does attempt to commence something, the courts would effectively say that's not proper. It can't be. It can't even be accepted. Is that okay? Good. If tenants defaulted previously after receiving a non-payment proceeding, then we know that I think in the fall there was a lot of issues with how tenants were able to respond to proceedings. If there's no requirement for a hearing before a warrant, what is the step the tenant would have to do? Would be to file in order to show cause?
That's correct. But this issue about paper applications for default judgments is one that's very actively under discussion among us now. It was not a front-of-mind issue until the Supreme Court decision, because that statute required a motion for a default judgment.
Right.
So we knew the case was going to come in front of us with everybody having notice before there could be a default judgment. Now we don't know that. And actually, we went through several different periods in the course of last year in terms of we started accepting new cases for filing in June. For a period of time, there were executive orders that suspended legal timetables and deadlines. So we were able to tell tenants that they didn't have a deadline to answer.
That was through September 30th.
Right. And then when they did have a deadline to answer, we were not yet at full staff. It was hard for people to reach us by phone. There was a long, difficult period in which we tried to figure out how people could answer, and in which lots of people were frustrated with phones ringing off the hook and so on. Eventually, that got better, but we are aware that that remains an issue. And so as we look at having to process paper defaults, we're looking at what are the ways for us to, there are some court decisions that limit barriers that we can put in front of landlords who are seeking default judgments. And so, and there are 2 Court of Appeals decisions out there that kind of tell us, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. So we're looking at what are the ways for us to make sure that people have notice without running afoul of those decisions. And that's a very active discussion right now. I can't tell you where it will come. I sent emails last night and this morning trying to set up some meetings to discuss it.
Okay. And that period you mentioned in the fall when the executive order was allowed to expire, and basically we were relying on administrative orders of the courts from the end of September until December when we passed the CFA.
Right.
It was very challenging, because we were still in the midst of COVID and we were trying to protect the litigants, the court workers, everybody. But there were lines out the doors of many of our courthouses. There was a phone system that many found was an inadequate way to try to respond. Is any of the sort of kind of logistical and technical aspect of that changed since then? Is there
Yes,
sort of a better phone system? Is there other?
The most important thing that happened was that at that point, we had about a quarter of our non-judicial staff in the courthouse. Because of social distancing and other rules that we were enforcing, our employees were rotating through in and out. We didn't have space to have everybody in. We have had everybody in since late May. So the short answer to that is we have enough people to pick up the phones. It wasn't actually the phone system that was at issue. You can have a dandy phone system, but if there isn't a human there to pick it up, and I should say, no, the phone system is at fault to some extent, because if you had a fancy phone system, which we didn't, it could tell you, we don't have anybody to pick up your phone, here's some information, and we did not have that. We still don't have that, but what we do have is people. And mostly believe me, I was getting those reports about the lines down the block and the unanswered phone calls as well, and I'm sure you were all getting them in your constituent offices. I'm not getting those about the phones anymore, and we are continuing to take answers by phone. We're also able, the courthouses are fully open, so we're able to take answers in person for people who want to do it that way. From certain advocacy organizations, we have been taking answers by email as well.
But there may yet be a significant influx,
Correct.
larger influx as a result
Correct.
of this one. Okay.
Correct.
So we'll have
There's
to-
going to
we'll
be a large influx of everything,
Yeah.
so we're ready.
Are you handling eviction case on a first in, first out basis at this point?
For the most part, we are. We're going to change that a little bit if we succeed in doing this plan that we have for September. What we want to do in September is to jump to the back end, to say, okay, let's see if there's a way for us to normalize handling cases. I mean, we do have this statute that says you're supposed to answer in a certain number of days. The case is supposed to be before a judge in a certain number of days after that. So what we're going to do in September is to start with the newly filed cases September 1 and see if we can get those on a calendar and start managing them. I don't know yet how if it's going to work well or if it's not going to work well. I'm hoping it will, so that we can keep up with current, and then we'll continue our gateway parts in order to pick away at the backlog at the same time.
But beyond the current ones, you're effectively doing pre-COVID cases and then COVID era
Pre-COVID
cases.
cases and then COVID era cases.
Yeah, any sense of what point?
We actually did one other thing in the middle, which is that we took some post-COVID non-payment filings early on in the ERAP program. We took post-COVID non-payments in which we had electronic contact information for the tenant. And we put those on in a special part with a goal of encouraging people to file ERAP applications. So it was solely focused on on selling ERAP to people, and we also distributed hardship declarations in those parts. We ran out of those cases fairly quickly, so, and the bucket of cases that we really haven't touched at all and that we're going to need to get to is the post-COVID holdover cases. We're in some boroughs, we're finishing up with our pre-COVID caseload. We're getting pretty close to done in Queens and Manhattan. Brooklyn and Bronx are further behind. They have more cases. And then the COVID era cases will come after that.
One more question, if I may. Do you have a perspective on how the kind of one-shot payment systems are working for non-COVID arrears? And I guess I understand that the state is restricting the city from processing one-shots where there's also a CRAP application, and I think the city has pushed for the authority to either append the one-shot application to the CRAP application or just process the one-shot for the arrears that are clearly not going to be payable under CRAP. Do you have a perspective on how all that's working and what should be done?
I'm not privy to what the conversations are between the city and the state, but the feedback that we're getting from the city at the moment is go to ERAP first, and when your ERAP process is done, come to us and we will use our funds to fill in whatever gaps may be left. So I haven't heard about a plan to put the two together. I think at the beginning, it would have been difficult to do that because it was a little difficult to predict what was going to happen with any given ERAP application. As there's more experience with what happens with the ERAP applications, it may be easier to do both at the same time arrangement.
Gotcha. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Okay, again, thank you very much for your testimony, and we look
Thanks for
forward to
having me.
following up.
Great.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Deputy Controller for New York City.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Kavanaugh, Chair Prasad, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you all for providing me this opportunity to testify today. I'm here on behalf of New York State Controller Thomas DiNapoli. My name is Rahul Jain, and I am the State Deputy Controller for New York City, a division that provides state oversight of the city's fiscal issues. As we know, millions of Americans are still facing housing insecurity, and the issue is particularly important in New York State, home to the greatest share of renters of any state in the nation, and in New York City, the largest municipal rental market in the country. Controller DiNapoli initially had us start our analysis of the Rental Assistance Program, CRAP or ERAP as we're calling it, to understand whether the number of applications to federally funded COVID-19 rental assistance programs in the state were commensurate with the demand for rental relief. That was really how we started this. New York State had at least 2.7 million low-income households before the pandemic hit, many of which are in urban areas that are renter markets. Unemployment claims in state exceeded 3 million at the height of the pandemic. Many job losses were concentrated in industries with generally lower paying wages, including leisure and hospitality and retail, both of which Controller DiNapoli's office has reported on over the last year. The health and economic impacts of the pandemic have repeatedly targeted the most vulnerable people in this state. These problems have been particularly acute in New York City, which accounts for 68% of the state's renters and even more of the state's rent-burdened households. The city also accounted for the lion's share of the state's initial and continued job losses. We started our analysis prior to the initial June 1st rollout of the latest program, the ERAP program, and we're looking forward to the first report in July from the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, OTDA, that showed applicants from June. As the agency's June report showed, about 108,000 geographically eligible households applied for rental assistance, and all signs pointed to underutilization of the program. but little additional data existed on the program from OTDA. Concerning news reports and anecdotes had suggested problems with last year's program, and they were very similar to what we were seeing and hearing on this year's program. We looked for deeper signs and lessons from the data available on that program, the one done by DHCR, Housing and Community Renewal, which confirmed some of our concerns. For example, households that were hard hit by the pandemic, including Black and Hispanic households, and the lowest income households that earn less than 30% of the area median income, received aid at lower shares than their share of overall low-income renter households for that program last year. Our analysis suggested the program applicants face barriers in outreach and assistance and the application process, in addition to strict eligibility. Using that, we shifted to thinking about reviewing geographic and demographic data before the pandemic, which is what we had at our disposal. And we saw strong relationships among low-income renter households and a number of anecdotal issues that were being reported. For example, low-income renter households were less likely to have internet access, the primary means for filling out applications. There were strong correlations between low-income renter households and households where members had a high school education or less, and where the primary English is not English. So it's all meant that the lack of translation or the lack of complexity could be barriers to filling out the application. Given the substantial demand and the potential barriers suggested by the data, the applications by the end of June, and even the more than 168,000 applications in process by the end of July by OTDA, still suggest the program is underutilized. One of Controller Gnabli's key recommendations has, and one that it looks like OTDA has actually taken up, I did get a chance to take a quick look on my phone, so it looks like they're putting up a little of the data, is the delivery of information to the general public, including local governments, community groups, tenant and landlord associations, and groups providing legal housing services. The data should include information both on overall applications, and I will say today the data that's there is overall applications, but also successful applications, which will help us understand who is applying, their success in applying, based on zip code geography, age, race, ethnicity, language considerations, and the method of completing the application, among other items. This should allow for the refined targeting of advertising and outreach, enhancements to assistance, and potentially other means of relief for the many households that are likely facing hardship. It should also allow for further education in communities on the enhanced tenant protections that come from applying to the program, as well as the state's Tenant Safe Harbor Act. Much has been made of the issues with the application platform. The OTDA has worked to make some improvements here, and it is my understanding they continue to do so, hopefully with the input of this committee and their partners, as well as the representing tenants and landlords. Certainly the ability to save applications is progress. Reducing technical glitches and checking application status, these are all welcome changes. But further changes are needed. The program must continue to improve for a reason that is generally not well understood. At the end of September, the first round of emergency rental assistance funding approved in December may be reallocated if 65% of it has not been used. Now, Commissioner Hines said this morning that we've reached 65%, and that's great news. And we're already focused on making sure we got to that number. But when I came in here, I intended on saying that the second round of funding actually isn't up till March, and we can actually get reallocated funding to the state. But what we heard today actually means we could potentially get funding reallocated for this round as well, so we can take the numbers up, and how we do that is getting the applicants up. And that is a tremendous incentive that we all have a shared interest in working towards. It is not just about the funding now. Aiding our state's most vulnerable people and the overall recovery from the pandemic is a benefit to the state of New York and the city of New York's fiscal situation. On that note, I would like to thank the committee on behalf of the State Controller, Gnably, and myself, and for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Quick question for you. Your report provided a snapshot of the current challenges, and we heard the controller talk about it today. The commissioner talk about some of the things that you mentioned in there and what they've been doing to rectify those criticisms, actually. One recommendation that you mentioned in your report, or the control's report, is the city can use existing cash assistance programs, such as those managed by HRA, to augment the efforts of the state's program. Which programs are you specifically referring to? Because remember, in the case of One Shot, the state has been restricting the issuance of those funds for rent payments.
I believe there's somebody coming up to speak on HRA's behalf and on some of these tenants' behalf.
Sure.
And I think they're probably better suited to get the machinations of the funding. But my understanding is that public assistance use from HRA has gone up. And yes, it's one-shot based, but that suggests that there is some use of these funds now, and that those could be tapped in case of, potentially the ERAP funding not being there, or additional, kind of demand or need for other types of support, even outside of rental assistance.
Okay. And what do you see, because if the state is saying the city cannot do that, what recommendations can your office offer?
As legislators, I think you guys have moved.
No, what I'm asking, because
Yes,
you're providing us,
certainly-
you're providing us the report, and
yes,
so
yeah.
we're looking at the report as guidance.
Yep.
So what recommendations would you offer?
I think we have to, a lot of this is about education and outreach, and there's the money associated with the program that we've discussed in this purpose of this hearing. But we've also talked a little bit about the protections associated with it, which is part of the education. I think a sort of wraparound, the community-based organizations that are working on this, can think about the wraparound services that can be provided outside of this, and that really comes down to the folks who work with the tenants, again, on the ground, and the wider population, including those who are already homeless, and expanding the kind of view on what's available, and making that available to the people on the ground, not just in terms of the changes to legislative funds available, let's say.
So has your office done any research into the CBOs the city was given $64 million for the outreach, but we're still hearing that the outreach has been inadequate. Has your office looked into any of that?
I think this is where it would be great to have some of the data. We know where the CBOs are. We know there's one located here or two located there. It's difficult to know exactly who is taking on how many. Now today, I think we just learned some zip code based numbers that might help us understand, what is Bronx Works dealing with, what is Catholic Charities dealing with. But without that data, it's very hard for me in this spot to understand how they're able to improve. So that's the first step, is really knowing who's being served and by the program, right? Who's applying to the program, who's having difficulties with the program.
Okay, I am looking forward to an updated report from your office, so that I can see what else you can give, what other insight you can give us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Next up, Senator Bridgeport.
Thank you, Deputy. So I'm sort of re-asking a question from the chairman, because I'm not sure if the answer was clear to me. But I saw one of your key recommendations from the office was better data sharing from OTDA to localities, so they know where to do outreach better. But what were some of your other key recommendations that you could share?
So, and not just localities, I do want to be clear that we talk a lot about the CBOs that are on the ground. There are many groups who are trying to help outside of the sort of formal relationship, right? And that they too can using the data can start to help with the target and the outreach. Thinking about just, we talked about translations. They've streamlined the application, is my understanding. That might suggest that we could do additional or enhanced translations, right? We mentioned in there that it's recent, and there really has been some progress lately, but a lot of the instructional materials remain untranslated, right? Or they are looking at the old application, right? Some of that stuff needs to be taken down. If I look at an application video on YouTube and then I try to go do an application that doesn't look like the same thing, that's also complicated, right? So that's part of it. I think we mentioned, again, while people recognize that there is money associated with the program, I think education and outreach on the protections provided by the program is something also that really needs to be put out there in any form. I mean, this is one example, and there's a number of things that, again, not just the CBOs who are busy, dealing with the actual applications, but the other community groups on the ground could
So,
provide.
Deputy, have any of these recommendations already been shared with OTDA, and have they issued a response or any commitments?
So OTDA did issue a response earlier in the week. I think they felt we were being slightly unfair. I'm always, and I and the Controller Napoli, we're forward-looking. We are solutions-oriented. I don't want to talk about what's unfair or fair. I'd like to talk about some of the recommendations. I still think some of those pieces about getting more data out there, which they took a step forward on today. But as what I saw, I would say still probably is inadequate to what we really need. And then taking some of the steps in terms of providing materials through the groups, not just the CBOs, but to all folks to really try to get the information out there about the protections provided and potentially additional assistance. That stuff needs to be, that we need to move forward on that.
So which recommendations do you feel confident that OTDA will move forward on?
I would say that they've taken a step on the data. They mentioned the data dashboard. My guess is as good as yours, frankly, but we'll certainly follow up, as Chair Prasad mentioned. And I am hopeful. I think they recognize that this, it might be worth saying over the last 2 weeks, we really have seen improvement. Now, it's taken a village, so to speak. Everybody's played a part in doing that. And it's not just all on OTDA, right? It clearly, the processing of applications, some of the translation work, that needs to come from them. But obviously changing the application, but there really is a lot that other folks will do, and there's clearly a drive among the folks behind me to do those things. So, in terms of OTDA, I think they really need to continue to focus on helping provide the information to take applicants in, focus on processing the applications that they have, which hopefully the simplified applications will allow them to do, and then continue to work with legislators and with their partners to make sure that whatever glitches, issues that people are seeing, because as the volume goes up, there will be some issues, something will happen, that they quickly get that feedback loop, and that's one of our recommendations, get that feedback loop in place so that they can fix those issues and then continue to streamline the process.
Thank you very much, Deputy.
Great. Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll just take a moment to, first of all, thank you for your report. Thank you for being here today. And, we look forward to continuing to work with you and, following further updates as we go forward.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Next up, we have NYU Furman Center, and I have someone who is affiliated with both Rutgers University Newark and the Eviction Lab at Princeton University. And I will just note, given the hour, we've been doing 10 minutes per witness for their testimony in chief, with apologies for those who've been waiting through a lot of that. We're going to go to 5 minutes for initial testimony from each witness going forward, and obviously take as many questions as folks have. But we appreciate your patience and being here today. So if you could just begin, name, affiliation, and then proceed.
Absolutely. Thank you. My name is Matt Murphy. I am the executive director of the NYU Furman Center. I'm here to testify on the need for rental assistance in New York State and the common barriers faced when distributing emergency rental assistance program funds around the country. Researchers have used several methods to describe the amount of rental assistance renters need to help them avoid housing instability brought on by the pandemic. At a high level, researchers, including our organization, have attempted to link COVID's economic impact with renter households. Unlike mortgage payments, there is no uniform reporting on rental payments in the country. So in May and last year, we estimated that without any federal assistance, low-income New York State renters would need up to $516 million per month to avoid falling behind, and with federal assistance that existed at the time, that the need was about $108 million per month. Since then, the methodology used by the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, I think best estimates the need after accounting for various federal assistance. As of August 2021, they estimated that New York State renters have fallen behind by about $1.43 billion in rent since the beginning of COVID. There are a variety of methods, though, that estimate up to $3 billion of need. Other tools have helped provide information on the scale of the issue, including the Census Bureau, which created the Pulse Survey, which asks American adults about their financial stability. In the most recent survey, about 20% of New York State adults reported not being caught up on rent payments. While there is no benchmark data on which to compare this figure, it is nonetheless disconcerting that about 1 in 5 New York State renter households report that they are not caught up on rent. In an analysis we did on renters who live in income-restricted housing in New York State, we found that they were less likely to pay rent after COVID began, with payment rates falling about 5 percentage points between the year prior to the pandemic and the year after. We also found that more households fell deeper into rental debt after COVID began. In this affordable housing stock, the households who owed more than $3,000 per month increased by 66% between February 2020 and 21. We also found that rent shortfalls vary among properties, sometimes dramatically, and will be quite different based on a number of factors such as property type, size, and location. For example, we found that arrears increased by only $90 per unit in the least affected properties, but by up to $2,000 per unit in the most affected ones. It is important to note that many of these estimates and surveys do not understand or get at the debt that households take on to pay rent. It is likely the case that some households have borrowed from friends or family or used a credit card in order to pay rent. In an analysis of our peer state, California's rent relief program, the Housing Initiative at Penn found that over half of applicant households reported borrowing money to pay rent. So what does this tell us about the need in New York? First and foremost, it exists, and it exists at a scale and approximation with the $2.7 billion available in rent relief. It also tells us that the needs of applicants are likely to be very diverse. It also says that the need to repair household financial stability likely goes beyond just rent arrears owed, but these available funds today are a necessary way to improve on household financial stability. Despite this need, New York has faced well-documented issues in trying to get the money out the door. It is important to note that the issues New York faces are common in other parts of the country, where program administrators are struggling to allocate and disseminate rental assistance. Many places have struggled with outreach, take-up, documentation requirements, coordination between overlapping jurisdictions, especially court systems, confusion over changing rules, staffing issues, and then actually getting money out the door. It is still the case that many tenants and landlords do not know about the program. Even those that do know about the program and have applied, double take-up is required, and this has created barriers not only around the country, but especially here in New York State. Where there is double take-up, both renters and landlords have struggled to assemble proper paperwork. Also, rules have changed quite a bit along the way. Even as recently as last week, the Supreme Court made a ruling that has created confusion for tenants and landlords. All of this while states have also struggled getting proper staffing and training program administrators. This all leads to the difficulty of getting money out the door. This is a grim picture, but there is reason for optimism. There are best practices that emerge around the country and that can be employed. For example, to increase tenant take-up, places are increasing documentation flexibility and support by allowing different types of documentation and streamlining applications, and also making sure that they're reducing duplicate applications. They're also targeting particularly vulnerable groups, using demographic and spatial criteria to prioritize applicants, and also partnering with community organizations to enroll people with language barriers. Some are also surveying along the way for applicants to understand more about tenant and owner needs. These are just some of the ways people are adapting to these fluid needs. In New York, it will be critical to find any and all ways to contact and target outreach to landlords and ensure their participation in the program, both for those whose tenants applied and for those seeing significant arrears. Landlords who own small amounts of rental housing are a population that should be especially targeted and made aware of the program and its details. Additionally, New York State should make any and all efforts to share with housing courts and sheriffs data to ensure that those who are determining and carrying out evictions are aware of outstanding ERAP applications. In sum, the need for rental assistance in New York State exists and is diverse. It is also critical. Landlords need capital to maintain properties, and tenants need stability to help overcome the financial ramifications of this unforeseen event. In order to best understand what is happening in New York's program, it will be critical to use data to gain insight into the trends and gaps in program operations, the scale of demand, as well as important spatial and demographic patterns such as geography, building types, and renter incomes. With this information, the program can be constantly assessed and sharpened to best serve tenant and landlord needs. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And I will remind folks, we do have written testimony, so if you can kind of give us the encapsulated version.
Sure. Do my best. Thank you for the invitation to testify. My name is Peter Hepburn. I'm an assistant professor of sociology at Rutgers University, Newark, and a research fellow at the Eviction Lab at Princeton University. I've been asked to talk about New York State and the ERA program in national context, and I want to emphasize 3 points today. First is that New York State is put at a significant disadvantage as a function of how ERA was distributed by Congress. Congress distributed these funds on the basis of overall state population, with no accounting for rentership rates, no accounting for median rent, no accounting for the level of need. New York State has the highest rentership rate of any state in the nation. It's almost 47% of us rent rather than own our homes. We receive the fourth highest absolute dollar amount of ERA, but we have to distribute that money over proportionally more people. The kind of simple way of standardizing this is thinking about how many dollars are available per renter household. In New York State, that number is $770 per renter household. By comparison, in Wyoming, it is $5,200. We are at the bottom of that list. Second thing to emphasize, which Matt made this point, is that there is considerable need here in the state. The best source of information at this point on the level of need does come from the Census Pulse Survey. The most recent data cover the period between July 21st and August 2nd. Nationwide, about 15.2% of renters report being behind on rent. In New York State, that number is 19.8%. In New York City, it's just slightly higher at 19.9%. There are, I want to emphasize, very significant racial disparities in the rate at which people report being behind on rent. Nearly 2 in every 5 black renters in New York State report being behind on rent, 37.7%. 28% of Latinx renters report being behind on rent. By comparison, just under 6% of white renters report being behind on rent. The third thing I want to emphasize is that the pace of ERA distribution in the state appears to have improved and appears to be quite strong relative to what we see in other states. The relatively late start to the program in early June meant that the initial Treasury reporting on ERA programs put New York State dead last in the rankings, having distributed no money as of the end of June. The more recent data from OTDA, by comparison, indicates that $114 million has been paid out and an additional $524.7 million obligated. That represents 53.3% of all ERA 1 funding that was available. The National Low-Income Housing Coalition is maintaining a database of state spending using the most up-to-date data that is available across the states. According to their tracking, New York now ranks 3rd in the nation, behind only Virginia and Texas. At this point, there are 34 states that have distributed less than 15% of ERA 1 funding. There are 19 states that have distributed less than 5% of ERA funding. We are, as a state, actually doing quite well in getting this money out the door. The one point of concern or caution that I would offer here is that the $114 million that's already been paid out was, according to OTDA, to 8,305 cases. That comes to an average payment of $13,739 per case. At that rate of funding, we would have funds available only to cover about 190,000 cases. Now, New York State has 3.4 million renter households. If about 20% report being behind on rent and may have some need, that's 670,000 households that would potentially need ERA funding. There are estimates from a number of other sources that put that number higher. So current payout rates suggest that money could be exhausted before need is met. I'll stop there.
You first.
Thank you very much. Peter, for you first. Did you, in your analysis, did you take into consideration renters in New York City's public housing?
How do you mean?
When you were doing the analysis of the needs, did you calculate the New York City public housing and the number of
they are included in the denominator there. So yes, they would be eligible and would be considered.
And do you by any chance have the breakdown, by the demographic breakdown by county? Do you?
I do not at this point, and in terms of certainly how the money is being. So from the Census Pulse Survey, they provide numbers at the state level and then for major metropolitan areas. The only major metropolitan area, I believe, in New York State, it would be the city. And that is only provided at very broad levels of aggregation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Matthew, for yours, when I was reading yours, I was asking the same thing about demographics. We saw in Peters, we were talking, the African American population has the highest need. Do you see that they are applying in the same way that they should because they're the highest need, applying for assistance in the same way?
Well,
and do
we-
you see
yeah.
an outreach being done to that particular population because of the need?
We haven't seen any demographic data on applicants. I think it's critical, though. I think it's one of the national best practices to be doing that. We do have, we keep a weekly tracker that we update on eviction filings in New York City. And the rates are higher in neighborhoods that are predominantly black. And that's historically been the case. And so that pattern has not changed during the pandemic. So it's a tremendous concern, and it does mean that more outreach would need to be made, both for tenants and landlords in neighborhoods. The inequity of it is pretty dramatic. Who's behind is it exacerbates existing inequities, and that's what we've seen. So I think it's ideally it would be we would be able to compare the rates of applications by a particular neighborhood, ideally census tract, and look at where do we see eviction filings and how does that compare to applications. And then that way you could see which parts of the city are underrepresented in applications and target outreach in those areas. Without that type of transparency, it's kind of unknown who's actually applying, and are our outreach efforts actually, targeted to where there's the greatest need. It's unclear right now.
Okay, as I asked the commissioner this morning, is there any reporting mechanism for from the CBOs who are supposed to be doing the outreach? That's any reports going back to their agency, and there currently isn't. And we're still hearing that despite the funding that's been in place for CBOs to do the outreach, that the outreach is not getting to where it should be. How can we rectify that?
Well, I think a lot of people after us will be able to talk about it, but I think it's to multiple levels, right? One piece I know that is a struggle is actually reaching landlords when we know that a lot of tenants are applying and the state is unable to get a hold of the landlord. We hear that anecdotally, and I think that is the case as well, and this is part of this kind of 2 nuclear code keys required for the application, this dual take-up. This is not unique to New York. And in fact, I think, outreach on that side is going to be really critical. So there's both the getting an application in, but also making sure people make it throughout the process. I don't think we want to see what we saw in some of our disasters, so Hurricane Sandy and things where people just kind of trickle out. We really want intensive follow-up to make sure people stay in and ultimately see rent debt wiped away.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, just Professor Hepburn, I want to compliment you on your getting out in front and being a spokesperson for the great need. It's been a very busy summer with all the housing things that are going on, and I managed to get away for 48 hours to a bed and breakfast in the mountains, and I walked into the living room on my way out for a hike, and there was Jim Sciutto, I know, and you talking about the dire need to address the rent crisis. So I appreciated that reminder as I tried to go hiking. I'd like to begin with your presentation on the manner in which the federal allocation was calculated. I think there's been a lot of focus in recent weeks on the question of whether New York State is going to lose money because of the very slow initial rollout. But based on your assessment, given how this was calculated, is it fair to say that New York stands to gain a great deal of money to the extent the federal government reallocates from places with lesser need to places with greater need through that process?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, New York State is clearly proving that they have the capacity to distribute these funds, and I think there's very little question that there is need here in the state for that sort of support. At the end of September, at the beginning of October, the Treasury Department gains considerable leeway in how they go about reallocating those funds. The way that the Consolidated Appropriations Act was written does not determine how that money has to be moved around. And I think being in a state that has proven a capacity to effectively distribute those funds, and in which there is continued need for more funding, will be a major determining factor.
Okay. And the issue, I mean, from your perspective, the impetus for the federal government structuring it that way, it wasn't merely a matter of being punitive. I mean, I think there was some understanding that the best way to figure out how much need there is to figure out how much states are spending to cover rent. Is that, I mean, you cited Wyoming, but there are a lot of states that have spent very little money relative to,
Yeah.
not only relative to New York or California or Texas, but relative to their own allocation. Is
Yeah.
there a sense I mean, we've been absolutely alarmed here across the spectrum in New York about how slow this has gone out relative to an understanding of the enormous need. Is the conversation in other states also about large amounts of need not being met by their programs, or is it such that, you know, maybe they have less need and so their limited spending isn't as problematic?
Yeah, I think it varies from state to state. There are certainly states that have not been very effective at getting money out, yet have very large levels of need. I'm thinking of Georgia and Florida in particular that have been slow to get money out, but there are likely many, many renters behind on rent. But there are other states, and I've talked with representatives from some of these states that have, we're receiving, between the two ERA allocations, north of $350 million in rental assistance, in a state that, for an entire year, under normal circumstances, all money judgments on eviction cases would be $10 million. So even under a pandemic circumstance, even with things much worse than normal, the likelihood of them being able to actually use all of the money that Congress had provided is extremely low.
Okay. And for either of you, you mentioned that at the current rate of spending from that initial round, we would get about 190,000 cases if that household number held up. First of all, in states that are further along, I mean, we have now this large allocation that's going out and a large obligation. I don't think we have so much data about how that's looking per household. But is there any reason to believe that the per household allocation might go down over time, that the households with the greatest need apply earlier? We know that our housing authority is not in any of those numbers because of a separate negotiation happened. We know rents are generally lower in public housing. So is the 13 or 14,000 number likely to hold, or is it likely to decline moderately?
I mean, there is a potential selection mechanism where those households that are furthest behind in arrears may be motivated to apply most quickly. But I don't know that we know for sure that is the case. I would say that when we look at some peer cities, in Philadelphia, the average payout is going to be above that $7,000 per case. In the Bay Area, I believe it's north of $10,000 per case. $13,000 per case payout in New York City is not an unreasonable figure, I think. I don't know if you...
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't think it's unreasonable. And it calls again for kind of high-level statistics to be reported on what is, we would want to see a distribution curve of kind of the intersection of time and how much amount people are applying for.
And to be clear, there are many jurisdictions, many programs that are providing those sorts of numbers in something approaching real time.
Right,
Yeah.
and we had testimony this morning that the first round of more detailed data, including demographic data, is now available on the website. I haven't had a chance to look at it during the course of the hearing, but it is much more robust than recently. And we also did have the commissioner say that they will be providing additional breakouts on the payments and the bands of income of people who are applying and receiving the money. So you may have additional data to be chewing on, and we may be asking you follow-up questions if you'll indulge us. I think my time is up. I don't know if others have. Senator Bridgeport.
Just wanted to follow up. So the average you calculated was from the amount dispersed, not dispersed plus obligated, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, got you. So I was curious too, because you have such great data about other states, and I know you mentioned some other areas where the average was, but have you done any sort of ranking of where New York stands in average rent payout in comparison to other?
I do not have
Okay.
numbers on that across the country, no.
Okay. That was it.
I'll mention one thing. In the analysis that we did on about 15,000 units that are income restricted, low income housing in New York, mostly New York City, but some New York State, As of February 2021, we found that of people who owed more than about 2 months' rent, on average they owed about $10,000. So that was in February. So you picture a world in which the households that started getting behind after the pandemic, which you see very clearly, are rolling in getting behind. It's going to be soon too deep of a hole for some folks, or for the whole program to be able to handle that. So the more we can understand about that and adapt to it, it's going to be really critical.
Thank you.
Just one additional question. We heard testimony earlier, and I think we'll hear more of it later, that there is a question of how to assess the needs of landlords. So this program is very much a program that it requires a tenant with a need, with arrears to apply, and that's under federal law. We have a program in New York, also an additional $100 million program that's intended partly to deal with tenants who are unavailable when the landlord makes the best efforts to get the tenant to apply or to find the tenant if the tenant has left the unit. But we know there are substantial arrears that have built up for tenants who are no longer present or may not apply for various reasons. Is there any way to assess, any data you're aware of that assess that need that effectively can't be met by this program?
The closest data would be, sorry, I came in strong on the mic there. The closest data would be rent roll data from individual landlords, or there is some data that suggest you can look at mortgages that have been pooled together, where they're a commercial mortgage-backed security. Those are kind of a little bit more public. You could get a sense on how much revenue has fallen for some landlords, but it is hard to, it's very difficult to assess kind of like who left a unit and how much does that leave on the table. That's part of some of these estimates as well that gets confusing is, if we, in Manhattan, for example, if somebody left a unit at the peak of COVID, nobody was really moving in. So, that's lost revenue to a landlord, but, it's the same kind of issue for a tenant who leaves the unit. So I think, it's going to vary, again, at the property level, but it's realistic that is an issue for some landlords on the kind of revenue side.
Okay, I think just in the interest of time, we appreciate all of your work and we have your testimony, and we may follow up with additional questions if we may, but appreciate, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Legal Aid Society. I think Ellen Davidson is somewhere in the room. Oh, there we go. And the Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation.
I'll start. I want to start by saying I'm Ellen Davidson. I'm a staff attorney at the Legal Aid Society. I want to thank you for holding this hearing. I know we always ask for hearings. I, as an advocate, ask for hearings all the time. I think the last two hearings that we have had have created so much pressure on the agency. We have seen immense improvements in the program since the hearings were announced. So thank you for holding this hearing. Thank you for passing the law that I still believe is a good law that protects tenants, and holding hearings to make sure that that law gets properly implemented. I am not going to read my testimony, which is 18 pages. But instead, I just want to react to some of the things we heard today and make a couple of points coming from that hearing. I am very concerned about outreach. I think we've mentioned it again and again. I've read HRA's plan. It seems like a good plan. They tell me the CBOs are doing outreach. I believe them. Until we have actual good data from the agency in which we are able to see whether those outreach efforts are working, it is really challenging to determine whether the outreach plan is the right plan. And so we got some data last night, zip code level. I'd like even better. And I'd also, I still want to know, and I don't understand why we don't know, how many of the applicants and how many of the approvals are for people under 50% of AMI, since that is a federal requirement and something they're reporting to Treasury. We remain concerned about the appeals process. As far as we can tell, first of all, let's start with, you get an approval. It does not indicate whether that approval is fully favorable or partially favorable. We've gotten several approvals that are not fully favorable. We can't tell whether the agency, this is a mistake, the agency thinks they've approved everything and something that is easily fixable, or we're going to have to go through the entire appeals process. Also, you know, the actual approval doesn't indicate, you know, we've denied parts of your application, and this is why, which makes it very hard to appeal. But at the moment, the appeals process is you call up the helpline and you say you want to appeal, and they basically take down your information, and then honestly, I don't know what happens next. Eventually, you'll get a notice, and then you have 10 days to to contest what you're appealing, but again, you don't know why they made that decision. We were very excited to hear that the provisional approvals, the 40,000 people who have been who the agency has found eligible will get notices next week. That's exciting. We know so many people, so many advocates are getting calls from people in this situation. And if they knew and we could point to those notices, it would calm people's fears. We are concerned about the notices that are coming to tenants in general. We urge the agency to talk with us before they send out any of the notices. Many of the notices that have gone out have been not so comprehensible to people that are receiving them. Sometimes we're confused by the notices. An actual dashboard that is updated daily with significant information, such as they have in Arizona or Texas, I think would be greatly helpful to us, more than what we got with the lists and the PDFs that they put out last night. And then the moratorium. I strongly believe that you could pass a law that would pass constitutional muster. I think it's easy to fix the moratorium. I will say that the decision that was made was not a decision on the merits, and it's, you know, entirely possible that there would be other decisions if it had been fully briefed. But it is essential that you go back and fix it. Right now in Yonkers, all of those tenants who are on the waiting list because they couldn't get through to be pre-cleared, because they closed down their application process in July, every single one of them can be evicted before they're even able to apply for this program. Same problem in Rochester. We have all the defaults, the people who defaulted because they weren't able to answer. Those cases are going to go straight, like we heard, there's going to be no hearing. It's going to go straight through a paper process, and the first thing the tenant knows is there will be a knock on their door. People who had hardship declarations submitted are not getting notice that those hardship declarations are a nullity. Please, please go back and repair the eviction moratorium. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Jasenia Ponce. I'm a supervising attorney at Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation. On behalf of our organization, I thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to testify on the usability and accessibility of the ERAP program that so dearly affects members of our community. Just a little bit about NIMIC. We are comprised of 30 paralegals and attorneys who are very much dedicated to eviction prevention. Just in a year, we prevent about 1,000 evictions and handle an additional 2,000 housing court cases. A large part of this eviction prevention is seeking rental assistance for our clients, and in 2020 alone, we assisted 165 families seek rental assistance to prevent their homelessness. For these reasons, accessibility of the ERAP program, we believe, is essential to recovery. And while I do list various issues based on our experiences with the ERAP portal in my written testimony, I will be focusing on 3 particularly frustrating issues that advocates had faced along with tenants that we assist in helping apply for this program. The first of which is the inconsistencies that we encounter on the helpline. I apologize. This is okay? More? Okay. The inconsistencies in the helpline. So in our experience, we receive different answers by different agents for the same question. So in our, just about maybe 3-4 weeks ago, we called the helpline to seek application updates for about 5 applications. We called 4 times, and on the 4th time was when we successfully received updates on these applications. Prior to that, on the calls, we were given answers such as, give me all of the social security numbers for each of these clients, or we were just not permitted to attain this information, even though we had already provided identification as these applicants' counsel. So this is not an isolated event. This happens quite frequently when we call the helpline. On that same vein, the vague status of the updates on the portal lacks substantive information. This causes a ripple effect for attorneys that are seeking information on these applications on whether they will be approved or where in the application process is. It prevents strategizing to some extent what our next steps will be. If ERAP denies arrears that are not covered under the law, then we would have to then seek arrears elsewhere, seek assistance elsewhere. So anything before March 2020, we have to strategize on how we will seek that assistance. Legal strategy as well. What will we do in housing court? What are the next steps? So finding out information on these applications and the status is very crucial to our work. Another issue is that applicants do not receive a hard copy of their application. Now, this is crucial, and piggybacking on what Ellen said, appeals. This is important for appeals. We want to make sure that should OTDA use some basis to deny assistance, an applicant should have a due process right to then go back and see where in that application was a mistake. So it's crucial for not only appeals, but for peace of mind for these tenants, because when they just see a screen saying the application is submitted and they don't receive a copy, that is concerning for them. It's a sense of instability for them. Finally, the glitches in the system. There are several instances where during the application process we receive error messages that force us to either restart the application or lose valuable information that we had already input hours ago. When we call then the helpline, we receive conflicting statements. We receive these inconsistencies on a solution that more often than not just tell us to start another application. So these obviously this advice is causing delays in the application process and then delays in the approval and therefore the payment, the disbursement of these payments. For example, just yesterday we were helping 2 clients in my office scheduled for 11 a.m. We didn't finish until 2:50 in the afternoon. We got an error message on the one application in the morning. Thankfully, her granddaughter had helped her set up an email account the night before under our advisement to be able to, perhaps, in case these error messages popped up, we were able to save some information, so not all was lost. But these delays can be resolved. This is the reality of the process as it stands. So now housing attorneys are taxed with helping their clients through this strenuous process, but also they had a heavy burden before, a heavy caseload before March 2020. So we need realistic solutions here, a better training of the vendors who are answering these questions, more accessibility and a simplified application process, and certainly keeping in mind legal services providers that have diverted tremendous resources in assisting these applicants. Thank you.
I think I'll go first. Okay. Just first of all, so from Ellen Davidson, we heard several examples of tenants who might be vulnerable, given the jeopardy in which the Supreme Court has put our eviction moratorium. We've heard the argument that CRAP is a program that is, it's protective, people just need to apply. For both of you, I guess, is it your perception that there are tenants out there who, in large numbers, who have not applied for this program who would be eligible? And if so, is that a function of people not hearing about it? Is it a continuing function of people trying and failing to apply? Do we have any sense of what the experience is on the ground out there?
We get calls on our various hotlines of people who cannot apply on their own. They don't have, they're often limited English proficiency, not fluent with technology, and have been trying, look, the CBOs, and you're going to hear from them later, are completely overwhelmed. Part of the whole system was not set up to have people who should be able to do these applications on their own need the CBO's help. But that's what's happened. Everyone needs the CBO's help. And so they've been overwhelmed with the need. And that has left sometimes the most vulnerable being unable to get through. So we get calls all the time of people who've been unable to get a hold of the CBOs because the CBOs are overwhelmed and can't do the technology. So part of it is they didn't set up a system that allows the most vulnerable to apply. Some of it is people have heard that the system is difficult and have not wanted to apply right away. And some of it is people don't know. I mean, we think, you know, I'm on Twitter a lot. I hear about this program all the time. I know some of you are on Twitter as well. But it's not, and I know there's been social media presence about this program. You know, the city says that they're going to be putting ads up in bus stations maybe next week. The city sent out notices in June. We don't know whether they sent anything out in July or August. We think that there's, and not every piece of information that goes out is actually understandable for most people. So I think, yes, I think that there are people who do not know about this program and would apply if they knew.
To answer your question directly, Senator, absolutely. There are people that do not hear about ERAP, or they've heard that Social Security numbers are required and other documents that perhaps immigrant communities do not have. This makes them fearful to even go forward and put in their information in this application in order for assistance. They may not have a lease. A lot of our immigrant communities, the members in our communities, they rent rooms. So perhaps it's an oral lease. So these are things that perhaps with the help of a counsel or an advocate or CBOs, they can understand that they can still apply for this program, but they just don't know how.
And on the Social Security numbers, the system currently says submit your Social Security number if applicable or some such thing?
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
and so people might get the impression that
But
you're
right, and
supposed
they
to have
still get
one.
the
Right.
impression.
Let me actually, I think I'm going to see if, I think other folks. Senator, I guess we'll the same order, Senator Brisbois and then Senator Salazar? Okay.
Thank you, by the way, for your testimony. I have one question for Ellen. Regarding landlords who may be turning down ERAP funds, do you have any concerns that they may be engaging in any form of a source of income discrimination?
Yes, absolutely. By definition, what was written in the law is that these funds are source of income discrimination under our human rights law, our state law. And New York City's Human Rights Commission has been very clear that they consider this to be a form of income discrimination. We have urged that the agency make referrals to the state and city commission, and we would like to see more information in the notifications that go out to the public about this, so that landlords understand that it is source of income discrimination.
Thank you.
Senator Salazar.
Earlier, when Otadal was testifying, they indicated, when I asked them a question about it, they indicated that they inform applicants when they're only partially approved. But it sounds like that either is not currently true, or that they simply are not issuing partial approvals, that they're either fully approving or fully denying relief. I'm just curious what you think about that.
Yeah, that's why we're confused. We think that some of these approvals we're getting that aren't full approvals are mistakes on the agency's behalf. But because they don't have a system to indicate that something's fully approved or partially approved, we don't know the answer. And so we're confused. And more, one of the things that would make this program better is more and better and clearer information and communication. And just marking on an application that the agency thinks this is fully improved would be helpful.
Thanks.
I think Senator Rivera.
Hello. Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for clarifying some of the things that, because there's, as we talked about before, what happens on the ground is sometimes not what happens in the nice air-conditioned offices. Wanted to ask specifically about a letter that you sent out back in July. There were 32 signatories. I believe that both the organizations were co-signers on it. There's some things that have the save and resume feature was restored, so that's a good thing. Do you know if there's anything else? Has there been an actual response to the letter, an official one? Has, outside of what we heard today or what might have been discussed with our offices in particular?
Yeah, there was a...
Well, a meeting.
Yeah, there was
I want to use that word very lightly, a meeting. But we did discuss the issues in particular,
So you met?
We met, but
Okay.
we were speaking on some issues, but not all of which were in the letter. It was not directly responsive to the letter.
Okay, so a lot of things are still up in the air, and you've talked about some of them, the appeals, the outreach, the technical problems.
Yes.
So, all right, well, just let's make sure to stay in touch, because now, as was stated earlier, now we have somebody in particular, like we can go to, and they're on the record as saying that they're going to be responsive to us. So, and let's hope that our new Governor Hochul, I've been waiting all day to say that, is also going to be responsive, as this is something that obviously she needs to get into. So let's touch base, because I want to make sure that they respond specifically to the concerns that you expressed on the letter. Right? Thank you.
Just one more question. So both of you are in the business of reviewing the actions of government agencies, finding fault where there's fault, challenging, sometimes litigating. And we're dealing with an agency, a state agency that has had many, many years in many, many contexts of receiving applications, sending out notices when there are deficiencies, sending out notices when they're approving something, designing processes around appeals and all those sorts of things. You're saying that in each aspect of this program, those are deficient as they're coming out in this program. I mean, is this sort of run-of-the-mill kind of issue, sort of issues or concerns about these things? Is there something about the way this program's running that is sort of materially worse than kind of what you see in routine? Like an agency that sends so many notices, why are the notices that are going out? Well, let me ask, first of all, are the notices that are going out in this program kind of more deficient than you would normally see from a large administrative agency trying to run a large-scale program?
Yeah, I suspect that the notices are being written by the vendor. I feel, it's my sense that our social welfare agencies, OTDA, HRA, know to make sure that the notices that go out are at the most an 8th grade reading level, and the notices that we're seeing are 12th grade and higher. So I think I have to guess, I don't know, that they're not writing the notices, which is a mistake. And I think I think we're seeing that, in a lot of different places, where the problems are. One thing I didn't say, but it's in our testimony, is we've also been surprised that there's no actual one procedure or one policy that you can look up. OTDA runs a lot of programs. They write policies all the time, and they're published. They're not in a form of FAQs. They're in a form of a coherent set of policies. There hasn't been here, and I don't know if that's because it's the vendor's job to write it, and they don't know how to write it, while the agency does. It's surprising.
And I agree with Ellen, particularly with the lack of substantive information in these notices in a way that tenants can understand, members in our community, immigrant communities can understand. This is a problem, and I'm always thinking about the appeals process, because we would use that in order to then try at it again to see whether it was OTDA who made the mistake or was it our clients. So this is very crucial to that. And also for housing court, we would need things like this to then prove to a housing court judge that we are in appeal. A final determination still has not been determined, and therefore a stay should be pending.
Okay, I think that's all I've got. Again, to thank you. I think we're all done. Thank you both for your advocacy and for your testimony and for your patience getting to this point in the day.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. Next up, we have the Community Housing Improvement Program and the Small Property Owners of New York, both of which have catchy pronounceable acronyms in CHIP and SPONY.
Good afternoon, thank you. Ready, Jan?
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for sticking around. This is an extremely important program, as you know and have you heard. My name is Jay Martin. I'll let Jan introduce himself. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Housing Improvement Program. We represent 4,000 property owners throughout New York City, 90% of which are rent stabilized, small, medium-sized operators. It's also important to point out that these owners own their buildings for 20 years or more on average. These are not fly-by-night operators. These are not hedge funds. These are not investors looking to disenfranchise or remove people out of neighborhoods. These are New Yorkers. They've also done their part. They've been providing housing for their tenants and their neighbors for the last 17 months without compensation. In many cases, they have done so willingly. And all they've asked in this process is for their government to help them pay their mortgages, help them pay their property taxes, help them pay their water and their sewer bills. Unfortunately, this ERAP program, as you've heard for the last several hours, has been an absolute failure. In pretty much every way a program can be designed to fail, this has. And the most detrimental thing is that it's created a sense of hardship and disenfranchisement in tenants themselves. At personal expense to CHIP as an organization, we've spent half of our budget hiring 20 canvassers to go door to door for the last 2 months. We've knocked on 12,000 doors. We've spoken to many tenants who are behind on their rent, those who aren't. 1 in 4 tenants know about this program. 3 out of 4 have never heard of ERAP. That is a significant concern to our owners. They are working night and day to continue to provide housing. They're getting no help from their government. We find OTDA's accusations that their owners are responsible for delaying those 41,000 applications to be disgusting, frankly. I just want lawmakers and anyone in the room rationally to think about if someone owed you tens of thousands of dollars, which is where we're approaching some of these arrears cases, and you knew that that person owed you tens of thousands of dollars, and you had the opportunity to pay that debt, that your anger towards that person would be so great that you'd rather have them homeless than to get that debt paid. That may be the case for some. It's certainly not the case for Jan, whose family has owned his business for what, 70 years?
96 years.
It's certainly the case for a majority of our owners who are struggling on a daily basis, again, to pay the mandates that are put onto them by government that have not been relieved by 1 cent. So, you've heard the complaints. How can we make it work? We'd love to help. It's troubling to me that there was no outreach done to property owners, who are the receptacles for this fund, by the way. $2.4 billion, the receptacles of this fund. There was 0 outreach done to property owners before this program launched. There was a group call done the Friday before the Monday it launched, where we were allowed to see the application for the first time. Plethora of questions on it, as you've heard from prior testimony, that were completely irrelevant for the application to actually be processed. In fact, some cases, questions that a property owner shouldn't even legally be asking of their tenants. Social security numbers, birth dates, not relevant to apply or submit these applications. Make the website work. The commissioner testified earlier that the website glitches are solved. We would argue because a website perhaps is working on 1 out of 5 computers, perhaps, or 1 out of half of computers that try to access it, that doesn't necessarily mean the website itself is working. That may mean it's working on Chrome operating system, but certainly not working on a majority of the folks that we continue to hear, even now today, are unable to access the website. One of our major suggestions in the testimony I provided, and again, I'm going to try and surmise this because I have 1 minute left to go. OCA and OTDA working together. We're in the business of providing housing. We're not in the business of evicting folks. Having the court systems, it's great news that the lead judge found out this morning at the hearing that the court systems are actually now going to be communicating. The problem there is that we were advocating for that weeks ago because we don't want to go to court. to evict someone who could qualify for this ERAP program. Why? There's great personal expense to pay for an attorney to go into court. Additional expenses on behalf of property owners who have already expensed provided housing. We need to work with property owners. We need to be partners in this. These folks are providing housing. New Yorkers need housing. Many property owners have provided and have borrowed of their own personal credit lines to continue to provide housing, to continue to pay their mortgages and their property taxes, and they need help. And just one final thing on the eviction moratorium. I just want to remind you, and I am very aware of the tremendous burden you are under to protect people and their health. But an eviction moratorium, as was testified earlier by one of the other folks, there was an impression that if an eviction moratorium somehow forgave rents, that folks who are under an eviction moratorium will not be incurring more rental debt. These folks are already looking at $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 in debt. This program, we know, needs more money. We would advocate for this to be in perpetuity, not a dry appropriation. The federal government should come in with more money to continue to allow. You have a bill, Senator, that would allow to protect renters who are facing evictions for non-payments. We advocate for that. We want people to be able to stay in their homes. So we would just ask that you work with us as a partnership to make sure we fix this program, prevent evictions from happening, and consider that an eviction moratorium does nothing to relieve the financial burden of both tenants or property owners.
Thank you, Senators. Thank you for this time. My name is Jan Lee. My family's owned 2 tenements in Chinatown for 96 years. I'm here today with fellow members from Spony, Ann Korchek, and Joyce Holland. We represent a small fraction of the diversity of small property ownership in New York. We come to you today to speak about a matter of great urgency. The federal deadline is looming over us, and only 5% of the funds have been distributed. 95% of federal funds are locked up, unable to be accessed because of some cyber vortex caused by poor design combined with a lack of consultation with us owners. This perfect storm has created anxiety and wasted thousands of hours of both tenants and owners and CBOs trying desperately to access funds, not only to pay rent in arrears, but also for us to pay back taxes, mortgages, water and electric bills, insurance, and maintenance, none of which has been rolled back on our behalf. Owners should be able to apply and inform the government of tenants in arrears who haven't applied, so that the government could reach them. They're trapped in a black hole, with government not being able to assist them and not knowing that they are in need. Tenants who lack the ability to use digital portals, as was talked about earlier, are left navigating the process through third-party nonprofits who themselves have a very steep learning curve to adjust to this new normal of trying to help tenants work through a system that they themselves did not receive training in. On the other hand, no such assistance is available for small property owners, as Jay had just alluded to, including us trying to help language-challenged and senior owners. Without rent, they couldn't even hire somebody to assist them to participate. The government should consider a no-interest 24-month loan for housing providers who have tenants with massive arrears. It's a temporary stopgap, but it will buy some time to stave off foreclosures and debt accumulated by us owners. Real estate tax arrears are penalized at 18% interest. Many spawning property owners have been working with their tenants to apply for ERAP in order to get some relief for both the tenants and the owners. However, we have found that despite the best efforts and even the most collaborative situations where owners and tenants are working together and applications were submitted on June 1st for priority applications, they've still not gone out. Many issues noted by Spony seems as though they should have been easily fixed or they should never have been there in the first place. For instance, the inclusion of a save and resume function. There's many other websites that we use as property owners that allowed that. Linking of tenant and owner applications and accounts. Completed applications that are constantly appearing as incomplete. Our ask is for our representatives and groups to spend less time fighting and spend more time focusing on improving the ERAP program itself. And as Jay had alluded to, there's a false narrative that at the end of the eviction moratoriums, this will result in mass eviction. we're here to tell you that that is not a business model that any of us want. Empty apartments, empty buildings equates to zero income for us. We don't have pro bono lawyers to help small owners process evictions. And by the time an eviction process starts, many steps have been taken to avoid this last resort process that results in zero income. Band-aid policies like eviction moratoriums that aren't solutions don't help us. There's no resolution to the actual problem with an extended eviction moratorium, which at the end of the day is non-payment of rent. A functioning and stable housing market is just pushed further and further away, which is obviously bad for tenants and owners alike. Tenants need stable housing, owners need stable income. The only real solution that keeps tenants in their homes is to get the money into our hands so that we could pay our property taxes, our water bills and mortgage, and make repairs so that we could continue to provide, maintain safe, clean, affordable housing, and for the state to get this federally funded rent relief assistance into our hands. PPP funds, EIDL loans, stimulus money, our tax refunds, Social Security, disability, these are federal funds that make it into our hands with little to no problem at all. We need to fix this ERAP problem. We can't scrap it. We need to make it work right now because the time is short. We have businesses and industries in New York that are technologically capable, and if someone is found to fix it, the consultation with us small property owners is a must in changing what needs to be changed to make this process move better. In 2021, we all expect that technology is supposed to make our lives better. And this has been widely acknowledged to be a failure. It has not been easier, it's been much more difficult. Literally just before this hearing, we heard from an owner who said that it's been 9 weeks since her application has gone through. She's not received a single email about the status of her application, and she's left waiting. We ask that our government must do better. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you both for your testimony. Can you tell me, the program was designed to enable landlords to initiate the process. Also, we're hearing that landlords are not doing so. So both of you, why aren't landlords doing their parts?
Well, I mean,
You're saying that landlord's intent is not to go to court, you want to rectify the situation. So why aren't landlords doing their parts?
well, I would respectfully reject that they're not doing their parts, that they are in fact applying. Those who know about the program and are informed. I would echo what we've heard on the tenant side, that there's a lack of information, and that one of the main things we're doing as an organization is informing our members, certainly starting with our members, but also property owners who are not our members, because there is also a very clear lack of information getting out the door to property owners writ large, not just our membership itself.
I also have to caution the senators of where you're getting your information from, because we just sat through hours of testimony that even the courts themselves are not clear about what is data that is trustworthy and what is actually worthy of them considering when it comes to evictions and such cases. So I can tell you anecdotally, the members of Small Property Owners Group of New York are not outwardly refusing to enact in this process. We are absolutely engaging into the process, otherwise we wouldn't be representing ourselves here today. But we want to be helpful. We have been helpful. We have been taking care of the city's most vulnerable, particularly in communities of color, where our tenants many of our tenants are frontline workers. It is not our intention to see them homeless. And this technological failure should never have happened. So to tell us that our small property owners are somehow actively not participating in this for some unknown reason, I can't imagine what reason that would be. I'm here to tell you that the caring that we have for our tenants is profound. And the fact that we have the majority of people in New York still safely housed and still safely looking toward a future They haven't evacuated New York. They haven't left New York. And we want to be a part of that process that keeps them here because they are a part of the economy. And the more pressure we put on landlords, the more pressure is put on commercial stores who will see increases in their rents because somebody has to make up for the fact that there is a loss of income. And so we want to be cautious about how we proceed with eviction moratoriums as being the only panacea here. We made a suggestion about 24-month no-interest loans. That's a start. We've heard also about the need for tremendous outreach. That's another start. That can start tomorrow.
Okay, I was not asking them about the eviction moratorium. And why I asked that question, because I have small landlords who've said it, that they are not initiating the process.
Then
They
it
are
must
not-
be.
No, let me finish. They are not willing to participate in the process because they're thinking that if they participate in the process, that they can no longer start an eviction procedure against someone if along the way something happens. So this is not a myth that some small landlords are not participating. They've actually told us this. So when you're coming and saying that, landlords are just looking for help and landlords want to do their part, I am trying to encourage you to make sure they're doing that because they have told me. They've come to my office. They've called.
I don't question you, Senator.
They're not interested in doing that.
First, I'd welcome the opportunity to speak directly to them and work with them to advise them of how, first of all, ignorant their position is.
That's right.
And the mentality there is no benefit financially, first of all. Second of all, the idea that that they're looking at the ability for the government to pay the rent to help make them whole, that they would be willing to invest significant, again, financial costs in their legal process. There is also tenant protection still in place despite the Supreme Court ruling. There is the Tenant Safe Harbor Act. There is arguably some parts of the ERAP program in which a tenant can apply and say that they have gone or they are going through the application process. There are still HRA one-shot deals, which we have been pushing and pressuring the city to release more of those funds to do. There are more than enough programs that can make that property owner whole. If we're dealing with situations in which there is such an erosion of trust between the tenant and the landlord, and there's an animosity there, we can work on those situations specifically, but the idea that we're crafting policy for those handful of cases, I think, is detrimental, is what I would say to that.
And I would also add, Senator, I don't doubt that you had this experience talking to an owner, but we have to look deeper into that owner. Just as Jay had said, we would assist in helping that owner understand that this is not the right way to go. And whatever motivation he had or she had for eviction probably existed way before the pandemic, and there is some relationship that we just don't know about. So I think we have to be careful about how we cherry pick instances where a very, very small number of small property owners may feel this way without the further context of what is leading them to feel that way, whether it's a lack of outreach, a lack of understanding of the program, or some other issues surrounding specific tenants. We would want to work with them to help them. That's what our organization is there for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll come back.
Yeah, so I think Senator Prasad have a few more questions, but just for a few minutes. First of all, let me begin by, thanking both of you for your testimony today, and also both of your organizations have been very effective from my perspective throughout the past year and a half at,
Thank you,
gathering
Senator.
together perspectives, getting them, we've had a number of meetings with each of your organizations with landlords represented directly on the call and sharing their experience, and sometimes occasionally contentious, but always really hearing directly. And I think you also have helped dispel the notion that I think sometimes there's a notion that we want to hear from only one side, from only one perspective, and we really have worked to get all perspectives on this, and especially on something where, as you note, landlords and tenants have a very similar interest here in making sure this program works and the money flows. So we appreciate that. And also your messaging to landlords that it's better to participate than not, I think has really been essential. And we're also not taking OTDA's assertions at face value. I mean, the fact that there are 41, I think it was 39,000 of these provisionally approved, meaning the landlord hasn't done their part. I think that's a fact that has existed for about a week. I think it was 39,000 about a week ago. Now it's 41,000. I mean, I don't know if you were here for that portion of the testimony, but we have asked for a breakdown, like what is the story with each component of that 41,000? What it like, because, you know, as much as anything, we want to see this program work effectively and work, you know, certainly we want to protect tenants from eviction, but we also, this program will only have been viewed to have been effective, and, you know, the world will only fully embrace this program if the money is flowing and people are getting paid. So we are working on that. We will receive additional information from OTDA. We will be publishing all of the testimony. I will note we've had a couple of landlord organizations that are not here in RSA and the Real Estate Board in New York have submitted written testimony. That testimony will also be posted. We do have another panel with some landlord representatives later. But I just think it's important to, you know, put that context out, and we've heard a lot from the tenant side, and we will hear more from the tenant side today. So we heard almost verbatim the same critique of the fact that this application process was, they stood it up without any prior consultation, any kind of ability for landlords to test it, review it, give feedback before it was up in operation. We hear almost exactly the same critique from the tenant side. There have been some, you know, some improvements. It's generally, they've gotten some feedback, moved in the right direction. Just as the system stands now, and I know you have lengthy written testimony, but if you could highlight, if you could change a few things in the next couple of weeks and we can join you in pushing OTDA to change things to make this work more smoothly, what would they be?
Well, a majority of the need now, I think, is education and outreach. The program, the website itself, without getting again into the litany of recommendations that we have, you know, when the future former governor, I should say, announced that he was going to be throwing bodies at the program, we saw money start flowing out the door, but the application process, from our perspective, from a landlord's perspective, didn't get streamlined at all. It was still cumbersome. We're still seeing emails go out that make no sense. We're still seeing emails go to tenants saying your landlord has not completed the application, right, and vice versa. Just 20 minutes ago, I had an owner who had submitted the application approved for $9,000. The check that came through was for $19,000 with no explanation. That is a case in which the landlord and the tenant were working together. They both attested to that amount of money owed. For no explanation, $10,000 more. The landlord contacted our office because now they're concerned about what do I do with this extra money and how do I apply it to future rent rolls. Perfect example of how this program just continues to fall all over itself. So yeah, again, I can refer to my testimony, but there is a systematic, this program was not set up to work for a property owner or a tenant. It was set up to work from an agency perspective. Senator Bryceport asked an excellent question about bulk uploading. We represent many management companies who don't own any properties, but they manage them on behalf of several hundred other owners. We're talking thousands of applications that they've had to create multiple email accounts for. The system was never designed to do bulk emails. That's why still 3 months into the application, they don't know how to handle NYCHA's applications because they've not designed it to actually work for tenants.
I would, you know, we learned today that over $60 million was allotted to CBOs to help assist in this process, and I've talked to a couple of them in Chinatown, and you're going to hear from University Settlement later. The process is imperfect in the sense that they really were just sort of in the same boat that all of us in this room are, that suddenly they were tasked with doing something very technical that at times took many, many hours to do. Yet these CBOs are very good at helping us with PPP funds and EIDL and stimulus money, and they were great at assisting. So it's not an issue of perhaps the CBOs, who many of them in communities have been there doing fantastic work in language appropriate. It's a matter of the auditing to find out what is the bottleneck here with your CBO assisting people, and find out on a granular level, following up where that $64 million went, whether or not it's being appropriately allocated to them, and how it's being used. The feedback that we get is that no matter who's doing this, it's a very difficult process. And the technological end of things, I think, needs more work in just seeking out. In New York City, we have the greatest city in the world for technology. We should be able to reach people that can assist OTDA to revamp this quickly.
So my time's up, but I think I'm the last questions on this panel. So I'll just a couple of more. So one of the things we found useful in both understanding what's going on in this program and in pushing OTDA to do things differently is having specific examples. So I think we've heard from both of your organizations and from many of your members about, myriad concerns. It would be useful if you can identify particular applicants, particular landlords that have issues that are willing to talk to us about. I mean, I have a constituent that applied 30 times. She seemed like a sensible person. She was trying her best. I actually was able, at this hearing today, the commissioner staff informed me that that has been resolved and here's what the problem was. I think sometimes with so many complicated problems, it is easier to say, here are some examples of what is wrong, have them fix it and explain to us. So if you have particular examples, we would I think the committees would certainly like to follow up with the agency about those. Has there been any conversation about a bulk processing procedure other than for the New York City Housing Authority that you're aware of?
I mean, it's very similar answers that we've gotten on everything, a few weeks off. The commissioner testified that the save function, and we found at that time the save function wasn't working, and eventually did start working. He testified earlier today that the need to attest ownership, that isn't actually accurate. There still is a need to attest ownership for the property. The only difference is you don't have to upload a deed. You still have to upload your tax documents in W-9, which again, I can't help but think that if the program was not designed from a mentality that a property owner is inherently trying to defraud the government by getting this money, and instead from a user-friendly perspective for both property owners and tenants to be the receptacles for this money, then the program would have functioned correctly from the start. The problem that we have now is, again, there is such distrust from both property owners and, maybe to Senator Prasad's point, some of those owners who just don't believe that this money will ever come through. Folks who have been applying for the last 9 weeks, or who have applications and who are not hearing things, or who are not getting emails or correspondence, calling the hotline and getting multiple different answers from the same exact agency. I can't help but think that the last 2 months have deteriorated public trust in this program so much that it may affect its long-term viability.
Okay. I think that's all we have for you today. I would like to follow up if you have, maybe we'll talk about some of the specifics
Of course.
afterwards, but thank you so much.
Thank
both of
you so much. Thank you, senators.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up, we have the Crown Heights Tenant Union and someone from Make the Road.
Esteban Giron and Jeffrey Reyes. You don't want to see the names, huh? You don't want to say the names, do you? Esteban Giron and Jeffrey Reyes.
Good afternoon. We ready?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us today. Appreciate the time. I am Esteban Giron, and I am a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union, and I also serve on the board of directors of Tenants Political Action Committee. I'm not going to read all of my testimony here. You have it, so that's cool. I will say that when I was writing this testimony, I basically pulled up the testimony that I shared in February for the budget hearing and found that I was able to copy and paste everything basically verbatim. It's 6 months later, and you're grilling OTDA instead of HCR, and we're talking about $2.5 billion instead of $100 million. But otherwise, same is true that now that was true then. We should have canceled rent. And we warned that creating a program that would put the burden of proving hardship on tenants, that would be a disaster, and that would fail to not only help the most vulnerable tenants, but as you've heard, would fail to save smaller landlords from financial ruin. It's incredibly frustrating as we help people navigate this program that it's rolling out the way that we predicted. Several legislators seem shocked that leaving so many details of this program to the discretion of an agency under Governor Cuomo's oversight would result in a corrupt contracting process, an overly complex application with extensive documentation requirements, and here we are, only $100 million in funds reaching those in need. This is exactly where we were 6 months ago. I applied for ERAP June 1st. My landlord CC'd me all of the documentation that they put out for ERAP on that day, literally the first day, and we're still waiting. Now the application says, the portal says that it's pending quality control. It says that I've turned everything in, that the landlord has not, but the landlord has. So I've never received a notice of any sort, not an email, not a letter, nothing. There's been no notice. I don't know what OTDA or who they're talking to, but nobody that I've talked to has ever received any feedback of any sort from this agency. So I think that's important to note. You know, we're waiting on this. I'm literally on the 12th week of waiting on my husband's unemployment to go through. This is, low-income New Yorkers are at our breaking point. We are so frustrated. We are so tired. Means testing like this is what this is what happens when you means test. It ensures that the most vulnerable tenants fall through the cracks. It's amazing that some lawmakers remain entirely fixated on the potential handful of tenants who might claim hardship, and now we're talking about the moratorium here, that might claim hardship. It's as though they don't understand how public health works. We don't charge people for a vaccine or for a COVID test. We don't ask them to show proof of income when they get a COVID test. We don't decry the fact that they might be able to get that help and they might not actually need it. Because the point is, it doesn't matter. We all benefit from all of us being healthy and COVID-free. The data is clear and settled. Eviction moratoria suppressed the spread of COVID. Case closed. The Delta variant and any other variants waiting in the wings do not care whether an eviction is a non-payment or a holdover or what someone's income is or whether they deserve anything at all. The problem with ERAP is extensive. I think, you know, with the time that I have left, I want to make sure that we get across the fact that we are sending, you know, the people that get evicted are primarily people of color, single mothers, a lot of kids under 12 that are about to be sent into a shelter. This is a public health emergency. We can't be picking and choosing how we're gonna, you know, who we're gonna say is worthy of help from our government. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. What the Supreme Court did, obviously, is disgusting. I think I think the legislation can be fixed. I think that, you know, as Senator Kavanaugh has suggested, you might be able to add a hearing element to it. You know, I personally think that a universal moratorium, which we had envisioned from the beginning, through the end of June 2022 would be the most comprehensive because it would keep everyone in their homes right now when we actually need that to happen. So my message for you today is simple. Listen to the tenants and advocates here and fix this program. Make it easier for tenants to apply. Don't leave the burden on tenants to prove their hardship. Pass a real universal moratorium through the end of June 2022. Pass good cause eviction protection. Pass statewide right to counsel. And pass the Housing Access Voucher Program. And you can still effectively cancel rent, actually, by forcing the courts to refer all pandemic arrears cases back to ERAP and not allow any tenant to be evicted for pandemic-era non-payment. That's easy to do. Go back into session right now before the eviction crisis spirals out of your control, and it's still within your control. Tenants need a competent government now more than ever. We are exhausted, we are scared, we are angry, and it's an election year. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Jeffrey Reyes, and I'm a resident of Yonkers, Westchester. When I was coming here, I thought, oh wow, I will share my testimony with the commission, but I think it's not so different from other tenants' reality. And I will share this testimony on behalf of the improvement of the program. I am a member of Make the Road New York, and I am here today to not only share my challenges with applying to the Yonkers Rent Relief Program, but also to urge the Senate to improve the New York rent relief programs and to return to section and pass a new eviction moratorium that protects New Yorkers who are now at risk of being evicted. This year has been very difficult for my wife and I. Due to the pandemic, I lost my job after my workplace shut down. My wife and I both got COVID, and I have still been unable to find employment. I have been eligible for any state or federal support and struggling to stay afloat throughout this pandemic. I was able to fill out the hardship declaration form that helped protect my wife and I from eviction for the past few months. And now this protection no longer exists. We fought as members of Make the Road to New York and helped with the rent relief program. This was a hopeful moment for my wife and I, since we owe 5 months of rent, and this was a historic win for our communities to finally receive the support we deserve in the middle of this health and economic crisis. However, from the beginning, the process for Yonkers residents was made difficult. Yonkers decided to opt out of the New York State program and create their own online ERAP. The Yonkers program doesn't allow you to fill out your own application. We had a limited list of organizations that we had to go through for help. But in so much of this process, we have been left in the dark. After we submit our pre-screening form, we wait almost 1 month before we receive the application. And once it was filled, we were told that we were responsible for contacting our landlord and making sure they fill out their part of the application. It is unfair and inappropriate for tenants to do the job that the office running this program should be doing. Luckily, we were able to send our landlord his section and have him complete this section. It has been over a month since every part was submitted. We have yet to receive any confirmation that the application has been approved. We have no application number that has been given to us. There is no platform like the ERAP site for us to verify the status of our application. It is like I have no evidence of this application being submitted, so what proof can I provide to prevent my wife and I from being evicted? That's a question everybody is asking themselves. The organization who filled our application is impossible to reach over the phone and via email, so we have no idea when this very critical relief will reach us. It's like 2 hardships. The one is set by the pandemic, and the other one is set by these agencies were selected to administrate these applications. They are out of reach. And I know that I'm luckier than many of my Yonkers neighbors because I know so many are still on the wait list. They have submitted their pre-screening forms but have yet to get a call back to get their application filled. This means that my Yonkers neighbors have 0 state eviction protection because the process is so delayed and they don't have their application filled yet. Their only protection is now the CDC moratorium, and that might not exist soon. And last but not least, Yonkers has decided to stop taking pre-screening forms since the end of July. That means that there are thousands of people who will receive 0 relief and have no chance of being protected from evictions. And will end up on the streets of Yonkers if nothing is done. This is not right. This is not what we fought for, and this is not what the legislature fought to pass either. We need to protect and support New Yorkers, especially those most at risk of eviction, like myself and the rest of my community in Yonkers. It is unacceptable that the Supreme Court put New York landlords' profits ahead of public safety, especially when tenants like me are still waiting for pandemic rent relief, and when this pandemic is not over. However, as elected officials, you can make sure that all of your constituents receive the relief that we fought for and deserve. and protect the thousands of us at risk of losing our homes. I'm here today to urge the Senate to return to the section and pass a new eviction moratorium bill, and that these rent relief programs do what they are supposed to do, provide relief now. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. I just want to get to some clarification from Mr. Reyes about Yonkers. You said you were unable to get a response from the CBO or from anyone within.
Yes.
Because the commissioner was here this morning, and we asked the questions about that based on, how they closed the program and all that. And they're claiming that the CBOs have been working really well with them in getting things done.
I can tell you, for example, I wrote down some notes here. It is based on my conversation with the agencies we are going through in Yonkers, because we have like small amount of agencies that are working or administrating the applications. It's two things, right? Administrate the applications and then administrate the funds. I mean, in the screening, for example, I got the screening on June 14. And then I start writing to them by email because they didn't answer call. That's the point. You call and come back to call, and nobody answered. That's a point we have to check. So then, from June 14, in July 12 is when they told me that my application was complete. It's almost a month. Then, recently, yesterday, they wrote me telling me that my application is on the way to be evaluated. What is the meaning of this? It's a month and some days more. 2 months from the screening to the time they say the application is going to be evaluated. And you know what? It's not only me. Most of the tenants are on this, waiting to be assessed, but they still owing money. That's the point. It's like a kind of hardship, like a second one, pandemic first, and then this one, because they are still waiting, but landlords keep knocking on the doors of tenants, asking for money. And excuse me, Senator, excuse me, to complete this. Many tenants, and I apologize if we have landlords here, so I apologize for this, I will say. Many landlords don't trust on the programs, and that's why they come to face the tenants badly or wrongly, telling them, you go out. I don't care about this money is coming to my account. I don't care about any documents they send to you. I just want my money. If you can't put this money in my table tomorrow, you go out. That's the point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may follow up, Mr. Reyes, first of all, thank you. I think you came in from Yonkers, which we appreciate everyone who's willing to make the trip to Brooklyn today from outside the city.
Long way.
Yeah. As my colleague said, we did have the commissioner from Yonkers here. We had testimony from Monroe, in person from Monroe and Rochester, and we have 4 other localities around the state that are submitting written testimony. We are very interested in this issue of, as much as there have been problems with the state program, how localities that opted out are meeting the need. So one of the things that the commissioner testified to this morning, I guess it was early afternoon, was that they have lots of applications, and they think they have a sufficient number of applications to use up the money that they have, that they've gotten from the federal government, which of course raised some concern on our part about, well, how many more households that have not applied might need resources and not be able to get money from this program. So from your work with Make the Road, or from your status as a resident and a neighbor of many people in Yonkers, do you have a sense that there are many people in Yonkers who have a need, who have yet to apply to this program, have yet to submit the pre-approval process?
Yes, I think so. Many residents of Yonkers don't have as much information as they need, and they're still looking for. So many of them, when we go around, we hear residents of Yonkers when they still asking, where can I find help to assist me with the rent I owe to my landlord? And we tell them, we have okay, we share with them the information we have. But I wonder, I'm talking about people who I meet, but what about those who don't have any other person around who can tell them this is the way, or this is what you can do? So, because since the pandemic, all organizations has been facing different situations, obviously, right? But they still struggling to put people in the way to get assistance. So that's the point. So we believe that many people are trying to, we're talking about the screening because that's the first step, right? It's how they evaluate if you have the conditions. Okay, but imagine, many people don't know that they can go somewhere, fill screening, be evaluated, and then be contacted to fill out application and get on the way to get the assistance. So that's what's happening. We still listening people who say, landlords keep knocking on my doors, they will put me out. Things like this is normally. So that's why we understand that we should improve the programs, more informations, more responsibility on the assistant to make the assistant be on time. It doesn't make sense that we have the fund, we have the agencies, and we have the law, or the rule, who is ruling the program, protecting the rights of the people. It makes no sense that we are still talking about this till this moment. Since the moment the program was approved, and since the moment the people start filling out those screening and the applications and this.
Okay. Thank you. And I think we're good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your patience. Now it's late in the day, and your testimony and all your work in your communities with tenants, and the conversations to be continued. But thank you both.
We thank you too.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Homeless Services United and University Settlement, both of which are involved in the fabled CBOs we've been talking about today, that are supposed to be working with the communities through the agency to get people enrolled in this program.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Let me just pull this a little closer. My name is Eric Lee, and I'm the Director of Policy and Planning at Homeless Services United. Thank you, Chair Kavanaugh, Chair Prasad, and members of the Senate for allowing me to testify today. Just for clarification, my organization is a coalition of nonprofit homeless service providers, but my organization does not provide direct service like EREP assistance. HSU is concerned that the most vulnerable households may not apply for rental assistance through EREP due to unnecessarily restrictive application requirements, an unstable and unwieldy web portal application, and lack of data to help inform outreach efforts. To Commissioner Hines' comment about seeing a steady stream of applications received, CBOs are working at capacity to file applications, but helping each household is time intensive because they must work around the inefficiencies and oversights in the application and approval process. If OTDA implemented the following changes, more households would be able to successfully apply on their own, and CBOs would be able to work more efficiently to assist more households and conduct more outreach. HSU recommends removing needless restrictive application requirements like email addresses instead of names, as well as removing two-factor authentication. We're hopeful that OTDA's implementation of the enhanced status feature on the web portal will provide prominent and clear information on the application status. CBOs also need improved communications on pending cases, including copying them on all notices sent to tenants that they assisted with, and giving CBOs the ability to regularly check statuses of all previously submitted applications, either by a weekly report or creation of a portal specifically for providers. We also recommend that CBO work groups be created with OTDA and their vendors, Guidehouse, Deloitte, and Nan McKay, to be able to workshop issues on the web portal, application, and helpline. We also recommend providing CBOs with staff contacts for the application process vendor as well as the helpline vendor to be able to resolve issues with specific cases in real time, akin to how CBOs work with OTDA and HRA staff to troubleshoot complicated public benefits cases. We also recommend providing detailed zip code specific data to help inform outreach efforts, including the number of applications received, approved and denied, arrears amounts, AMI percentage, race and ethnicity, primary language spoken, household composition, and age. CBOs want to assist as many households as possible to do more targeted outreach, but as one provider remarked, they can renew their green card online in 15 minutes compared to the hours it takes them to submit an application and documentation and follow-up for one ERAP application. To illustrate the current workload at an ERAP staff person, they consider it a good day if they helped 4 or 5 households apply. One provider schedules 2-hour initial appointments since the initial application could take well over 1 or 2 hours to complete, not including errors or website crashes. Applicants must provide an email address to register, and providers often have to help them set one up. For two-factor authentication, clients have had to send someone to their homes to locate their emergency cell phone in order to read the passcode. 8 to 10 documents are uploaded on average for each application, one at a time, with each one receiving a different confirmation code. However, the upload system is so unreliable that tenants will receive notices that their applications are missing all documentation. Providers are creating their own tracking spreadsheets, cataloging each document and corresponding confirmation number in order to provide it to the helpline staff to locate the missing documents. CBOs often need to schedule a follow-up appointment to collect any outstanding documentation or information for the applicant, and they also may schedule periodic follow-ups with the tenant to come back to call the helpline together to check the status of the application. Since providers are not allowed to inquire into cases without the tenant present, CBOs have no way to proactively verify that the cases are progressing and must do so on a one-on-one basis rather than a compiled list of all previously submitted applications. CBOs serve as the de facto helpline for ERAP applications when the actual ERAP helpline doesn't address the problem. People who speak English as a second language recounted being hung up on by the helpline, which does not provide language accommodations. And CBOs received a number of people coming to them for problems with their application they submitted on their own, including lack of clarity on the status of the application. While OTDA testified that this is not the process, recently providers reported that landlords were not notified of an ERAP application by their tenants because the application only listed the landlord's phone number and not their email address. Upon calling the helpline to check the status of the application, the tenant was then notified to contact the landlord themselves. I will end my testimony there. Thank you for the opportunity today.
My name is Xinhui Zhang, and I am the Assistant Director of Housing Street Center at University Settlement. Thank you for letting me giving a oral testimony on behalf of my organizations. So we are an enrolled organization for the ERAP programs. University Settlement is a 135-year-old settlement house that provides holistic programming to families across Manhattan and Brooklyn. Along with Lower East Side Chinatown Coalition partners, Cooper Square Committee, Chinese American Planning Council, and good old Lower East Side, University Settlement is honored to be helping households apply for ERAP in 4 zip codes in Lower Manhattan. To date, our coalition has helped 150 households apply for ERAP. To our knowledge, none of our applicants have received aid. I will focus my testimony on our experience as we've been assisting tenants applying for the necessary funds since early June. First, many tenants that we work with don't understand if or whether they are qualified for aid, and many don't understand the application process. The online-only applications creates a burden on many of the people we work with who do not have computer or internet access or have little digital fluency. Once tenants start the application process, they are often unable to answer the many technical questions on the applications. For example, tenants might not know the type of housing they live in or the type of benefits they've been receiving. Many tenants don't realize they need to gather documents in advance before starting the applications. Many tenants struggle to compile or may not even have some of those required documents. As you likely know, the website remains unreliable. In fact, it crashes again on August 13th, last Friday, preventing us from helping tenants uploading documentations. So in order to, we have a 3 tenants scheduled for the day, and we actually have to reschedule them for another day, which is already 80% part of our work dates. We appreciate that the website now has the resume functions, and it allows applicants to have save and return to the applications at a later time. However, in order to access these functions, tenants must have an account set up, and in order to create an account, tenants must have an email address. In reality, many tenants applying for aid do not have email addresses. These issues are further magnified for tenants who speak language other than English or who have difficulty reading English. Additionally, homebound seniors and special needs individuals who cannot leave the house are unable to access assistance with their applications via phone or online. They also cannot get assistance on uploading their documentations. In short, we're worried that many of our neighbors who most need this aid are unable to receive it due to how the application process was set up. Second, after submitting the applications, tenants receive very little communications about the status of their applications. As we are the organization providing application assistance, tenants often call us back to follow up rather than the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, which is meant to be the resource for ERAP-related issues. We do not have any information on the tenant's status, and when this happens, our staff is really pulled away from assisting new and more applicants. Third, we know that there are landlords who are reluctant to participate in ERAP. Many tenants we work with ask us to convince landlords to cooperate, but there are limits to what we as a CBO have the capacity and resources to do. We believe that landlords should receive more outreach and education about ERAP programs, so all landlords understand the benefit of working with their tenants about ERAP. Finally, as we are already in the 3rd week of August, we are concerned that so many of the people we have held at the beginning of June still have their cases marked as pending. This is generating significant anxiety for tenants, particularly among tenants' confusions over the status of the eviction moratorium. And we hope that there can be further communications to applicants of their status. In summary, the ERAP program is an invaluable and urgent resource for so many of our neighbors who needed rental assistance. We, along with our partner organizations, are eager to find the best, most streamlined way to help the most people access this resource. We believe the ERAP programs will be significantly improved if tenants could access a simplified, user-friendly website that allows more people to fill out the applications for aid independently. We also will recommend more flexible, non-website-based options for many of our neighbors who do not have access to technology or English language fluency. We'll also appreciate more consistent support from OTDA. In our experience, when tenants and CBOs contact OTDAs, the information provided is not always accurate or consistent, which really slow down the process. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So, first question, from your perspective with the communities and the organizations you're working with, do you perceive there to be a great many tenants that have yet to apply to this program?
So, again, to the commissioner's point around seeing a steady number of applications being received, I think the problem is twofold. One is the web portal is, as my colleague testified, not very easy to use when you're just a tenant by yourself. And the other side is the CBO is doing the work or doing it as many applications as they can, but they take so long that they can't do more. So that's why you're seeing a steady number is what I believe.
So you think the limiting factor is not the need, the number of tenants with need, the limiting factor is the ability to get people through
I think
like
if
3 or 4 a day is
I
admirable, but maybe not enough to get through the volume that we need.
And granted, that's 3 or 4 a day per staff person,
Right.
so it changes by program. But again, yes, like if the process was easier, I think we would see more applications. If there was more centralized outreach through like marketing, TV ads, we heard HRA yesterday said that they're doing those, but I haven't seen them yet. We would be able to get more interest given that, again, the program rolled out so poorly that many people may be not incentivized to try to even apply, given what they've heard from other people.
And also, you know, with those clients we had at the beginning of June, they haven't even heard anything. So I think that a lot of people are really intimidated and get frustrated with the whole process. So like Aaron mentioned, if we do have a easier and simplified system that people can actually apply, and then, you know, we actually will be able to devote our time to do more outreach because community trusts us and, you know, by us actually going out, but right now we haven't been able to actually devote a lot more time on those. And then I want to point out that there are, so we said about the process about the application, there are actually 2 parts. So there will be people who come into us asking us to fill out the applications with them on the website-based portals, and then there's a second part to it, it's uploading the documents, right? So the OTDA, they set up the website where you can upload a single document at once, and there's a limitation on the file size. So that actually takes a lot of time also, right? So a lot of times people will be coming to us just because they already did the applications with OTDA folks on the phone, and now they're coming here to upload documents. So I'm not sure, you know, when they're referring to as applications they are complete and they need more applications. So I'm not sure where's the clear, you know, amount of work that's being taken care.
And CBOs, again, they're the de facto helpline for the helpline because people will be directed to them by the helpline because, as she said, like if they need help uploading documentation because they did an over-the-phone application, they need to do that. A number of people were coming in because they submitted an application, but the website doesn't say anything. So they're like, again, I've been waiting 9 weeks, what's going on? So they go to a CBO in order to be able to verify that and call the helpline together. So it's a lot of follow-up and stuff where the CBOs also don't have direct contact with the vendors to, like they call the helpline like everyone else. They don't have a specialized helpline to speak with. They don't have contacts at the vendor. They don't have contacts at OTDA beyond Deputy Commissioner Gwynn and her 1 staff person to field like very non-real-time issues, more like systemic questions. So there's the work is very inefficient in terms of how CBOs want to be able to do it but can't.
Has there been any conversation about OTDA creating that kind of direct contact?
So in response to the letter that we sent on July 3rd that Senator Rivera mentioned earlier, we did 2 meetings. One was more interactive, and we went through some of the top line priorities for that. But they said they would consider creating a group of specific OTDA staff that they would share contacts with, but I have not heard of any follow-up from that. We're scheduled to try to meet another time, I think either this week or next week. We haven't set a date as far as I know since I've been here today. But again, to like larger questions of like we want to be able to meet directly with the vendors to troubleshoot these things that we're hearing and seeing on the ground, they have refused.
I will encourage them to do that, to make that available. So just bottom line, part of what you're suggesting is that the failures, the problems with the website, the complexity of the application are causing the CBOs to have to expend lots of resources to make up for those defects, and that prevents you from doing the more specialized work of doing the outreach, getting the harder to reach clients in the door and getting them in. You're just sort of spending a lot of time doing things that you think should have been more routine.
Exactly. So the number that was mentioned a number of times today, the 62 million for New York City, that covers both outreach but also application assistance. So anytime anyone comes to their door or calls them, that's being covered through that contract. And the more you have to do one thing, the less you can do something else. So hopefully, as they streamline the application and hopefully put in larger process improvements that we're recommending, as well as giving us more data, we might be able to do more and more targeted outreach.
Great. Okay. It seems we have no further questions or comments from senators, so thank you very much, both of you, for your testimony and for all the work you've done to make this program work.
Thank you.
Right, next up, we have Housing Help Inc. and Citizen Action of New York, and New York State Tenants and Neighbors, if they're here, but I think they may not be in the room. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Zethner. I'm a specialist in the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, serving residents of Long Island through the HUD Certified Housing Agency, Housing Help Inc. As our organization continues to assist tenants and landlords with applying for this program, we've noticed some changes that we feel compelled to point out to the standing committees. First and foremost, as Commissioner Hein mentioned earlier today, we have seen a variety of constructive changes to the application portal that has made it more user-friendly. For instance, one can now reset their password if they forget it, and this has proven very useful for clients who fill out the application on their own and come to us to help them fix any problems with their application. Additionally, the option to continue an application that was already started has proven to be extremely helpful to the applicant or third-party aid if there's a technological issue that exited them out of mid-application. Also, the updated feature to show the user where the application is in the review process allows for more peace of mind to the applicants. The option to update the application is something that many clients have wanted and are glad to have now. These are all very meaningful changes that we feel will improve the application process going forward. However, we have been informed of a number of concerns from both tenant and landlord applicants. Some landlords are reluctant to apply for the ERAP program due to a misunderstanding of the landlord terms and conditions. According to the ERAP guidelines, the property owner or authorized property management company must agree to not evict the household on behalf of whom the ERAP payment is made for reason of expired lease or holdover tenancy for 1 year from receipt of the ERAP payment. Many landlords that we have worked with appear to believe that, based on this section, they cannot evict their tenants for any reason for an entire year. However, as has been pointed out earlier, that is not the case. Both landlords and ERAP workers are not understanding what is being said in this section and are interpreting it incorrectly. It would be beneficial for all if this term is reworded to emphasize that eviction is only forbidden in instances of expired lease or holdover tenancy, in order to avoid these misunderstandings and non-cooperation for landlords. Another concern of some landlords has been the legitimacy of this program. Many landlords and tenants have applied to other programs in the past and have not gotten any help from them. The long processing time of ERAP applications is dissuading many from wanting to apply for the program for that reason. If there has been an increase in the speed of the application processing, it would be beneficial to advertise this to the public as much as possible. Another concern of these individual sole proprietors or single-member LLCs is filling out the IRS W-9 form. Some are wary of filling out this form due to the aid being taxable. This increases the risk of the tenants having to use this application in eviction court cases. ERAP specialists should be better informed on these matters to explain all possibilities to the landlords to support the completion of the tenant application. We at Housing Help Inc. have been explaining to the landlords the rights of the tenant and the risks of having all the arrears waived in court for not cooperating with the application. We also informed the landlords that we have shared this information with their tenant if they are a client of ours. It is crucial that the ERAP specialist explain to the tenants their rights as well, and that they can use this application in an eviction court case as evidence that they tried to get aid to pay their overdue rent, but that the landlord was uncooperative. It would also be very beneficial for potential applicants to know that immigration status does not matter for this application. And based on feedback from our clients, we have found that one-on-one appointments for application completion are very helpful to the applicants. we at Housing Help have been able to thoroughly check through their documentation, better elaborate on their questions, and explain their rights to them. Based on the experiences of our clients from other agencies, they've expressed that they have not gotten the same treatment. It is important that all ERAP specialists check the client's documentation thoroughly in all appointments to make sure that nothing is missing and that the information clients have about their living situation is correct. Lastly, perhaps most importantly, we would ask that if there are any changes to the program, whether significant or trivial, that organizations aiding in ERAP be advised and informed on them before they occur. When our organization finds that information at the same time as the public, we end up playing catch-up and potentially losing applicants because of changes we were not aware of beforehand. This is of utmost importance for the success of this program to help New York residents that have suffered due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We hope this information from our experience with the application process proves helpful for the future of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Although we acknowledge that the productivity of ERAP has been inhibited largely due to the aforementioned obstacles, we believe the solution to these problems is readily available for the hundreds of thousands of families who are in desperate need of rental assistance. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Garrard, Legislative Director for Citizen Action of New York. Thank you both for holding this hearing, and thank you to the senators who are still here in order to hear this testimony. Much appreciated. So you've heard a lot of testimony today about how ERAP, frankly, has been an abject failure. I want to affirm all of that testimony, but I'm not going to use my time today to add to that. I'm going to use my time to speak to the rent programs that are in the 7 municipalities that opted out of the state program. You heard testimony from the tenant from Make the Road about Yonkers. I want to just add to that by saying that I know from my friends at Make the Road that there are many, many tenants who had submitted requests to the CBOs to have a pre-screening completed and did not receive a response. And so as was stated, the deadline passed, and so they are now ineligible to receive rent relief. And so to say that that program has been a success would be blatantly untrue. In a complete opposite turn, let's talk about Hempstead. Hempstead just rolled out their rent relief program this week. It went live August 17th. It will be open through September 28th. The reality is we will have very little time to assess whether that program is functional, whether it's accessible. And so when the eviction moratorium was set to end, these tenants will not even have had the chance, right, even if it wasn't struck down, to have been protected by this. We won't know if there was enough money, and we won't know if the system has gone smoothly. It took them way too long to get that program up and running. And I know you heard testimony from Monroe. I want to flag that Monroe, which, as you know, houses the money from the city of Rochester as well, has been probably the biggest failure of the 7 municipalities that received their own funds. So to begin with, when we first met with them and when they first rolled the program out, the application required a social security number, which meant that for an extended period, no undocumented resident in the county of Monroe was eligible to receive rent relief. When we flagged this for them in meetings, they said they would address it. And their way of addressing it, which is still currently what exists, is to have on the requirement list, in terms of documentation, the only listed documentation is social security number, and then they just added the parentheses, if applicable. We've told them this is not sufficient. This is still going to feel to undocumented community members that this does not apply to them, and we've gotten nowhere. Perhaps most troubling is that unlike other municipalities, Monroe has enacted absolutely 0 tenant protections in attachment to the rent relief. There is no presumption of acceptance, which would prohibit eviction pending application. There is no protection against a holdover eviction if a landlord accepts money. There is no protection against a predatory rent increase if a landlord accepts money. I have a minute left, so I'm going to wrap this up. I think we can all agree that the beauty of what you all passed in terms of the rent relief program was that it recognized two things. One is that the billions of dollars in rent owed had to be paid in this state, both for the tenant's sake and for the limited number of small landlords that we actually have in this state. Two, it had to make sure that tenants were not evicted by landlords after landlords were made whole. We could not have a housing humanitarian crisis after putting billions of dollars into the pockets of landlords. And so the program addressed that. The reality is that's not going to happen because of the failure of both the state and the local programs. The state because it did not get the money out the door, and the locals because it has not enacted the tenant protections. And so those, I know I'm out of time, those programs must be addressed, and in the absence of that, we must pass an eviction moratorium and make sure that the length of it, the duration, is in existence through an equitable and effective implementation of this rent relief program.
Thank you both. So just to begin, and first of all, thank you both for your testimony. It's especially important today because we have heard relatively few perspectives from outside the city of New York, given the location of this hearing. We did, as I mentioned earlier, receive testimony from all but one of the localities that opted out, mostly in writing, but we will be following up. But first of all, do you have, working on Long Island, do you have any kind of experience or perspective with the localities that have opted out of the state program, the town of Hempstead and Islip and Oyster Bay?
Yeah, so our organization, Housing Help, it works exclusively in the town of Huntington. I should have made that clear in the testimony. We have referred clients and have done, I think, limited work with Islip when it comes to that. But when it comes to understanding how those townships run their separate programs, that's not something I can really speak on because, like I said, our housing agency works exclusively in the town of Huntington, which works with the New York State ERAP program.
Okay, that's helpful. From your perspective, just based on the kind of, people get information differently, and in New York City, very densely populated, a lot of people, running into each other in the streets. Parts of the state where they're more spread out, where people may have different patterns and maybe different ways we need to do outreach to people. From your perspective in the communities you're familiar with, we've heard a lot of testimony that the word has not gone out particularly well in New York City. Is there a general awareness of this program, a general lack of awareness? And if so, what ought to be done differently in terms of outreach?
Yeah, so my work with Housing Help actually relates directly to outreach in terms of getting the word out at events, local community events, social media. And yeah, I would definitely say that there is an enormous lack of awareness just throughout the community amongst the people who need it most, who are unaware of it. And I would say that outreach, because we've been doing a lot of work with, like I said, on social media especially, with just trying to get the word out there. And I would say that that's been effective in changing that dynamic to a certain extent locally, in terms of just trying to make it, just trying to make people aware as much as possible of it. But in terms of just the overall trend, especially from other people who've described it earlier in terms of the lack of awareness, I'd say that that's pretty accurate in terms of Huntington and Long Island as well. And I also think it's worth pointing out that Housing Help, just in the town of Huntington, has processed we've spoken to and have done consultations with I think about 128 clients in total, and have processed about 68 applications, and only one of those applicants have actually received their financial benefits. And I think that goes back to what Commissioner Hein was saying earlier in regard to the fact that only a quarter of ERAP benefits have been dispersed to areas outside New York City, and I would say that that is something that needs to be changed. You know, I can only imagine that the trend that we're seeing here with, you know, 1 out of 68, that's like 1.5% of the applicants we've had. I can only imagine that that trend is commonplace throughout Long Island as well, and that's something that needs to be changed, and the outreach is absolutely a big component of that.
So, you know, from the perspective of Citizen Action, you know, I appreciate your focusing on the, you know, not focusing on your many concerns about the statewide program, but focusing on, you know, the particular value of hearing about those localities. But from your perspective, given the status of the process in Monroe and the Supreme Court's ruling last week where that effectively ends the eviction moratorium, you believe that we have a great danger for large-scale evictions to proceed in the County of Monroe and in the City of Rochester?
I do, and I think it goes beyond that. I think because of the abject failure of the state program, the eviction crisis is not specific to the municipalities which have enacted really harm-producing programs of their own, but the municipalities which are using the state program, which has failed in its implementation. And so, you know, just this week we've seen, and this was a cursory look by me, right? This is not easy to look up outside of New York City. But just this week, we've seen eviction warrants served in Buffalo, Utica, Elmira, and it's been 3 days, right? It's been 3 days that was allowed to happen. With every day, and that was me checking yesterday, not today, because I've been here. But with every day that goes by, I am 100% certain that those numbers are going to increase exponentially. And so when I say time is of the essence, I cannot state that enough. We are literally in the precipice of an eviction crisis.
And we heard this morning from testimony, actually this afternoon, earlier in the afternoon, a testimony from the Chief Judge of the New York City Housing Court, who specified that she could not speak for what's going on in courts in the rest of the state, but that just today, actually, we heard from the commissioner that just today, a longstanding request of the New York City Housing Court to have direct access to data from the CREP program is the subject now of an agreement. She had yet to see the data, and we're going to follow up and determine. Do you have any reason to think that the courts in the rest of the state are receiving direct access to CREP data that would be necessary to determine whether somebody should be protected from eviction?
I have no reason to believe that even if they had access to it, they would utilize it in an equitable manner. To be very clear, what we've dealt with throughout this moratorium, when it was in effect, is a constant battle to get the judges outside of New York City to even honor the mandates that they were given. Just 2-3 weeks ago, before the Supreme Court decision, I was dealing with a case in Catskill where a man in his 70s on a fixed income was removed by sheriffs from his home and taken to a shelter because a judge had allowed the landlord to challenge the veracity of the hardship declaration, which was obviously at that point explicitly not allowed, but was allowed in his court. And that is one example of literally hundreds I could give you. And I would like to know in this context that, you know, the chief judge has really absolved themselves of taking responsibility for courts outside of New York City. And until we start to address that, we are never going to have equity outside of New York City in the court systems. And make no mistake, it is most certainly low-income Black and brown tenants who bear the brunt of that.
Thank you. My time is up. Senator Bridgeport?
Yeah, just 2 quick questions. And one, thank you for your testimony. So both of my questions are for Rebecca. Thanks again. My first is, we had another witness come here earlier from Crown Heights Tenants Union and advocate that we extend the moratorium up and through June of 2022. And I was curious if you also had thoughts about extending the moratorium.
There is no doubt that the moratorium has to be extended. You know, I think for me, instead of choosing a date, what I said in my testimony is what I meant. I think we've almost gotten ourselves into trouble by we keep picking these dates, thinking that the date, right, is connected to the effective implementation of this program, which seems logical, right? Because the reason we need a moratorium is we need people's rent paid. And so I actually don't want to give a date because I'm done having faith in the effective implementation of the program. Here's what I know. I know that we can't have people evicted until the billions of dollars that have been allotted, and we just heard that there could be more coming that could cover people who are not going to be covered, right? When the money runs out, has been implemented, has been utilized, right? And until that happens, we shouldn't be evicting people. That's not good for tenants. It's a health crisis, not just a humanitarian crisis, and it's not good, again, as I said, for the limited number of small landlords that we actually do have in this state.
Thank you. And my second question is, do you think the legislature should take any steps or legislative avenues to account for the specific localities that opted out and now are seeing problems?
Yes, please. I think, yes, please. When, and I say when because I have faith you all are going to do the right thing, when the legislature goes back to address the lack of an eviction moratorium, it really needs to also address the autonomy of these 7 municipalities in terms of the protections that they're offering the tenants in those areas. And it needs to make sure that every tenant in New York is included, right, in the parameters that were outlined in the state program.
Thank you.
And I think I know a bill that would do just that. That is pending in the Senate.
Wonderful news. I think I do too.
But I was remiss in passing over my great co-chair, who apparently has questions, Senator Prasad.
Thank you. I just quickly need some your opinion on something, because you have no faith in Monroe County because you think it's a failure, the process. But they talked about the support services that they've offered, and they've offered additional tenant support services, and they've just done over 1,000 free legal services to tenants, and their housing council hotline is providing hundreds of telephone counseling to tenants. So if they're doing all of this, what is causing the failures as you see it?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that. So that is something they brought up in the meetings that we've had, because I suggested, so at first their claim was that at the county level they could not offer the protections that are outlined in the state bill. And as I pointed out to them, absolutely they could. So if you look at Onondaga County, which is another municipality that opted out, they actually have matched the state program in its exact form, with the one exception of not having the rent freeze. But every other component matches the state program exactly. So as I said to them, clearly you have the authority as a county, right, to offer good cause for a year, to offer a prohibition of evictions based on the application being pending. Their answer was similar to what you just brought up. Well, we have legal supports to negotiate with the judge. My answer to them is going to be my answer to you. Judges outside of New York City are not only not required to be experts in housing law, they're not even required to be attorneys. And so judicial discretion is a terrifying thing. A terrifying thing. And if you talk to any actual legal service provider who works outside of New York City, and it's funny because I've been in a ton of working groups where I bring legal service providers together, New York City legal service providers and non-New York City legal service providers, and the New York City legal service providers are appalled every time because they'll say, well, you have this legal mechanism you could utilize in this case. And the legal service providers from outside of New York City practically fall out of their chair laughing. They're saying, because they say, okay, that's a law in the book, but the idea that I'm going to actually get that, even though that's a law in the book, is hysterical. You have no idea what our life is like. You have no idea what the mechanisms are that we have to deal with. That's not reality. The best we can ever do is just try to delay the harm, but we never get to stop the harm. And so when I hear an answer like that from Monroe, I know exactly what it means, and it means nothing in the life of a tenant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you both.
I just have one additional question. Are you aware, you mentioned, that you described a decision, I think it was in the Catskills. Are tenants appealing those decisions, and how is that going?
That tenant had sought an attorney through legal services prior to the eviction warrant being served. Legal services did not have the staffing to represent them, and still hasn't, despite my best advocacy work. And so an appeal has not been filed because the tenant does not have the knowledge base to do it themselves. And we have, at this point, been unable to find an attorney in rural Greene County who is willing to represent them or able to represent them free of charge. And again, that is just one of so many examples.
Okay. Again, thank you both for your testimony. It seems like we're done from our end, but we really do appreciate all of your work and your testimony today and your patience this late in the proceedings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. So next up, we have, first of all, we have Chaya, and if Charmaine Cox from New York Communities for Change here? Okay, absent that, I'm going to ask, is Goals here? Michelle? Yeah, we're gonna move you up just so that, we have two. Okay, sorry. We'll actually hold, since we're only supposed to have two at the table for COVID reasons, well, you can sit, well, I was gonna just add you to this panel, but, please.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shahidul Islam. I am Bangladesh
Can you
tenant.
move the microphone quite a bit closer.
My name is Shahidul Islam. I am Bangladesh tenant. So I like to speak to my Mafuzul as my consul. Speak.
My name is Mafuzul Islam. I am a tenant organizer with Chaya CDC. Mohammed Hanan was not able to come today, but I will speak on Shahidul Islam's testimony. Hello, my name is Shahidul Islam, and I am a Bangladeshi tenant union leader. I live in Jamaica, Queens, and I am a rent-stabilized tenant. My landlord is Zara Realty, one of the worst landlords in New York City. I have been unemployed from work since we went into lockdown March 2020. I was an Uber driver. I did not want to risk my life for my job. There were many stories of people in the community that drove in Uber dying from COVID. I stayed with my wife and kids at home. Many tenants in our apartment became ill with COVID. Some of our tenants lost their families to COVID. We had COVID and we quarantined. My brother and my wife's sister in Bangladesh and my wife's sister were in serious condition. Thankfully, my family and I came out healthy. But we faced lots of economic difficulties. Zara started charging us late penalties in the midst of the pandemic, and we had nothing left to do except initiate a rent strike. We had to choose between having a place to live and having money to pay for food. I now owe about $20,000 to my landlord. I am still receiving unemployment that barely covers my living expenses, but even that ends this September. How am I supposed to pay this amount back? The ERAP application system has many problems. Many times I went to the website to complete my application and the system was down. I went halfway through my application and the system crashed, so I had to start over from the beginning. The ERAP application website does not clearly show when an application is submitted. This leaves many of us unsure if our application was actually complete. We need to know when our application is completed, and the application website needs to clearly show that itself. We do not even have the ability to submit a physical copy of the application if we wanted to. The only way to provide documents for the application is by uploading them to the computer one by one. I applied to the ERAP application 2 months ago and still haven't heard anything back yet. When I ask the hotline, all they say is that my application is being reviewed. I have a simple question for OTDA. Seriously, what is taking so long to distribute the funds? The title of the program starts with the word emergency. That means it requires a quick response. The agency is not working with the speed necessary to deal with this emergency. I do not know if the government will help me or if I will become homeless. My wife and my family depend on me to provide them with shelter, and I do not know when that will happen. We need an extension to the eviction moratorium so that I have a place to live. We need an eviction moratorium so that everyone who has an opportunity to apply for the ERAP program can do so. Thank you.
Just, first of all, thank you for your testimony, for your experience, for sharing your experiences here. Just a question for Chaya. Is there, you presumably have many people you work with that may or may not be, their preference may not be to engage with this program in English. Can you talk a little bit about OTDA's, process of accommodating that and how, whether there are improvements that you would recommend?
Sure. Primarily the work that has been done for folks who don't speak in English has been through CBOs. And I know that CBOs were promised a certain amount and it was dramatically reduced down the line. We have been trying to hire folks to help in the language capabilities, but that dramatic reduction has affected us. So it's been very rudimentary because of COVID. We've been doing everything over the phone. And most of the times, those folks that we work with don't have access to the computer. So every step of the way would be over the phone.
Okay, just again, really appreciate your taking the time to, be with us today and share your experience, and your story and the many others we hear really are what inspires us to try to make sure that we get this right and get this rent out, get the assistance out the door. But thank you very much.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, this was going to be a panel, but I think the second participant is not here, so I think we have somebody from Gutman, Mintz, Baker, Sonnenfeld. I think it's Mr. Sonnenfeld.
No.
Yeah, there's just, you can both say.
Good afternoon, Senators, and thank you for allowing me to participate in the hearings today.
Can you pull your mic?
Sorry.
Closer? Thank you.
I'm Neil Sonnenfeld, and I'm the senior partner in the law firm of Gutman, Baker and Sonnenfeld. Our firm has specialized in landlord-tenant law in New York City and the metropolitan area for the last 45 years, and I have practiced in the New York City Housing Court for the last 39 years. I came here today not to complain about the glitches in the OTDA application process, which we all know exist and which I can detail if you ask me to. Rather, I came today to offer my perspective as a seasoned practitioner on the ERAP application and how it interfaces with the day-to-day operation of the New York City Housing Court. You've heard from tenant representatives and landlord representatives today. A lot was anecdotal, but the overarching message is that more outreach and support for the ERAP program is needed. In fact, you heard from Commissioner Hein that over $700 million has now been approved. I think 158 is already out the door, and the balance, he said, sometime next week. You heard from Judge Schneider, the supervising judge of the New York County, of the New York Housing Courts, how the court is interacting with the ERAP program. The housing courts are the prime forum to improve outreach and applications to ERAP, and a further moratorium will bring the work of the court to a screeching halt again. And I want to reiterate what Commissioner Hines said. It is crystal clear that when an application for ERAP has been filed, no proceeding can be commenced and no proceeding can be continued. And in the words of Judge Schneider, what happens to a case that's on the court's calendar is it gets parked until the application has been determined. As a matter of law, there are three significant issues that I believe the legislature has to deal with respect to the ERAP program. The first is that affordable co-ops should not be excluded. Maintenance has to be part of the program. It's part of the definition of rent under RPAPL 702, which is referred to by the ERAP statute. So suddenly last week, OTDA posted a frequently asked question, the last one on its website, number 45, and said co-ops are no longer included. And that's wrong. Low-income maintenance has to be included. I'm sorry. Second is that subsidized tenants who are part of subsidy programs and have their rent determined on a frequent or annual basis based on their income can't have their rents frozen for a year if the landlord accepts the money. If their rent changes during that year after acceptance because of a change in their income or a change in their subsidy, that's mandated by the subsidy program, and it can't be frozen by the ERAP statute, or it shouldn't be frozen by the ERAP statute. And third, tenants should not be protected against all holdover proceedings. The wording of the ERAP statute is ambiguous. I think Senator Kavanaugh, you repeated it this morning. Holdover, expired leases and holdover tenants. Well, half the judges in the New York City Housing Court will interpret holdover tenants to be any tenant who has a holdover proceeding brought against them. So effectively, a tenant could be burning down his building and the landlord can't do anything about it for a year after acceptance of money. Under the CFPA, the legislature carefully carved out a nuisance exception for holdover tenants. And that same carve out should be made in the ERAP statute. Now, as a matter of practice, you may know that the New York City housing courts have been physically closed. I'm sorry. It's the mask that's interfering. You may know that the New York City housing courts have been physically closed to practitioners and litigants for almost a year and a half with limited exceptions. The courts have instead conducted almost all proceedings virtually, which is no small feat. But there's no doubt in my mind, and my experience handling the virtual conferences tells me, that virtual conferences are no substitute for in-person proceedings. And the volume of cases that the courts handled in the past cannot be disposed of virtually. Thus, the longer the courts are stayed from proceeding, the larger the backload of cases. And another moratorium would wreak havoc not only on the existing backlog of cases, but would create a further enormous backlog of cases. At the same time, there's $2.7 billion of available rent relief money, which must get to the tenants and landlords. I think we're all in agreement on that. Everybody who I heard testify about today said the same thing. So I respectfully submit that the small picture is the OTDA glitches, but the big picture is reopening the courts and allowing the housing court judges to use their expertise to resolve landlord-tenant issues. New York City provides free legal counsel to every litigant who wants to be represented. The first question at the first appearance is, do you want a free lawyer? Judges go so far in the virtual conferences to personally make phone calls during the conferences to the tenants, asking the tenants or telling the tenants that they have a case pending, and whether they, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
My
your time is, there was an issue with your clock, but your time is up.
All right,
If you
and
could just
whether
wrap
they,
up.
and whether they want a free lawyer. That's the extent to which they are willing to go. And the second question they ask is whether an ERAP application has been filed. So if one has been filed, the case is stayed and it's parked on the calendar, as Judge Schneider said. Summing up, my point is that allowing summary proceedings to proceed in due course with strict caveats, as the Chief Administrative Judge Marks ordered in his administrative orders last week, is critical to the OTDA process. Litigants in court are motivated to seek financial assistance. Attorneys are available to assist every tenant who wants to make an application under ERAP, and judges supervise their cases and ensure that all possible resources, such as interpreters, Adult Protective Services, the Department of Aging, and the Human Resources Administration, and all defenses, such as the Tenant Safe Harbor Act and the CD moratorium, are brought to bear in every case. It's the job of the Housing Court to do this, and it's what the Housing Court does best.
Thank you for your testimony, and apologies to my colleague, Senator Rivera. I don't understand the universal hand signal for time is up. But first question, do you practice outside the city of New York?
To some degree, my firm does, yes, in the metropolitan area.
Okay.
Not in Buffalo.
So we are lacking, we're lacking certain information about courts outside New York that we have here before us today, including, the Chief Judge of the New York City Housing Court specified that she can't speak to conditions outside New York City. We also understand that only today, for the first time, it became clear to that housing court, which I think has about 70% of all the potential cases that might benefit from the CRAP protections. Only today did they get any clear indication from the commissioner that they would have access to OTDA's information about CRAP. Do you have confidence that the courts throughout the state will have reliable access to information about whether there's a CRAP application?
Judge, my answer is that Judge Mark's orders apply to every judge in the state, not just to the judges in New York City. And whether or not there's interface with technical interface between OTDA and the courts, the judges have an obligation to ask the litigants whether or not an ERAP application has been filed. And I have confidence in the judges. I don't believe, as the prior speaker said, that the judicial discretion is terrifying. I believe in the system that we have that provides for judicial discretion. And I think that judges have an obligation to ask that question. And I know for a fact that in the cases that I deal with day after day after day, every judge asks every tenant, are you filing an application or is one going to be filed? And no one is getting evicted when one is filed or when they intend to file one. The case gets adjourned.
And how would that apply in a situation where the tenant is unrepresented, where perhaps the tenant does not, we saw in New York and elsewhere that in the fall it was actually difficult to respond to respond. There were long lines to get to the courts. I mean, I think what we heard from the New York City courts is, to the extent that the CRAP law unambiguously says a case shall not be commenced if there's an application pending, the court will have access to that information, and if a landlord tries to file a case, they'll simply say this action can't commence. It's much harder to understand how that would work if the courts and the judges don't have access to that information. And I think it's fair to say it's harder to understand how that's going to work in the myriad different courts throughout the state.
But my point is, Senator, that closing the courts down again will close down the single most important avenue that tenants have to get information. It's been months now since the ERAP statute was passed, and witness after witness today said the information is not getting out. People don't know about it.
Right.
The information is getting out in the courts, and that is the prime forum for it to get out. So further moratorium, shutting down the courts again, will only stall the process and create what none of us here want.
I'm going to resist the urge to debate that point with you, just because that is not the primary topic of today's hearing, but just to note that I think for a lot of us there's a related question, which is if the CRAP program and its eviction protections are working effectively throughout the state, I think there might be some understanding that could substitute for some of the protections of the eviction moratorium. But we do have concerns from testimony we've heard today about people who might be facing eviction because of COVID era arrears, but also in several instances we heard testimony that prior default judgments where the tenant did not have a realistic opportunity to apply. It's unclear how it's going to apply in those circumstances. Just when you say shut down the courts, I mean, we have a Supreme Court that has now said, for better or for worse, that there must be an opportunity to adjudicate the validity of a declaration of a hardship. Does that not, in your mind, constitute the courts being open for the purpose of?
Senator, let me tell you realistically what that means. What that means is that tomorrow a tenant files a new hardship declaration, there's a stay. The landlord then makes a motion. The motion is on sometime in September, maybe October if the court puts it on in October. The motion is decided sometime in November, maybe December. And then, at that point, the proceeding first has to commence. So there's an enormous time gap. It's not that you file a hardship tomorrow and the next day you walk in and say, I want to challenge this. There's an enormous time gap in reality as to how that process would happen. And in effect, it would buy time the same way the CDC has bought time now. It would buy time whether or not the person was entitled to the hardship declaration in the first place. And that's the problem with it. The courts have the ability to deal with hardship right now without a moratorium. They have the Tenant and Safe Harbor Act. They have the CDC moratorium. And they have the ERAP stay. And it's the job of the courts, and I observe the courts doing their job, to make sure that every litigant understands the protections that are available to them, not the least of which is to have a free attorney if they're within the city of New York.
Okay, but as we know, in many parts of the state, you have free counsel for these cases is not available. So, just
do
again, I
understand.
want to, because it's late, but I do appreciate your testimony. I would just note that in a world where we have many thousands of tenants that have filed in good faith under existing law a hardship declaration, I assume they're not all keeping up with the legal press about Supreme Court now making that invalid. We have testimony for repeatedly today that people are not aware that the CRAP program exists, much less that it comes with eviction protections. To the extent, and I also share, I'm okay with, our system involves judicial discretion sort of inherently, but if our goal is to protect, to prevent tenants from experiencing hardship, protect tenants who are potentially eligible for the relief from getting evicted before those decisions are made, I think we have to, I'm not prejudging where we end up, but I think we have to take a hard look about whether the eviction moratorium continues to be a tool, even as we might have to modify it to ensure that actually people do have access to the courts to adjudicate it. Just to make one more point, the bill, I've alluded to this bill a couple of times today, but the bill is S-6853. It is a Senate bill that I introduced in May, and it does deal with several of the specific issues you raised, and I had intended to try to get it passed before the end of session, but I think that, as an ongoing, to the extent we are continuing to legislate in this area, I think I would appreciate it if you have thoughts on whether that bill addresses some of the concerns you've had. I'd be interested in hearing them.
Well, by number, I'm not familiar with 6850.
What was I don't know the number.
Sorry, I actually.
I probably know the general part
sorry,
of the bill.
actually,
if
I
you
would
could
say,
tell me.
yeah, my point was not to tell you, to throw that number at you now and have you respond, but just if you want to give,
What was it trying to do? I would know
it is responsive to, it's a whole range of amendments to both CRAP and CFPA. It does address the issue of clarifying the circumstances in which eviction protections might not apply under CRAP. It addresses the issue of tenants who are living in places where there's a subsidy and they might have less access to this program, but several of the other issues you mentioned. So I'm actually just suggesting you.
Could I actually make a clarification? Over and
Please.
over again today, I heard a few senators, I believe, say that, a landlord can initiate the ERAP process. I actually have been working on the ERAP process for the landlord portion, so I can offer that perspective for a lot of our clients. Obviously, I can't help them all. We're trying very hard. And when I do that for the landlord's portion, I work with legal aid for the tenant. They do the tenant's portion. They say, hey, here's their application number, their date of birth, complete it. I have the lease, the ledger, everything the landlord needs. I set up the profile for them. I went through the whole thing. Our firm has been ready since the beginning of May preparing for it. So there's numerous error messages that happen. So landlords cannot initiate the ERAP process alone unless a tenant's sitting there with them or on the phone or something. And also that there are numerous messages that the landlord will get, like invalid application number, no application number found, and owner's application number not being complete when the owner hasn't even got it added on. So those are a few things I'd like to, clarify that have been stated
No,
here.
we appreciate that. And it is important to note that the federal legislation does require for the federal money that there be a tenant applicant.
100%.
so
I just didn't want to
no,
seem
it's-
like the
it's- I think
story
it's-
was the landlords are not purposely doing it. And even if the story, which I don't believe, because like I said, we work with landlords who want the money, who need the money. They're trying. I think that's like a it's.
Senator, just to conclude, I know my time is long up already. This is not about evictions. This is about getting money to the landlords and the tenants as quickly as possible. And no one who you heard today had any better ideas how to do that. Commissioner Hine told you what is happening, and Judge Schneider told you what she's doing. And doing it through the courts is the best way, I submit, that it can be done.
We appreciate your testimony. And just before we go, I don't know if you were identified for the record.
Sorry, I'm Tamara Pellman. I'm a senior associate at Governments Baker Sonnenfeld LLP.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you both for your testimony. Do we have any other?
Thank you.
Okay, again, thank you very much for your patience and for your testimony and
Thank
for
you.
your work.
Thank you for listening.
I was saying that allowing for
Oh, no, sorry, it's okay. I know it's-
Thank you.
We're actually on schedule. We're on schedule. All right, next up, we actually had done this as a panel of 4, but we've been asked to keep only 2 at the table at a time. So we have Goals Mobilization for Justice, Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem, and New York Council for Housing Development Fund Companies. And I think I'm going to ask for 2 of those to sit, and then the other 2, if you could just wait in the front row and then jump at the table, that'd be great.
So you do the first 2.
Yeah, I guess we'll do Goals and Mobilization for Justice first, if that's okay. Thanks.
These are just extras. Okay.
Okay, I can go ahead. Hello, can you hear me? Okay,
If you
awesome.
could, speak up and keep the microphone close.
Okay. Oh, great.
Perfect.
Okay, hello. My name is Michelle Nguyen. I am a staff organizer at Goals, good old Lower East Side and Lower Manhattan. I organize rent-regulated tenants. I've also been helping local residents with ERAP applications. So since the program rolled out in June, I've helped approximately 20 tenants with their applications, and unfortunately, none of them have been approved yet. I'm sure this is probably not a surprise. What has been a surprise to us is just how deeply we are feeling tenants' anxieties just about what is coming ahead. An unanticipated part of our work so far has been fielding tenants' weekly calls as they try to understand why they haven't received any answers yet from the program. As staff of a community-based organizations, we've been doing our best, despite a lack of access to transparent information, explaining why ERAP is behind, to console tenants and help them plan out basically for their worst fears as our state and federal tenant protections erode one at a time. So my main ask with my testimony today is to ask the legislators who are present and the administrators of the ERAP program to truly center the real-world impact of this program's shortcoming on tenants whose homes are on the line as they wait to be approved. The uncertainty and lack of transparency caused by this program is taking a huge emotional toll on our tenants, who need to know whether they'll be able to stay in their homes and whether or not they'll have any support to cover thousands of dollars in arrears that incurred due to no fault of their own. It is really unconscionable, especially as a tenant organizer, to see our tenants have to live day to day wondering which day will be their last in their homes that they've lived in for years or even for decades, especially during a pandemic that is nowhere near being over. Another point that I wanted to raise today is that tenants and those who support them are bearing the burden of ERAP's flaws, especially when it comes to unresponsive or abusive landlords. The program's built-in tenant protections include giving landlords up to 6 months to submit paperwork, up to a year for landlords to actually accept the funds. This actually creates an unnecessarily long period of uncertainty for tenants and actually provides an opportunity for landlords to harass tenants to pressure them to self-evict. One of our dear members, Brian Kenner, has already received legal notices from notorious landlord Stephen Croman, pressuring him to forego his rights under ERAP as a condition of them agreeing to receive the funds. This is a climate of landlord harassment that tenants are living under while trying to seek help, and this is why we fight for tenant protections. And on a practical and technical note, since I navigate ERAP applications on a weekly basis, I'm still noticing a lot of problems with the ERAP application process despite recent promises to fix them. For example, the crashing application pages with no technical explanation from OTDA have meant that we have actually submitted applications multiple times for tenants, either because the initial application really didn't go through or if it was just unclear that it was successfully submitted. And despite the recent promise to simplify the application, I have not actually noticed any simplification in the application process. And also, as of this week, the save and resume function is still not working for me. I haven't been able to generate accounts for tenants, mostly due to the loop that happens when I cannot confirm their emails. So that's been actually really frustrating. And then 2 of our tenants actually received very concerning messages regarding missing paperwork on their application. So my other ask is that OTDA deeply reevaluate how they communicate to tenants regarding the status of their application. Tenants received notices saying, "We have reviewed your application for New York State ERAP. You have not submitted the required documentation. Failure to submit this documentation within 7 days may result in your application being withdrawn. And in this case, when I called OTDA's hotline to see what was missing, I was told by the hotline staffer that they reviewed his application, he had all the needed documents, didn't actually need to submit anything. So this is clearly unnecessarily stressful messaging. It feels very unjust that tenants are pressured to respond as soon as possible unless they want their application to be withdrawn, while landlords have 6 months to submit their documents. And this has been the norm basically for ERAP applicants, so we demand that communications to tenants in the future be accurate and informative about the program's status, give real updates and time estimates for when tenants can expect their funds, and most importantly, offer an empathetic and human response to tenants for whom a rejection of these funds can mean losing their homes. Additionally, it's well known that NYCHA residents' applications will be processed last, which adds additional financial burdens to public housing, which is already strapped for cash, all while prioritizing private landlords. This policy sends the message that not all tenants are equal or deserving of equal help, and it is also causing additional stress to some of the hardest impacted as they worry about whether they will be getting evicted. The administration of this program shows why the tenant movement has been demanding a cancellation of pandemic rent debt. These are the burdens of proof that exist with means testing, and we also know that the brunt of those problems will fall on low-income communities and Black, Indigenous, and communities of color. At the bare minimum, tenants need a long-term statewide eviction moratorium until at least June 2022 to give this program a chance to make it through its backlog of 168,000 applications and to give tenants a real opportunity to make up their arrears if they're not approved for ERAP or if the program can't pay for all of their arrears. The funds have already been allocated for ERAP to provide real relief to tens of thousands of tenants suffering through one of the most difficult years of their lives. It's your responsibility as administrators and legislators to do right by New York's tenants, keep people housed throughout the duration of this pandemic at minimum. This is the least that being New Yorkers' elected representatives calls for. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shireen Danani. I am a staff attorney in the housing project at Mobilization for Justice. I work at an organization that provides direct legal services to low-income New York City residents. And I'm here to talk today about the issues that we have faced with the implementation of ERAP as we work with tenants on the ground, and then possible recommendations that we hope will be implemented. So there are three main categories that I would like to speak about when it comes to issues. The first is technological, which you've already heard quite a bit about. This save and resume function, OTDA is now saying it is up and running. You've just heard that it's not from people on the ground. And even if it is, it took over 2 months to get it running. And so those who were trying to do the priority application period and could not because of the lack of the save and resume function, it's over now. There were also program-wide crashes, error messages when submitting applications or uploading documents, and even when we would upload documents, us working with the tenants, we would have to upload them multiple times, and then only when we called the hotline to confirm that they were received, would we actually have any kind of confirmation that OTDA had the documents. These technological issues exacerbate existing inequalities, especially for those who have less access to technology and or limited or no English proficiency, because they have to contend with unstable internet connections, using phones instead of computers, and relying on Google Translate for instructions in the application. There was an option to have tenants apply over the phone and then bring in documents in person. However, when tenants do that, there is often no way for them to check online if they're the status of their application, and can only check through calling the hotline, which leads me to, and checking the status is already incredibly confusing, as to go on the online portal, there's no button to check the application status. You first have to go to upload tenant documents, then check application status. Once you input your information, the application number and the date of birth, and press the CAPTCHA, it will show you the application status, but it is incredibly confusing. There are different kinds of statuses: pending, reviewed, cleared, and even the number 0. Our organization asked for a guide as to what those statuses mean over a month ago, and we still have not gotten an answer. So we cannot counsel our tenants and our clients about what those mean and what that means for their arrears in their housing court case, because we ourselves don't know. The second big problem is the communication between OTDA and tenants, and OTDA and advocates who are helping tenants. When we have helped tenants submit applications, they get an initial confirmation by the preferred method, which shows that an application has been submitted and what the application number is. But after that initial communication, there's almost no communication to the tenant, and the communication that they have received is usually, you're missing documents, and that we're going to close your case. And when we call the hotline, we get completely conflicting information. We, not just from what's on the online portal, but also calling the hotline multiple times, we will get different information each time. And so, as advocates, when we call the hotline, we also are not always able to check on the status of our clients' applications, because a lot of hotline workers will not speak to us unless we have the tenant on the phone, which is further complicated when working with people who do not speak English, because the hotline usually does not have interpretation services. I've never seen a case where they do. So the information that we get from the hotline is almost never matches what's on the online portal, or the communications that tenants are getting directly. The third biggest issue is the delay in approvals. Our organization has submitted hundreds of applications, even as early as the first week in June, and we have less than 10 approvals so far. And of those, some are partial approvals. And because the way the partial approvals are done, there's very little information about the appeals process with the approval. The approval basically says, these are the months you're approved for in the amount that you're approved for. If you would like to appeal, you have this, call this number, and it's the hotline. And when we call the hotline workers have not known about the appeals process, or even that it existed, that there were appeals. And so one of our first recommendations is, because the hotline is the most important source of information for tenants and their advocates, hotline workers need to be trained in every single aspect of the process, and also they need to be able to have access to updated and accurate information about the applications, because at this point they are not. The second is that if a tenant is applying for ERAP with the help of an advocate, that tenant should have the option of having an advocate also communicated with in case there is a need for additional information or documentation. And lastly, OTDA should be working more closely with providers that are working with tenants on the ground to identify issues and formulate solutions that are not overly burdensome on tenants. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, thank you both for your testimony. I am going to keep our questions relatively brief, just given the late hour, and we have several people who have been waiting a very long time to testify. But just a couple of things quickly. First of all, I just want to say personally, I've had great respect and great experiences working with both of your organizations in various capacities over many years in the community I represent. So I appreciate that. On the Ms. It's Nguyen. Sorry.
Nguyen. Nguyen is another way to say it. Nguyen or
Okay.
Nguyen. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if you could follow up, my legislative director sitting here, can you follow up particularly on two things? The notice that the Croman, which is indeed notorious, as you mentioned, landlord,
Yeah.
is sending, trying to pressure tenants to waive their rights under CRAP. And also, I would like to follow up, the commissioner, as you said, asserted that the save and resume function is working. If it's not working for you, effectively, it's not working. So if you could also, I would like to follow up specifically about your experience with that function with OTDA and see if we can figure out why that's not working and get it resolved. I would appreciate it. So if you could just check with Dan Mosher over here before you go. And we'll also, perhaps OTDA is also watching, because this is being broadcast, but we will follow up on your policy, your recommendations and changes. And I do hope, we did hear some testimony that real notices will be going out to every applicant soon about at least something about their status directly. Hopefully things will get better. We have been pushing them since day one. I think I talked to them about the save and resume function on June 6th or something. So we share your frustration with that. But we are pushing hard to get these things addressed. But thank you both really for all your work and your testimony today.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, we're going to have Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem and New York Council for Housing Development Fund Companies.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Helwig, and I'm a supervising attorney on the housing defense team at Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem. NDS is a community-based public defender's office that provides high-quality legal services to residents of northern Manhattan. Since 1990, NDS has been working to improve the quality and depth of both criminal and civil defense representation for those unable to afford an attorney through a holistic cross-practice representation model. Now, for the last 17 months, we've been trying to get ahead of this coming wave of evictions by empowering tenants to access emergency rental assistance. When we first heard about ERAP, we would really hope that the process was going to be simple and transparent and that the application would be designed to help get relief to those in need. But as we've heard today, sadly, that has been far from the case. And so today I want to just highlight a few key issues and propose a few solutions both to OTDA, if they're listening, and to the committees. First, as we just discussed, as of yesterday morning, the resume function does not work, despite Commissioner Hines' testimony. And that's something that our advocates have been fighting and struggling with, both attorneys and non-attorney advocates, to get resolved, and is definitely, I think, a top priority. I'd also just quickly note that Commissioner Hines testified earlier today that the applications are being reviewed in 4 to 6 weeks, just to make sure the committee's aware that many applications were fully submitted in the first weeks of June and are still pending today. I'd also like to really kind of focus on some of these problems with the system. So the antiquated technology behind the process of the ERAP applications has had a huge burden for a lot of our clients. For example, by calling OTDA, my office discovered a glitch where documents uploaded using any browser other than Google Chrome would result in those documents not registering properly and disappearing from OTDA's records. The issue was discovered after a client received that letter that said they had no documents submitted. We called and discovered that the documents were just gone. We had to upload them again. There was no solution offered or available. And this is just a note, we had the document confirmation number after we submitted the documents, but it still didn't matter. And another NDS client called to inform us that when they had checked with the hotline, they were told that OTDA had no record of their application itself. They submitted about 2 weeks prior. We went online and checked on the tenant status page, the enhanced tenant status page, I would note, and were told that the application was pending. We could see it. We could see the numbers. Everything was there. We called the hotline, and after a bit of a rigmarole, OTDA admitted to our advocate that the application was entirely lost, that we could not speak to a supervisor about it, and that it was not the first time that a full application had disappeared from their record. I gotta say, just as helpful as the call center folks can be, the call center people can only be as helpful as the system that they're using to look at these documents and monitor these documents. And additionally, there's this major problem that's already been noted earlier, that even when our advocates and our attorneys are assisting people in filling out the applications, like our names are literally in the applications, we cannot call the helpline on behalf of the tenants to talk about the things and find out what the status of the applications are, because the helpline workers are telling us that without the client on the phone, that we're simply not allowed to discuss this information, even though our names are on the applications. So that's a source of frustration and confusion that's affecting a lot of tenants, especially tenants who don't have easy access to technology. I'd also just quickly note on the tenant status is 0 that we're getting a lot of those, and we've had tenant status zeros that have been on status 0 for months. And when we've called the helpline, we're told that's a temporary error and it will be fixed. And as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been fixed in any specific case. And then one thing that Senator Kavanaugh noted earlier during Judge Schneider's testimony is that one-shot deals are being universally denied while ERAP is available. And this is frankly a terrible policy that has really, really adverse effects on those who are ineligible for ERAP. And what we are asking both OTDA and the committee to look into is, right now, OTDA helpline workers are refusing to provide a letter saying that a client is ineligible for ERAP, even when we, their lawyer, is saying they're ineligible for ERAP, based on the statements on their website and everything else. But if the tenant doesn't apply for ERAP, they won't receive a denial letter, and without a denial letter, you can't apply for a one-shot deal. So the result is that we are helping tenants submit ERAP applications that we know will be denied, and the response is going to be that we have to waste our time submitting those applications, the tenant has to waste that time and that stress, and OTDA is wasting their time reviewing applications that we know will be denied. We've spoken to them about this, and what they've told us is that they don't even have an email address that they could email us a statement that's saying this person is ineligible, right? That's probably all it would take for HRA, but we can't even do that basic level of email access. So that's something that's incredibly frustrating, and we really want to encourage OTDA and the Senate committees to not stop with good enough and to push to create a system that's going to protect all New Yorkers by addressing the 4 things I've really talked about: allowing tenants to resume applications, repairing the tenant status application portion of the website, allowing Otara workers to speak to advocates, especially if our names are on the application, and changing policies to allow ERAP ineligible tenants to begin one-shot deals prior to that time down the line when they get that denial and suddenly we're in housing court writing an order to show cause to defend their eviction or stop their eviction, minutes before the deadline, and now we're getting the chance to start the one-shot deal. So thank you very much for your time.
Do we have a written copy of your testimony as well?
Absolutely, I have it here.
Okay, good. Well, we'd like to make sure we get it before, but I didn't see the file. But our next witness before.
Good evening. My name is Gregory Baggett, and I am the principal at the New York Council for Housing Development Fund Companies. We are a consultant group that has been involved with HDFC since their founding. We have worked through the era of undercapitalization, overcapitalization, and now financialization. So I wanted to start by addressing a question that has a new sense of urgency since it was asked at the last public hearing organized by the State Assembly. Both common sense and history dictates that the state's eviction moratorium must be extended for at least the duration of ERAP. As a principal in an HDFC consultant firm who has conducted doctoral research on this precious housing type, we are encouraging directors, shareholders, and property managers in HFCs to aggressively pursue these emergency resources despite policy decisions made by OTDA. We believe that former Congressman Elliot Engel established important precedents concerning housing cooperatives in the second incarnation of the CARES Act, known as the HEROES Act. As advocates of HDFC housing, we have partnered with Erica Buckley, who you may recall was the former bureau chief of the real estate division of the AG's office, who is now a partner at the procedures firm Nixon and Peabody. Attorney Buckley has agreed to work with our organization to publish an ERAP guideline. She's going to do this pro bono. A document that this committee and other legislative committees and government agencies can draw upon during their deliberations concerning the various limited equity housing entities in the state's portfolio. Next week, I will be meeting with an associate from Erica's firm to get started on this project, and I will be connecting Erica's team with Senator Brian Benjamin's Director of Operations, who invited me to this hearing, and Chairman Kavanaugh's Legislative Director, who both were very generous in making sure I had an opportunity to participate. Hopefully, the political staffers will be able to get the document to the pertinent parties, and I have no doubt that your colleague in the Assembly, Harvey Epstein, will take command of this ball to ensure that Erica's work product will perform the act of public service it was intended to perform. And I've provided email addresses for Erica's team in my. So I don't want to labor the issue of the technology, but I do want to just maybe propose a preposterous idea. I mean, is it out of the realm of possibility for the state legislature to actually fund a retrofit of technologies in the housing agency with the ERAP funding? I mean, what's the point of upboarding staffers when you actually don't have the capacity for those staffers to do the work? Let me just say that I'm really outraged by the performance of the CBOs. We've actually did tests with all 11 CBOs, and only one organization passed our test with flying colors, and that was University Settlement. The decision to actually award all of the zip codes in Manhattan to Catholic Charities, in my opinion, was a gross mistake, given that Catholic Charities is already overextended managing the RAD conversions in its role as the New Wave Crest. We do think that University Settlement has set up a model that Catholic Charities should follow, and it would be helpful if we could get organizations like the Metropolitan Council on Housing, Housing Just for All, Tenants and Neighbors, and other housing organizations involved as subcontractors, because at the end of the day, these people are already doing the work. Just as a test, I've had housing organizers send me emails today where they were just simply trying to call Catholic Charities to see if anybody would pick up the phone. And I have a bunch of emails and texts where no one answered their call. Now, some of the other priorities established are, I think, a bit misguided, in the sense that I'm very concerned that NYCHA residents with the have more arrears than we imagine, and I see no justification to deprioritize NYCHA applicants. Moreover, there are a high number of arrears among NYCHA residents living in developments that are converting to RAD, and so then prioritizing RAD conversions while deprioritizing developments that remain in the portfolio is seriously inconsistent with the federal compliance for NYCHA residents and other federally subsidized households to be sidelined. I'll just try to end with just simply saying that we have a tendency sometimes to always concentrate on the most vulnerable people, but there are residents in the city with incomes as high as 165% of AMI who have rent arrears and have no access to assistance. And we're seeing tenants in market rate units being forced to move, even when their eligibility for rent assistance, because landlords are willing to forego receiving payments for arrears in order to force market rate tenants to move. And I think I'll just simply end there. I had lots more to say in my testimony, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you both for your testimony. NDS Harlem, can you tell me, I know you said you've contacted OTDAL regarding the glitches. Did you get a follow-up?
So when we have an issue like that, what we've done is we've spoken to the call center staff, and that's the only contact that we have with OTDA, and the responses are generally really sorry about that glitch. You can resubmit the application if you want, which is not helpful. I mean, it's better than, I guess, the tenant is just denied. But it's really, we're not getting any kind of big picture long-term solution, and there's no acknowledgement or identification of what the underlying root of the glitches are. So we keep running into them and we keep calling about them, but nothing's changed.
Interesting. And you were saying that the number of clients that you've assisted since June 1st, so far, there's only one client who's received funds?
That's right. We've worked with, we've helped dozens of tenants apply for the program. We've received one approval, and then I got notification, I think, earlier today that the first tenant might actually be getting the money. So that, frankly, is appalling and is a huge source of stress for both us, but especially for our clients who have no idea if they will be approved or when they'll be approved or what that timeline even kind of looks like.
So there's just like radio silence on their application.
Right. We can call, and we do call. I mean, honestly, I think the helpline workers are probably very tired of us, but we call and we inquire because we can't trust the status page, as was kind of noted earlier. And we're told that, you know, the application is pending and not given any more additional information. Or occasionally we're told the application status is 0 and not given any more information. Yeah.
Well, as the commissioner said today, they're going to be mailing out letters to everyone in a couple of days. So we're hoping that everyone gets a status update and more of the funds are going out of the door, because they've said that more money has gone out, and we're hoping so. We're going to follow up with you because I want to really get a sense of your clients, whether they've gotten the responses that they should. No one should have been waiting from June 1st to today without an answer. I know there were challenges, but as was said, you know, they were, these issues were adjusted, corrected, and none of your clients should be waiting. Have any of your clients who are waiting, been approached by their landlords to say, have they been approached to, what's going on?
So certainly, we've had, mostly, of course, we request that opposing counsel, landlords, attorneys speak to us and not to our clients, of course. But we are constantly getting, requests and, hey, what's going on? Where's the money? And the answer that we have to give every single time is we don't know. Like, we're waiting for OTDA, you're waiting for OTDA. This case is just sitting in this limbo. The tenant's not sure, should I start paying my rent again, right? Because if I'm going to lose this housing, right, that's going to change my analysis of what I want to do. And we're also running into lots and lots of situations where we're pretty sure they're going to need a one-shot deal. But even though we have advocates and we have attorneys who are ready to get working on that, we can't begin that process because HRA is just denying flatly until the ERAP application has been denied or approved insufficiently, in an insufficient amount to resolve the case.
Okay, if we're going to really follow up with, because you're not the first person who said that about, someone having to apply just to get the denial letter. And meanwhile, we could have been processing the one shot and, alleviating all the stress and the additional work on the staff. When you talked about the status being listed as 0, and the workers are unable to tell you what is going on, I see that as a training issue. So maybe we have to speak with OTDA about training the call center workforce that's supposed to know exactly what is going on. When the assumption is when you call a call center that they're there to give you the answer based on what the agency has on your application, not say, that has happened, we don't know why, just start again. That is not an acceptable answer for anyone to have. And, people are stressed as it is. And so I'm really gonna have that conversation with my colleagues at OTDA in reference to that. Because again, the intent is to make sure that as much of money goes out of the door as quickly as possible. And I understand your frustration. I see some of the recommendations you've made here. To common sense,
We couldn't agree more, Senator.
So, I have a very good working relationship with the agency, but this is just common sense, and so we will reach out to them to talk about what you have done there. So thank you again for your testimony.
So I'll just, first of all, briefly retract my prior question about whether we have your written testimony, because I do indeed have it. It wasn't as
If you need an extra copy, I'm happy to provide.
I didn't have she has the full color version, that's why I was confused, but I got, second rate here. Just one question. I asked the commissioner this earlier, the question about whether community organizations that are assisting clients get any kind of notice about the status, get notice when the client gets notice. Would that be useful?
That would be incredibly useful, because as it stands, of course, lots of clients who don't have good access to technology are getting emails or texts, saying that they're missing documents that they might miss, very easily. And if that notice was going to us, especially, again, when we're the people whose names are on the top of the application, that would really, I think, cut out a lot of the uncertainty for the client, because, of course, they call us to ask what's going on. And, sometimes we have to turn around and ask, well, did you get an email? And if the answer is, I don't know how to check my email, or I don't know how to check my text, or I'm not sure, that doesn't really solve anything for them. So absolutely, I think if OTDA was communicating directly with us, that would alleviate a lot of the stress that goes into this, both for the client and for our advocates.
Great, okay. And we have the rest of your recommendation. We will follow up with the agency about that. Just one question from the perspective of HDFCs. We had testimony that, I asserted and several of our witnesses asserted that under current law, we believe cooperators ought to be eligible for this program because they're defined as tenants under the state law that is referenced in CRAP. Commissioner testified that OTA does not believe they're eligible. Should we be pushing to ensure that cooperators are eligible for the purpose of receiving subsidies for rent for maintenance they've been unable to pay?
Yes. Let me just say that part of your understanding around the relationship between cooperatives and tenancy has a lot to do with the contest of power around regulation. So if you think back, the history of the state legislature over the years, co-ops were never included in any type of tenant legislation. And most of that, that consciousness was largely raised by Harvey Epstein's work here in the Assembly. There needs to be, I think, more specific language. If in fact you're going back to session to amend this law, I think more specific language is needed, despite the laws that already exist. But I think also it would be very good to see what the General Counsel at ODODA came up with. I would love to see their report. I would love to share that report with Erica. And I would also like to wait to see what Erica Buckley's firm, what's her response and interpretation to the law. But certainly I think there's not a long history of associating co-op owners as tenants, even though they have a proprietary lease. And I'll just conclude by saying I want to also thank the state legislature for finally recognizing tenants in HDFCs who are the most vulnerable tenants that I know of, because they have absolutely zero protections beyond their lease. And so it is only recent, again, due to the contest of power over regulation, that tenants in HDFCs has actually been included in tenant law.
Okay. Well, as someone who worked on the Housing Stability and Tenant Protection Act, which became the subject of a lively conversation about the rights of cooperatives, I appreciate that. I am going to, and I would note that as your testimony notes, we're going to be following up with you and Ms. Buckley about the issue as well.
I'm sure
So-
she'll probably get to you before
I
get to
actually,
you.
I seem to have been spending a lot of time with her lately, representing various clients with matters in my district before me, but I appreciate that. So I'm going to end there.
Mr. Baguette, I just need to ask you one quick question. Can you explain to me what you mean in your sixth recommendation? How do we harness a block association or resident association to get the funds to the tenants? Are you advocating for them to be able to be enrollers? Is that what you're saying?
I guess I'm just asking people to maybe look back at the 1970s when people were thinking very innovative about how to get things done. We might be in the same sort of historical moment. I think the cult of professionalization has oftentimes caused us to ignore the people who are actually getting the work done. I work with graduate students from Columbia who are making calls for tenants. We're checking on the 11 CBOs to see if they're doing their job. We're trying to embarrass Catholic charities as often as we can until they get their act together. And we're doing this without a contract, without any help from Catholic charities or anyone else. And so there's a lot of people on the ground already doing this work. In block associations and tenant associations. We organized the first housing forum that was held in the city. We had Gail Brewer, we had Tenants and Neighbors, we had Singh over here from University Settlement. Of course, Catholic Charities wasn't prepared at the time to actually fulfill the obligation they're being paid to do. So I'm not sure that you can subcontract with organizations that may not necessarily have certain registrations or may be formally incorporated. But I'm just calling for people to think a little bit more creatively and innovatively in how to bring all of these various entities into this enormous process, because there is nothing comforting or sobering about the administrative judge's testimony. Beneath her discipline and compassion was she was letting you guys know that the march towards evictions must commence. That was her message. So I was very troubled by her testimony.
Okay. So my final question, so the college students who you have calling CNC and et cetera, are they also, if you're putting, groups together, are they also assisting the community residents to
Absolutely.
on the website and moving the process along?
Absolutely. We may even have a HDFC person might be approved because a staff worker may not know a proprietary lease from a rent stabilized lease from a preferential lease. So we're trying to see what's going to happen. Yeah, we've done our 100 applications or more. We've received 0 information. And, back in the early days, it took us a month to get an application through. In fact, Seeing just gave me a new strategy where we're going to start uploading documents, just, like hope to get 2 documents uploaded at a time and then back off for a minute. Or try to upload documents at 3 a.m. or 5 a.m. to hopefully get people's applications processed within a month. I don't know how people are doing things in 2 hours. Just keep in mind, just imagine your constituency, many people that you represent, many have given up Wi-Fi. We're not paying for Wi-Fi anymore. So we're streaming. And many people are using dumb smartphones to try and access a system that's already outdated and flawed. Or they're going into our libraries where the equipment is probably as outdated and flawed as the agency. Those are the people that are really becoming frustrated. We were dealing with a group called the St. Nicholas Alliance, where they have over $1 million in arrears. And we're getting responses from tenants that tenants are simply saying, I don't want to sign a declaration form. Take me to court. That kind of 1970s attitude, which is just not going to work in this current climate. So I would just say there is a desperate need for marketing. I haven't seen anything in the waiting rooms across the city and state, nothing on the neighborhood. I don't see community boards performing as their role as the city government in the community. All I'm hearing is silence around this program.
Thank you very much. Thank you both.
Okay, thank you both. And our very last panel of the day, and thank you for your patience, we have Met Council on Housing and Citizen Housing and Planning Council. It's oh no, CPC had to go. Yeah, so it's just 2. And I am going to step out for a moment, but I do have your testimony. I'll be right back.
Good afternoon to both of you. You can begin.
Chairpersons Kavanaugh and Prasad, and senators who may be joining us online. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the implementation of ERAP. I am Catherine Leach. I'm a senior policy analyst with the Citizens Housing and Planning Council. We are an 84-year-old research organization dedicated to addressing New York City's housing and planning needs. Often, when we give testimony, it's an opportunity to illuminate a problem that's not widely recognized. The problem before the committees today is well known and can be described simply. By the end of July, less than 1% of the $2.7 billion allocated to ERAP was paid out on behalf of New York's low-income renters. Tenants and property owners are falling deeper into debt while they compile evidence of the financial damage that COVID-19 has wrought. Every billing cycle that ticks by makes housing circumstances more tenuous. The administrative hurdles to access that relief cause additional pain. When a New Yorker is suffering from a heart attack, we don't ask them to verify their insurance before performing CPR. The administrative burden does not have to be borne by the suffering, and it does not have to occur before we render help. Some of the early administrative barriers to ERAP are being addressed with seemingly mixed results, like completing the lengthy online application in just one session. Other barriers remain. As of July 29th, the application still required identity and income documentation for every household member. If ERAP covers rent and utilities for one household, why must we require documentation from each household member? Isn't it sufficient to know that at least one member has suffered COVID-related financial hardship and lives in a unit with documented rent or utility arrears? If the head of household lost her job during the pandemic, why should child support documentation play a role in whether she receives relief? If another household member has been fortunate enough to remain employed, should we expect him to compensate for the lost income? Trying to offset one financial loss by creating another just exacerbates and obscures the suffering. Requiring detailed accounting does not demonstrate whether a household is deserving of help, nor does it change the underlying need. We don't ask the same of everyone trying to take advantage of the COVID safety net. For airlines and their contractors to access $32 billion in payroll support available through the 2020 CARES Act, they fill out a brief 5-page form that includes a short table for reporting monthly salary and benefits totals. The table, which demands less information than ERAP's utility arrears table, is considered a sworn financial statement and does not require the applicant to provide any supporting documentation. In contrast, ERAP requires that an applicant fill out at least 10 pages of forms and upload a minimum of 5 supporting documents, reporting requirements that increase with household size and the number of sources that provide the patchwork of income. New Yorkers are suffering and not looking for a windfall. When taxes are filed for the following year, income can be verified, as well as any gross overpayments coming from the ERAP program. Balance sheets can be settled once the crisis has passed. Let's not ask New Yorkers for exhaustive accounting until we're off of life support. We should remember this when we systematically inflict administrative burden on vulnerable New Yorkers trying to access the safety net. CHPC fully supports the careful assessment of the redistribution of the administrative burden imposed on ERAP applicants. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senators, for holding this hearing and this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Louis Kathamer, and I'm a volunteer at Met Council on Housing. I've worked on our tenants' rights hotline throughout the pandemic. And I'm here today to tell you about calls that we receive on the hotline and some of the many problems that New Yorkers are telling us about that they're having with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program application process. And I classify these problems into 3 broad categories: confusion, frustration, and panic. Now, I believe you have my written testimony. Much of it will sound very familiar. If not, I have additional copies I can provide. Much of it sounds very familiar after a long day of testimony, so I'm going to try to adjust on the fly and streamline my oral testimony to focus on examples that I think illustrate some of these problems, and then secondly, problems that maybe you haven't heard quite so much about today. First, I do want to confirm that many people who call our hotline still have not heard about ERAP. There are others who have a vague sense that help is available, but they're unaware of the additional eviction protections that come with a pending application and post-award. But most concerning, callers have called us, told us they applied for help, but what they really did was submitted a hardship declaration. So there's a lot of confusion, and there are folks out there who think they've applied, but they haven't. I also need to emphasize that many callers tell us that when they call the OTDA helpline, they get confusing, conflicting, and incomplete information. This seems especially true when it comes to which documents they need to upload or which documents they must upload or shouldn't upload. Callers have told us that OTDA operators have told them that their application cannot be processed because the landlord is uncooperative or unresponsive. Now, this is clearly untrue, but it creates confusion, panic, stress. And some folks just give up. Just last night, we got a call on the hotline from someone who met all the eligibility requirements, submitted an application on June 14th. She still has not heard from OTDA the status. So she called the helpline yesterday and was told that she is ineligible, but the operator couldn't tell her why or what went wrong in the application process. So this person doesn't know if she's been rejected, if there was a mistake made, if there's anything she can do to fix it, if she should start the appeal process. She may fall through the cracks. Let me move on to frustration. You've heard about the lack of paper application and how that impacts folks who are not computer literate or who don't have computers. You know that the CBOs are overwhelmed and that they are also confused by the application process. Technical difficulties, you've heard a lot about. I won't be labored, but we do hear reports from folks whose applications mysteriously are changed from pending to incomplete. And then also that their uploaded documents have disappeared, they're just gone. Here's a category that I haven't heard a lot about today that applies to roommates and co-tenants. And as you know, rent is high in New York City. It's not uncommon for groups of co-tenants to live together or groups of roommates with one prime tenant. Well, it's still unclear under which circumstances these folks should apply as individuals or jointly as a household. Another problem related to this, a gap in the system. Many roommates couldn't pay the prime tenant during the pandemic, but the prime tenant still paid the rent in full to the landlord. So the roommates owe money to the prime tenant. These roommates and tenants are not eligible to apply for ERAP, but the roommate can still be sued and evicted by the prime tenant. A related problem, a lot of folks borrowed money or used credit cards to pay their rent. Pandemic has continued longer than anyone expected. They are not eligible either. Heartbreaking problem, self-eviction. A lot of folks who were behind on rent were harassed, even threatened by landlords. Some of them were scared enough that they moved. They're now ineligible to apply. They can still be sued, though, in other court venues for arrears. So this all leads to panic. And I just want to conclude with some of the suggestions that we think would help or that we know need to be made. First of all, outreach. It's been said many times today, but outreach definitely is an area where improvement is necessary. We believe OTDA must clarify the instructions, the forms, and streamline the application process so more people can apply. The OTDA helpline operators must be better trained. There's really no excuse for the misinformation that many folks are getting. The approval process must be expedited. More New Yorkers need to be included in the eligible to apply category. But most urgently, the Senate must recall session, extend the eviction moratorium, and rewrite the eviction law to address the recent decision by the Supreme Court. Thank you again.
So I think I am going to, first of all, thank you both for your testimony today. Sorry I missed your in-person version, but I do have the written version here. And I think I'm going to just refrain, given the late hour, I'm going to refrain other than to say, first of all, thank you for your very specific sort of rundown of the status of this program and your work trying to get people connected to it. And, we will continue to try to get these things addressed and move them along. But thank you.
So just quickly, what I didn't hear a lot of enrollers today talk about what their outreach has been. So I think we need to follow up on that. When you talk about there's more, we all know there's more need for outreach. We know there's a lot of funds that was allocated for outreach and we're not seeing the ROIs, so we need to follow through on that. And then some of what you have here, CHPC, the commissioner addressed that this morning, When it talked about the income documentation, the documentation for every member of the household, he addressed that and saying that's no longer. So we want to see what's, going forward, beginning next week, what are you really seeing? A number of the things that you listed here, they've addressed it, and we are hoping for positive outcomes. So we want to make sure that you follow up with us and let us know if when you log into the system tomorrow and you try to do a save and retrieve, is it working? Are your documents still disappearing when you're doing that? If you can just continue to give us that information, because we want to follow up with them sooner rather than later, because today they said these things were covered. So I appreciate everything that you've done. Nice paper. And thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Unless you have any closing remarks. Okay, with that, I think we are, after 25 witnesses and 8 hours and 9 minutes, we are now concluding our joint hearing of the Senate Housing, Construction, and Community Development and the Senate Social Services Committee. So thank you, everybody who has stuck with us and is still watching. And again, to all the witnesses and all the senators who participated and the many others who submitted testimony, we will be taking all the information we've gotten today, following up with the agency and with others, and hoping to use today's hearing to make things dramatically better as we go forward. But thank you very much.
Yeah, again, thank you all very much. Thank you to the staff who came down from Albany, multiple staff members who are here from Albany, and most of all, thank you to St. Francis College for hosting us and for allowing us to stay as long as we have stayed. I know they didn't expect us to be here this long, but we appreciate you hosting us. Have a great evening, everyone.
Yeah, and I let me actually just say specifically, Nick Rangel and Tamara Frazier, who have joined us, Dan Mosher and Kate Amber and Graham Mayhew and Dennis Weekly, and also the many others on the Senate staff who policy team who prepared a lot of our materials, and our terrific staff who set up this remote hearing room. Apparently, the first time this room has been used in like 18 months for a public event, but always ready to get things rolling and make things smooth. So we really appreciate all of the work that went into this, and again, the conversation is to be continued.